Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. I welcome you on behalf... Don't hear me? Okay, they're still fixing the microphone. You can hear me? No, it works? Okay, perfect. So I welcome you on behalf of EIT Climate-KIC. My name is Olli Tillman. I will be your facilitator for today. We're expecting 6 great panel discussions here at this booth, and we are focusing on how cities can address climate change. And as you all know, climate change goals are pretty high, but still not enough is being done. So we really want to figure out what we can do. So, may I have your attention, please? If you want to participate in this panel, may I just ask you to grab yourself a seat? Come up front, we're here, and then we have the discussion. Or are you so shy that you'd rather have more distance? We're all double vaccinated and checked. So we want this to be really interactive today. So if you want to participate, if you have a remark, if you have a question, please feel free to just get to us and join the conversation, because we don't want this to be a just purely frontal discussion with our experts, as we all bring expert know-how to the table and hopefully also a lot of insights that we take away from today's session that we then can use for our local communities to push them even further. So for this first panel discussion, I also welcome all our viewers who are joining us remotely. It's so great to know all of you around. If you want to just participate, write us a message, and we're happy to get in contact with you. For this first session, we focus on global action and cities mobilizing urban transformation. And we have some great speakers here. We have Kirsten Dunlop, who is the CEO of EIT Climate-KIC. Hello, Kirsten. We have Matthew Baldwin, the mission manager of the EU's City Mission. Hello, Matthew. Good morning. And we have Roger Vandenberg. He's the global director of the World Resources Institute. Welcome, Roger. And we have remotely joining us, hopefully that works, Jürgen Czernohorszky, who is the executive city councillor for climate, environment, democracy, and personal of the city of Vienna. Jürgen, are you already there? It would be great to have you in our discussion. Any chance to get Jürgen into our discussion?
Jürgen Czernohorszky, can we bring him on the online? He's not in yet.
Okay, so Jürgen is going to join us in just a bit, which is great, and then we'll be talking with him. Kirsten, my first question goes to you as the host of this event here. How do you see the role of EIT Climate-KIC as a facilitator supporting cities in their achievements and in their goals for climate change?
Thank you very much, Olli. So EIT Climate-KIC, perhaps just 2 words to explain what does that refer to. We are an innovation agency based in Europe, operating all over the world in 39 different countries. And our role is to support challenge owners, such as city governments, regional governments, businesses working in global value chains, to achieve systemic change through innovation. Our role is fundamentally that of orchestration. In other words, we are an organization that historically has worked to develop solutions, innovation solutions across a number of complex challenges, climate challenges, in land use, in urban transformation, in the broader sense, in the financial system and in materials, so cement, steel, glass and so on. And at the same time, we have worked increasingly over the last 5 years to address the challenge of the fact that transformation of the whole requires multiple solutions to join together and combine and form new alternatives. And if you look at the reality of a city, transformation of the whole under extreme pressure of time with communities, with their residents, with their visitors, with their commercial systems, with the businesses, SMEs, micro SMEs that within them, and of that community is an incredibly complex, very uncertain, very unpredictable, and to a very great extent, unplannable challenge. And with that kind of complexity comes deep uncertainty and the need to bring to it a way of combining individual solutions into something that is practically workable at scale and connect those solutions to policy commitments, but most importantly to the underlying structures that enable transformative change. So if you look at most large existing cities that we deal with, they do not have the rails, the mechanics to be able to bring together numerous solutions across different traditional sectors and silos. So solutions in, for example, in-home healthcare or teleeducation or requalification of waste treatment and water treatment, or solutions in rewilding, solutions in energy, solutions in transport. These are habitually dealt with in very independent and separated ways. The result being that often the solutions that we're seeking to deploy or to accelerate are improvements on the existing system, but not necessarily ways of redesigning the entire environment, the entire urban environment. And if we need to achieve regenerative cities, which we do, cities that give back more to the planet than they take from it, that shift away from extractive models, that capture carbon, that enable well-being, and that enable an increased social cohesion and adaptive capacity with climate change onset, such as water stress, heat stress, then we need the entire urban environment to transform. So the role that Climate-KIC plays is to connect solutions to the need for transformation, to bring them and hold them in structured portfolios of transformation, and to enable the use of innovation to accelerate learning, so that we can understand how would you completely reconfigure urban existence, urban living, urban mobility. And that kind of work, that's what I'm calling orchestration, that is at the very heart of the program that we're now about to lead with the European Commission, which is really linked to the UNFCCC Innovation Hub. It's about moonshots. It's about not doing, as we heard yesterday, what is possible, but what is needed. And there is a huge gap between what is needed and where we are now.
So given that we have not that much time, how confident are you that we still get it done to the certain extent we need to get?
I am not confident that the way we are doing things now will get us anywhere close. I am an optimist, and I believe that our growing sense of urgency, our growing sense of the need to change structures and assumptions, and our underpinning sense of kind of economics and our notions of value are becoming more and more felt. So I am working on a principle of exponential change, exponential capability, exponential commitments, and exponential determination. But exponential mathematics is a mysterious thing. So I'm not sure it's a question of confidence, it's a question of will and a hell of a lot of hard work on the ground.
Yes. Matthew, you are the lead for EU's city mission. Can you tell us a bit about the program?
Oh, good morning, everybody. Just quick show of hands. Has anyone heard of our mission to have 100 climate neutral cities by 2030? Hooray, we're off the ground. Okay, we're off and running. Thank you very much for having me, Olli. Thank you, Kirsten. It's great to be with you. I agree with everything Kirsten said, so we can take that off the board. I think the phrase to transform the whole in a short space of time is exactly what we're trying to achieve. And I'm a more prosaic, less scientifically qualified person than Kirsten, so I speak in very basic things. We are trying to do something, what it says on the tin, well, not this tin. We're trying to get across the European Union 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. That is a very onerous objective, exactly as Kirsten has said. To go all the way to neutrality, not 60%, 70% based on a 1990 or 2005 baseline, is very arduous. It's arduous organizational, it's arduous technically, it's arduous financially. So what we're trying to do is identify that 100 cities from the east and the south of Europe, as well as from the north and the west of Europe, not just the usual suspects like Copenhagen and beautiful, clean Finnish cities, but to really test the concept with a range of different cities of different sizes. And we are really delighted to have this fantastic consortium with us, the Net Zero Cities Consortium, led by the EIT Climate-KIC, which is going to do a large part of the work. And just one more moment of free publicity, if I may. We have just released our info pack, which is in our website. If you have a look at the European Commission website, you'll find us there. And later this month, we'll launch our call for expression of interest from the cities. We want to be overwhelmed by the response from cities, and the responses are very positive so far. We will then try to winnow that down to a first group of 100. The guys in the consortium will start working with the first 30 to what we're calling climate city contracts, whereby the city sets out what it's going to do, how it's going to do it, and crucially, that investment plan to go along it. So it's about innovation, but it's practical. Because, I mean, the logic, if you take what Kirsten said and you take it to the end of the pipe, we've got to get that work going and get the things done.
But how do you make sure that this is not just another great program where we talk a lot, we discuss a lot? How do you really get the work on the ground done?
Well, because we are working city by city. The difference with other European programs, and they're great. I mean, the Covenant of Mayors, the Global Covenant of Mayors now, is doing absolutely outstanding work. But they are not able to push all the cities to this ultimate objective. So we're going to work with cities, unpack their existing climate plans. For some cities like Copenhagen, their focus is going to be on mobility questions because they've cracked the whole heating system through district heating solutions. Other cities, it's going to be about waste or wastewater management. So unpack their problems, find the right experts to work with them, help them line up the finance, and help them crucially work with their citizens. I mean, we're not going to tell Marseille or Napoli how to work with their citizens. I guess the mayor's going to know that better. But to ensure that the sustainability is sustained over the next decade to ensure that we get there.
And how many of the 100 cities have you already identified and are collaborating with?
Well, there are some cities that have already committed to climate neutrality, and they're very welcome in our program too. The crucial moment will be when we hear back from cities in the call for expression of interest. Who's interested? We are trying to get at least one from every member state because, again, this mission has to look like the European Union as well. And I'm confident we'll do that, but there's a lot of work. So the short answer to your question is I don't know exactly who's on the list, but I'm picking up around this conference a lot of interest. We're having a discussion this afternoon with Mannheim, big industrial city in Germany, which is showing a lot of interest in joining. Not necessarily in everyone's imagination as what a climate-neutral city looks like.
Yes, so you're still open for participation. This is a call out
for business and participation.
Got it.
Everywhere.
Perfect. Yeah. Roger, you bring in a very global perspective into this discussion with the World Resources Institute. Can you share a bit of your insights on which cities globally do very well and that we can learn from?
I'm happy to. So I'm just an erratum to what you said. I'm the global director for the Ross Center for Sustainable Cities, not from whole WRI. And we work.
Go on, grab it,
Thank you, Matthew. No, so what we see, and I think it's great to hear this initiative that Matthew just mentioned on 100 net zero cities. We see huge kind of progress in the cities globally that we are working with through different programs and projects. For people who don't know WRI, we are a think and a do tank. So we provide the research to understand what needs to be done, and we work on the ground with city and how to do it. You see, if you talk about, overcoming big hurdles in becoming net zero or becoming zero carbon or any other analogy, is that I think three things that I want to mention, and then I can
Sure.
give a couple of examples. But one thing is relies very much on the local national dilemma. So for the people, most of the people here are very well informed, but still 35% of the priority authority on becoming net zero lies at the national authorities. So that means that you can't achieve it without having that deal, having that negotiation between cities and the national authorities. And that's quite a complex one. And I was with Matthew in a panel, I think 2 weeks ago, that cities, for example, that want to develop charging stations for their electric fleet actually don't know how to green their grid, and they have no authority over how to greening their grid. So that's just one example. So that's a challenge. The second challenge that we see globally is that, 90%, so we add 2.5 billion people to cities by 2050, another famous number. And 90% of these people will, 90% of these urban citizens will be added in Africa and Asia. So these are rapidly expanding cities where the infrastructure is already lacking. So you need to really kind of create a huge leap to get into a new paradigm, into a new set of solutions. The thing that I want to say is that what concerns us very much is that the equity issue in these rapidly growing cities is going to be a big hurdle for transformative change. So we launched our World Resources Report 2 weeks ago, which we worked on for 5 years. And you see that in the kind of developing cities, 2 to 3 people have too little or no access to services that you get when you live in a city. Access to affordable housing, public space, good transit opportunities. So if you don't have the basic services in order, it becomes very complicated to be taking part in a cycle, taking part in a process of becoming net zero or zero carbon. So I think these are a couple of big challenges that I see. But I also see a huge amount of progress where we see around, especially COVID-19 now unlocked huge opportunities and examples of promoting active mobility. In Paris, what is it, like 650 kilometers of bike lanes? Exactly, and then exactly, yeah. But I think they're quite serious. But we also see, for example, another example is in Mendoza in Argentina, where they introduced the kind of super blocks where they work both on active mobility, re-greening, but also very much on energy efficiency of buildings. Just again, I just want to make sure that we get the numbers right, because if you say, where do we want to work on or where do we need to work on? If you want to create a city net zero, you need to focus on buildings, which are 60% of the equation, transport are over 20% of the equation, materials over 16% of the equation, and waste 5%. That's global numbers. So it depends a little bit on where you are and on what continent, but that's where the focus is. So I truly agree that you need integrated, really change the way that we develop and operate cities. But at the same time, some sectoral shifts are very important. The buildings industry is very slow and really requires a huge effort from us all and from the private sector to change that, for example, into zero carbon buildings. That's an important contributor to the ambition of becoming a net zero. I can talk for a long time, as you understand, so I stop here. I'll pick up I want to give a couple of other examples later on.
Yeah, perfect. We would love to hear them. Matthew, you had the impulse to say something.
I just wanted to jump in on this really important materials, which both Kirsten and Roger mentioned. Our mission is going to really try to home in on Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. We'd love to be in a position where we could tackle Scope 3, all these indirect, the carbon that's embodied in building materials, the carbon when I use my phone at some ICT center in a distant place. What we want to do in this mission, again back to the innovation elements, is test that concept, to test how a city can start to measure it, start to capture it, start to address it, but not making an impossible goal for 2030. So this is one important little carve out or caveat, if you will. The other thing that Roger mentioned about greening the grids, we talk a lot about external costs. I don't think we talk enough about the external benefits. The citizens sometimes couldn't give a damn whether we are doing something to deliver climate neutrality or to improve the air quality or reduce congestion or indeed to improve energy security in this case. And the microgrids where the local authorities, the local people are actually starting to take control of their situation to become more autonomous from energy providers. This is a part of the whole transformational experience that we want cities to go through. And I think when mayors can start to get out there and sell the transformational benefits that will come from this in the broad sense, I think we're onto a winner.
So, Kirsten, how important is it then to support these local communities to get, for example, their energy supply done maybe themselves, independent from the bigger networks? How important is it also for Climate-KIC to support these kind of startups or local communities?
Well, it's absolutely essential for a number of reasons. We have been thinking about, globally, thinking about mitigation of climate change and adaptation of climate change as two separate things. And it is becoming palpably obvious that we have to solve for these together, and that many of the ways in which we might address adaptation and resiliency to climate change effects are solutions, better solutions for dealing with decarbonisation. Energy self-sufficiency, fragmentation, redundancy and distributed systems are way, way more resilient to all sorts of things, including what we've just literally seen with the pandemic on teleworking and teleeducation, where you've got people who had generators have managed to survive in continuity, and other situations where you've had cities go down into crisis, or they've been hit by pandemic, then wildfires, then a set of stresses, and they've literally on centralized grids just gone into complete blackout. So it's absolutely essential technically. It is absolutely essential, I think, also in terms of what will ultimately really mobilize transformation, and that is not the technicality of solutions, it is the question of emotional buy-in, social commitment, and a sense of trust and will to move into a different future. And if we don't work from the ground up, at every single point, we lose that opportunity and we lose time, because until we engage there properly, we really don't mobilize the behavioral shifts that sit at the absolute bottom of this, and under the behavioral shifts, the ways and habits and practices we have of serving things up to people. So a lot of this is about changing governance structures and capital structures and decision-making structures, right down to strata title decisions in individual buildings, communities and streets that are able to make different choices if they're provided with options.
So it's also about civic engagement and how cities and citizens cooperate. Rogier, how important is education in this entire concept, so that people in the local communities really, and also the cities, learn how to engage better with each other?
I think it's super important. I will answer that first, and then I will say something about what Kirsten just said. Now, of course, it's very important. So you see, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation, that a lot can be done at the community level, and actually also a lot can be spearheaded by the community level. If you talk about successes, there's quite a couple of projects that we're involved in, or that we are familiar with, in which citizens are empowered by knowledge and tools to call upon their city leaders or national leaders or state leaders to take action around how they deal with public space, how they deal with regreening, how they can get access to affordable housing opportunities. So there's a lot of tools, if you have them to your disposal, that means that you can take action. I mean, that's kind of that counts for education everywhere across the world. And so it's very...
But how do we get the education to the people who really need to have the information? How is that done?
I think it's one of the things that we point out in the WRR, in the World Resources Report, is that we really need to think in slightly different type of partnerships. A lot of these kind of projects or grand ideas are being implemented by a kind of similar set of national or international partners. You see there's a lot of very actionable, there's an army of social entrepreneurs in the world, and in many of the cities where the challenges are biggest. And I think there's a huge opportunity to unlock that power, to bring education to communities, to do, for example, local community resilience plans. You don't have to hire specialists like me or others to do that. You can train trainers and develop that at the community level through these type of structures. Other type of partners. And that sounds maybe very kind of basic, but it's quite complicated, because it means that you need to organize your resources in a different way. You need to make much more opportunities available for small entrepreneurs, SMEs, that can have a role in this. But I want to say something, because I also don't want to neglect the absolute need to play the big game at the national level. I'm going back to that national level before I end, because often it's said that, you know, cities need to kind of increase their municipal finance. And there's a lot of great things happening, you know, land value capture, green bonds, green taxation. We've seen that in cities where we work with, in San Jose, in Pune, in Marrakesh, super innovative stuff. But there's no city in the world that can overcome or can develop their infrastructure in a proper manner without national transfers and international finance. There's no city in the world, also not in the developed world. In the developed world, good run cities are dependent on national transfers. So it's very important that cities collaborate and partner in addressing this at the national level.
We had Kirsten first, and then, sorry, Matthew.
Sorry, Matthew. I actually would love to build on that with an example. One of the, in 2018, EIT Climate-KIC launched a deep demonstration construct to invite city governments in to work in a systemic way and to harness the power of innovation differently to achieve something way more accelerated and way more effective. And we will hear later today from the city of Madrid. One of the things that has emerged in Madrid is a realization in Spain at a national level of all Spanish cities, but particularly 20 of the largest Spanish cities that have now decided to form an alliance and to act together, precisely because they have landed on this is a thing that we will only solve if we together arbitrate at national levels, also regional, because actually there's a whole lot of complex, messy wiring, disconnected wiring when you go from national down to regional, and then cities are often located within regional government contexts. And in a European context, then there's the impact of European legislation over the top. So they have chosen to act together, to form an alliance, and at that point to really begin to have market signal, really significant market signal, because in a coherent, relatively coherent geophysical environment where they can and will ask for the same kinds of materials, the same kinds of procurement changes, procurement rule changes, the same kinds of structured finance coming in to really support accelerated development where there are solutions, but they're just not going anywhere near scale. They really, at this point, make market. And that's a fantastic development. It's kind of the equivalent of bottom-up, but beginning to really start to work out how do we structure, how do we really go big and change the system.
Just very briefly, and I knew I should have been quicker off the mark because Kirsten said what I wanted to say. The national networks are so important, and you absolutely rightly cite the example of Spain. Do take a look at what the Deputy Prime Minister of Spain has announced by way of national support for the cities that are going climate neutral. It's really extraordinary, and I think it's the national basis for other networks. But just to mention, Viable Cities Network in Sweden, the Greek Cities Network, the Austrian network. I'm sure I'm forgetting others. The Finnish network. I was speaking last week to the 6 mayors of the principal cities in Finland who are all ready to go for this, working together and also working separately. But a word on finance. You're right about national finance, Roger. It's cities cannot do this on their own. Even the vast coffers of the European Union, ladies and gentlemen, cannot do this.
Exactly.
And nor can cities at all. So we have to figure out a way, which is why it's so great to work with incredibly experienced people like Kirsten in this, to bring in the external finance. The good news is there is a ton of money out there floating around, looking for a place to land. The European Investment Bank is committed to 50% climate lending by 2025. There's almost a surplus of money looking for projects. Cities are those projects waiting to pick this up and run with it, and that's where the vast amount of money is going to have to come from. Once again, though, it needs innovation. It needs that program-based, city-wide look at how you bring things together, not just a series of separated projects. Innovation, finance, together we get there.
But how do we get the cities into position so that the money that you were talking about, the surplus of money, really lands where they need to have it?
We sign them up, we sign them up to our Climate Neutral Cities program, which is 100. We want all cities to be climate neutral by 2050, so if this works, you will get a badge. I'd like to have a literal badge. It's going to be called a mission label saying, climate neutral city. We hope that will mean better access to things like the structural funds through the European Union, better access to national funding, and better access to those grim, brutal asset managers who want to make sure that cities are going to do what they say they're going to do. Because the high net worth individuals who are now looking to invest in climate neutrality, not just reducing my carbon footprint, but climate neutrality, are going to insist that this happens. And there you will have a program where the city says, well, check it out, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah, I want to say something about scale and about the program and what Matthew was talking about. So really, really interested and appreciate the 100 Net Zero Cities initiative and climate neutral initiative. So it's all about education. But I want to shed some light on maybe the global equivalent. So together with the UNEP, WRI, C40 and ICLE, we're running Urban Shift that has been launched in September, which is a Jeff-funded project specifically on cities. It includes 23 cities in nine countries. And the former cities fund, the Jeff 6 fund, funded another 28 cities. So we're talking about a cohort of 50 cities that are doing actually capital investment and project development on the ground. And that creates platform, that creates opportunity for exchange. And very important, Kirsten mentioned it, Matthew mentioned it, very important, it creates new innovative ideas on how to deal with financial challenges in cities. And I think that peer-to-peer learning and creating that cohort, not just as a talk shop, but based on actual stuff on the ground, what is Costa Rica doing actually? What is Argentina doing? And with the funding, it's over like a 300 million US dollar in Jeff funding, and I think 2.2 billion US dollar leverage. So we're talking about serious investment opportunity. And don't get me wrong, you're not going to solve the world with that amount of money, but you're going to get some very, very good examples on how to do it. And this needs to be then accelerated and scaled. And that can through that mechanism of kind of pooling cities together, addressing their national governments. But it's also here, addressing the international community for more kind of multilateral finance that can be accessed by cities. And that's still a big challenge to overcome.
Maybe if I can just one last build on really, really kind of in very granular terms, how do we actually get the finance in a way that doesn't flow the way finance currently is structured to flow, which is automatically wired for single projects, single bankable assets. This is where the use of a portfolio, place-based city portfolios really comes into its own, and that's one of our primary learnings from the last 4 years of experimentation and kind of advanced development. Structuring a portfolio for a city which enables existing initiatives to be brought together within one frame and starts to actively hunt for complementary initiatives in other cities, in other parts of the world, and begins to, and these are real initiatives. This portfolio is projects on the ground, in streets, neighborhoods, in businesses, in value chains that are held as a portfolio. All of a sudden, as soon as you structure that, you have a set of questions that are interrogating what's really going to decarbonize here, what's really also relevant for adaptation, and what is speaking to the way in which this city in particular thinks of itself in a regenerative, prosperous, sustainable future. Because if we don't tap into cultural identity and meaning and a sense of why people live in a place or choose to live in Rotterdam versus Haarlem or Madrid versus Reykjavik, then we don't really unlock that capacity of imagination we need. So that kind of portfolio then enables a city to have a relationship with innovation that means that the projects are not anchoring if they're not working. Investment is not stuck in a project that might not be delivering the targets we need. It keeps it at a portfolio level so we can keep it mobile and working. And it enables us to really show to financiers, you are investing in future markets,
can you
not
give
just individual things.
Can you give me a concrete example of one piece of that portfolio and how that could be interlinked to other initiatives?
For example, the digital infrastructure that we need for in-home healthcare and in-home education, if we want to have less and less mobility, is very closely related to the digital infrastructure we need for energy efficiency in buildings and for data flows into managing more and more effective cost management and resource management. As soon as you start then to connect that into nature-based solutions, rewilding, urban farming, sensor technologies that enable more food system security, community well-being, the kinds of big blocks within cities. Also Barcelona is creating huge big urban blocks that are aggregating multiple solutions that address multiple needs. Suddenly you're tapping into businesses that are managing health management costs and investment, you're managing energy investment, you're managing construction materials, food systems, better air quality, community gardens. You're suddenly dealing with really complex possible capital flows, cash flows, business models that have multiple properties and multiple benefits, and community benefits that start to change, fundamentally change the way a city thinks. The trouble is we don't have governance structures that enable us to do that easily. We don't have financial systems that enable us to do that easily. We don't have policy structured in that way, and everything is run in sectors. So yes, sectoral changes are massively important, but intersectoral combinations is where the frontier that we haven't quite got to. And actually I was thinking of yesterday's conversation here about this Global Innovation Hub, and that's all about this space. How do we start to push into these very uncharted waters of busting down our silos and combining things we've never thought of combining?
But who do you think needs to be in charge for this? Who could start facilitating exactly what you were elaborating
City governments supported to run portfolios is exactly what the missions are going to be doing, supporting city governments to do in partnership with business. I mean, in the examples that we've been talking about, these are partnerships with city governments, with industry, with NGOs, with universities, very, very strong universities really trying to work how they play roles of connecting students, citizens, and land title owners, SMEs, micro SMEs. It's the whole community. That is the point of orchestrating a genuine partnership.
Yeah, this is music to my ears. So don't get me wrong, Kirsten, on my sectoral shift
but I agree
remark. Because I've been trained as a planner, and as there's one thing that cities have authority over, many cities, not all of them, and it doesn't go without complexities, but the plan. The city plan, the area development plan. So cities are space. I always kind of really hated when people saying you're working in the urban sector, because that's something that I thought I was never working on, actually working on cities. And cities are spaces for people, and the mandate of cities that they have, besides some local taxes, is making spatial development plans. And there is where a lot of integration can happen. Nature-based solutions, green cover in order to assure cooling, more compact city models, thinking about how to make sure that if you go by metro, when you get out, that you are immediately in a nice and good environment that includes businesses, that includes living areas, So you need to really, there's a lot of solutions are in the actual spatial dimension and the urban planning component. I don't say it comes without challenges, because land issues are sticky. And again, if you don't change the building sector on how they develop, design, and execute a building, I mean, you're still never ever going to meet net zero.
I think we're agreeing with each other too much. Listening to my colleagues, I think we risk making it sound incredibly complicated and difficult. And they're right, it is. But what this mission is about is bringing things down to a really quite basic, concrete level. We are spending 53 million euros of European taxpayers' money to put together this fantastic platform, this Net Zero Cities consortium. They will be working in concrete ways to do some of the things that Kirsten and Roger are talking about, to help find their way through this otherwise impassable thicket of stuff. Starting from next year, those 25, 30 cities drawn from this first group of 100 will be getting the nuts and bolts help that they need to unpack this. You will start to see measurable progress, I hope, during the course of next year. And that's how we will win these arguments and hopefully develop a snowball of help for cities, not just in Europe, but around the world, to get to climate neutrality. One other thing that I just want to flag for you, I don't want to spike senior people's announcements, but watch out for a big announcement next week on the work between the Global Covenant of Mayors and Mission Innovation, where once again, we're doing similar things that Roger is planning to scale up help to cities across the globe for climate neutrality.
I want to say something about, because I love what you say, Matthew, but also on what you mentioned earlier, education and exchange and peer-to-peer learning. I really think that what you're doing now with the European Commission and what we are doing with the partners, for example, with the Global Urban Shift project, there's a huge opportunity for exchange, because there's a huge opportunity. I want to say something about how cities actually deal with implementation, because often we say implementation, let's do the big thing, and implementation, we leave it to others. But implementation in cities is a very, very long process. Not a lot of cities know exactly where to start, and they lack the actual data to take the right decision. So I'm very optimistic, because I'm actually very optimistic on the opportunities. I'm less optimistic about the financial resources available to do things at scale. So this is why we are here, making sure that cities are being heard as part of the big solution to what we're discussing here at COP. The data at the local level often is lacking, and I'm very optimistic about the granular data that is currently available globally for all cities in terms of exposure, vulnerabilities. We can do that relatively quickly. Rapid analysis that is 80 to 90% sufficient to take key decisions on where you develop or where you shouldn't develop, how you densify or not densify your cities, where you should plant trees and where not. So that's actually very quick and handy tools that we have at our disposal for cities and city leaders to make progress on this agenda.
Great. As this conference here is also about networking, I would like to involve our audience and would want to ask them why they're here and if they're comfortable seats and great coffee upstairs. I learned there's great coffee upstairs and I revealed the secret. But I would like to learn from you why you're here and what you're particularly interested in. And if you would want to participate, I would hand over the microphone to you. Are you willing? Yes. Maybe you just introduce yourselves quickly and you can also come up. Yeah, maybe that's even better.
I'm comfortable here. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have all my stuff, and I'm Santeri. We are here with Lubomila from Plan A, and she'll get to soon talk about Plan A a little bit more in detail. So I can talk about Rail to the COP, a climate train that we took here from Amsterdam. Yes, and Matthew, we had a nice discussion and a workshop already on cities while moving at train speed from Amsterdam to Brussels to here, just under 8 hours. And it was a great journey here to talk to some very interesting people, attend some very interesting talks, and follow the negotiations. And yes.
Thank you so much. So first of all, thank you so much for this insightful discussion. I think it gave a lot of perspectives about the network effects related to cities and also how we carry a responsibility of considering the different stakeholder responsibility within this whole chain. I had the great honor to speak at an event as part of the European Commission agenda last week with Kirsten, and I wanted to meet in person because it's better than the 2D setup. But maybe just to ask a question, Plan A works on decarbonizing corporates. We help them essentially calculate emissions and then also understand how they can reduce them in a scientifically driven manner. I'm also the co-founder of a community called the Green Tech Alliance, and we have more than 1,000 companies addressing different challenges related to climate change, many of them proud participants in different vehicles of Climate-KIC. Where do you see the role of startups? How can we be of help and how can we participate in the needs that you have? You explained how complex it is to go through kind of the level even on a judicially setup. Where do startups fall within all of these structures?
Maybe let me start by going straight in on that. So from my perspective, startups offer ideas, energy, a vision and a determination to deliver those ideas and possibilities. And ideally, and this is a significant part of my concern as part of the European architecture of supporting innovation, are equipped with the endurance skills to work in demand-led contexts. I think, so for me, startups are essential ingredients in the supply of of options, of ideas, of new solutions, of fragments of solutions that could form larger wholes that cities need to change themselves. The reflection I would make is when we are using the word startup at the moment, my observation is that predominantly we're talking about a business, an idea forming into a business hunting for capital in the market in order to grow into something that is scalable. And I think that is a thing we have to, it is on my long list of things that we have to really structurally change. Because a startup offered the opportunity to, for example, implement that idea in 3 or 4 cities simultaneously is all of a sudden scaling up a proof of concept, acquiring the rapid learning loop it needs to understand how could that idea genuinely produce the effects that it is seeking to do, or connecting industries into cities. And I think this is where we need to shift our ground to understand startups are the opportunity edge that we have when we know that innovation is the only thing we can do to close that massive gap between what's needed and what's actually possible and feasible at the moment. That is the landscape of innovation, but it's innovation supported to go immediately to implementation and to the scaling of learning through implementation, as well as attracting capital, not capital first and then the markets will provide it with playing grounds. So I think for me this is one of my personal commitments in Climate-KIC, to try and make that happen.
Yeah, just real quick, completely agree. A big shout out to a guy I met yesterday called Mark Stoffel, who's got a wonderful idea of funneling startups into our climate neutral cities through hackathons. And I'm too old to understand any of that, but I mean, I see the potential for shaping radical ideas which can be embraced or not by the city's governing structures. And then you look for quick, short, sharp funding. I hope you're watching online, Mark. Quick, short, sharp funding for startups. It's one possible model, and I don't want to prejudge how the consortium is going to address this, but this lack of fear to fail and to be at the disposability of the mayor and the governing structures of the city is very exciting as a way of driving disruptive change, I think.
We have one more question.
I would like to
Yep.
also
Can you please introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm Masamba Choi, actually project executive of this initiative, the United Nations Global Innovation Hub. I'm your host.
That's good. Thank you very much.
The question that you have asked is a very important one. And the United Nations Global Innovation Hub has been set precisely to address the question that you have asked and to provide space for solution provider, including startup, to contribute in the development of climate and sustainability solution. So the starting point is to understand what are the needs of, let's say, those that are at the demand side. As it was mentioned by Kirsten, and I think this is really a very important point, the starting point is to encourage cities, national government, corporate, to take ambitious and bold target based on what is needed. And the gap between what is needed and what is feasible currently should be translated into demand for climate solution. And this demand for climate solution will be broadcasted so that the solution provider can work on this, and this is where the role of startup is extremely important. I would like to take this opportunity to also say that this is the first dialogue that we are organizing under the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. But this will happen from now on at each COP. So it's the start of a movement, and we would like really to have you all joining this movement, because we would like you to own that movement. So next step will be setting working groups, setting advisory committee, and we are looking forward to have you all getting into this movement, into this journey with us.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah. This is amazing. Amazing last words for our discussion. I want to thank all of you for participating. To wrap that up, I took away that we need to have everything at place, not only national structures with financial mechanisms, but also local communities implementing all of this, and they need to be connected. I take away it's not only about technological innovation, but also about social innovation and governance innovation that needs to really speed up from now on, as we have little time left. And to say it with your words, we need to have this also global, radical collaboration at light speed of everyone learning from each other. And this is exactly why we're here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have a 10-minute break now, and then we are up with our second panel discussion on social and governance innovation. That makes absolute sense after what we have heard right now. So 10-minute break, we have fabulous coffee up there, and then we'll be back here.
Hey, how are you? Good. There you go. very easy for people in programs like mine to kind of go.
How you doing?
Mine's the only one
Good meeting you.
out of the way. Good to see you. Thanks for that.
Hi, thank you, thanks. Hi.
Yeah, Jürgen was not available, right? May I take a picture of your badge? May I take a picture of your badge so that I remember? Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, I'm trying to introduce you to two people who are in Glasgow developing the net zero by 2030. So I'm Climate-KIC. Oh yes. So I look after UK and Ireland.
Hey. Hi. Hi, Alexa. Nice to meet you. Perfect. You can just take. That's a good question. I don't know. I think it must be upstairs. Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
So just giving me
Hey, good morning. I saw you taking a picture. Would you? I saw you taking a picture of the discussion. Yeah, you took one. May I ask you to send it over to me? So you can use AirDrop if you'd like to. Ah, you did.
She called me and I did.
Okay. No worries, all good. Thank you. I'm Ole. Nice to meet you. Hi, Ricardo. Okay, nice. Wow. Very good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion is about to start in 2 minutes. Thank you. Hey, Anna, I'm Olli, nice to meet you. So, yeah, very good to meet you. Just pick a seat and then... Okay, we start in 1 minute. So, if you want to either participate or just listen to the next discussion, please find yourself. Thank you very much.
Anna.
Yes,
Hello.
thank you.
Are we allowed
Thank you.
to take these off now?
I think this is amazing. And I think you're sitting absolutely right, as we're going to have 2 virtual speakers with us, and they will be on the screen. Maybe to our technician, maybe we can already get our 2 speakers, or actually 3 speakers that are going to join us virtually onto the screen, so that we can make a technical checkup whether this works. And here we go, and maybe we then just give them a bit more space.
Right
Yeah.
this way?
Yeah, maybe that would be good. That's nice. So we just pay attention with the microphone. Oh, you want to get here? Perfect. I can take this. And just get it off the stage. Does that work? Can we still see everyone? Thank you, Kirsten. So we're all set, I guess. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the second panel here at the United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. This is hosted by EIT Climate-KIC. My name is Olli Tillman, and I will be your facilitator for today and so for the next 50 minutes. And we're going to talk about social and governance innovation. As we have learned that it's not only about the technological innovation, we really need to change the entire way how we cooperate in cities, how citizens cooperate with cities, but also cities addressing citizens' needs, and together, collaboratively, get to a new way of decision making. So this is really, really necessary, and this is what we will be discussing here today. I have some fantastic speakers with me. We have Alexa Waud being here in person. She's a researcher and organizer based in London with a background in geography, political science, and environmental health, and she's a member of the Democratic Society. Hello. We have virtually with us Juha Leppänen. He is the chief executive of Demos Helsinki, a think tank with a focus on sustainability and civic engagement. Hello, Juha. Juha, can you hear us? So this is Juha, but it seems like he cannot hear us at the moment. Maybe we can double check the technique so that we can get Juha on board. Then we have with us here in person Anna Richardson. She is Councillor of the Glasgow City Council. Great to have you here, Anna. And we have virtually meeting with us Valentina Orioli. She's the City Councillor in Bologna for Urban Mobility and Infrastructure. Hello, Valentina. Seems like we can see you, but you cannot hear us. And we have live from Malawi, Agnes Chimbiri, Governance Portfolio Manager of the United Nations Development Program. Agnes, can you hear us? It seems like we're still disconnected. Yeah, this is, it feels a bit like a startup. Yeah. We do this, we learn from it, we iterate, That's fair. I mean, it's also interesting, I think, that this kind of conversation, this hybrid conversation, is possible nowadays. I think before the pandemic, this wouldn't have happened, right?
Correct.
It's really interesting, and I think it's a big step forward.
Yep.
And very important for making these sorts of. And very important for making these sorts of spaces more open.
Yes.
To people who want to.
Yeah, and to being able to collaborate on a global level, right? I mean, this is it's really fantastic, and it's more CO2 friendly. I think it's a good thing if it works. Juha, Valentina, Agnes, can you hear us? So if they cannot hear us, but we start talking, we would just see them waiting for us to get them in. So I think we need to get that fixed. We're on it. So for everyone home or in the offices watching this live stream at the moment, this, of course, is...
It seems they are not hearing us.
Ah, but Agnes, you can hear us?
No.
Or who was speaking? Carla was speaking. Hello, Carla. So Anna, how long have you been involved into the preparation of this entire event of COP26 within the city?
I think we've had quite an interesting experience with COP because we had an extra year. So we were planning, obviously, the year before, and then clearly having an additional year with, of course, the pandemic as well to deal with, thinking about how this event would run. It's been very interesting. There's been a lot of uncertainty for a long period of that time about whether we would all be here in person, what that would look like, what COVID would look like now. I think the organisers have done a fantastic job to get us all here in such a COVID-safe way as much as possible. But I think it's been very interesting having that additional year because it has raised expectations. It's been something that the city's been thinking about and talking about for 2 years now, and that's enabled the third sector and businesses and community groups to think about what their contribution to COP26 is, and perhaps that's given us even more focus than it would have had it happened last year. So it's been an interesting time.
So how important is such an event also for the local, also the national community as, let's say, a North Star for which you are preparing?
It's absolutely put climate on everybody's lips. It's made it the conversation everybody has to have. I think we always see with our citizens there are varying levels of engagement with climate. There still will be, but it's not something that anyone can claim that they don't know about, that they're not hearing about. The way that the media are now talking about climate, I think, has changed phenomenally. And I'm very excited about when these 2 weeks are over, going back out to businesses, to communities and saying, all of those conversations we had in the run-up to COP, how do we now put them into action on the ground? How do we deliver on that? That's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I think this entire communications and marketing theme is very important, right? Also when it comes to these grassroots movement, Alexa, I think that I mean, for some people who really feel that inner urge and drive to participate, it's very clear they do so on a proactive level. But for some, they maybe have never ever heard of programs they could participate in or movements they could be participating in. So how do you see a moment like this in Glasgow, where now really everyone has heard about a movement or how they could participate?
I think it's been really useful to burst open what also counts as climate action and what counts as thinking about climate, because one of the things we really like to discuss in our work at Democratic Society is that the label of citizen or resident is really stripped down and loses a lot of the life of all the different hats that people wear in their lives. And we're seeing in Glasgow right now strike action. So you see workers demanding the sort of just transition that is so often talked about in spaces like this. You see people who are living in houses who want to live in warmer, probably more energy efficient, more insulated houses. And so these sorts of issues that matter to everybody can become refracted through the lens of climate in new ways, especially when it's on everyone's lips. So I think that's been really exciting, that there's so many different hats that people can be wearing, whether it's the hat that you're wearing at work, the hat that you're wearing living in a home, and all of that matters for taking action on climate. And you see that here in Glasgow.
Yeah, and also I think for children, right? I mean, for them, if they have learned so much now within the last 2 years here in Glasgow about climate, and I'm pretty sure that also at schools and in kindergartens there might have been programs run with children, and right?
Yes, and that's something we're very proud of here in Glasgow, that we have a Learning for Sustainability programme that runs throughout the curriculum. So whatever age the children are at school, they're learning about these issues, they're becoming empowered, and certainly a lot of the smaller initiatives that have happened in Glasgow that have happened very quickly have been because children have written to their elected representatives and said, I'm not happy about this. And we've said, OK, let us change that. And they have actually brought about action. And that's completing that circle of children learning, becoming empowered with that knowledge, and then taking direct action, and then seeing that feedback that things have changed because of them. I think we've got some fantastic Glaswegian children coming up. We're going to have brilliant citizens of the future. They're already making that change. Yeah, that's really exciting. Can you give us one concrete example on maybe things that came from the community or from the children that then informed your decisions? Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you a very, very simple one from a couple of weeks ago. We started delivering free fruit to children every morning in the primary schools, and one of our suppliers put the apples in slices in plastic bags, and we got letters from children saying we do not want our apples in plastic bags, we want whole apples. Within a week that policy was turned around, we changed the suppliers, and we've now got plastic free apples for those children. Oh, that's so amazing. That's so cool. Yeah, I think that if we understand that we are a learning ecosystem and that everyone can contribute and that everyone also can be heard, that's fantastic. But of course it then takes also city responsibles who really hear and who want to proactively also reach out to the community, right? Absolutely. I think we need to be comfortable with that communication going both ways. And I think we all need to be comfortable with none of us being perfect, none of us getting it right every time, but being willing to, as you say, learn, take that feedback on board and change as a result. I think that's what creates a better city. Yeah, and maybe let go a bit of the skepticism that they just want something more, but rather really start to learn together, right? I think we still are missing the link to Valentina, Agnes, and to Juha. Folks, can you hear us? I am... No. Yes?
Me, I can hear you. Agnes, I can hear you.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Then we are all set. Okay, I didn't get a sign whether you are already on board, and this is...
I was starting to see some nodding.
Wow, that's amazing. So we're in the discussion already. Alexa, you were just talking a bit about your work at the Democratic Society, and maybe you could talk a bit more about your work also for Scotland.
Yes, so in both the work for Democratic Society in the Deep Demo program that I'm sure you'll be hearing lots about today in this Climate-KIC space, Democratic Society also works at a local level with local authorities, both here in the UK and across Europe, on developing more participatory and deliberative governance spaces, whether that's participatory budgeting that we're starting to see get developed in Vienna, but also it's been a really big year for Scotland in the last year and a half now, both hosting a Scotland Citizens' Assembly on all sorts of issues and the Scotland Climate Assembly. And I think one of the key things that's come forward in these processes are the question of when collaboration starts and when justice starts. So we know that a just transition, or the theme of justice and having social justice as an outcome, is incredibly important to having effective climate action. But we also know that we're not going to get there unless the process is just and unless people in all walks of life are brought on board in figuring out what those solutions look like from the beginning. And so what's been really exciting about the Scotland Citizens' Assembly on climate change is that how Scotland is going to transition to a just and sustainable future was embedded in the question. And we really saw through the conversations with over 100 panel members who met over 8 weekends from this time last year until March of 2021. Some of the members are actually going to be at COP and talking about their experience, so I think you should stay tuned for that. Really demanded very ambitious and just and equity-centered demands to the Scottish government. And that's been really exciting to see how having deliberative and participatory processes early on are going to get us closer to demanding outcomes that work better for all sorts of people.
But wouldn't that, or wouldn't be one argument that this participation then slows down the entire process massively?
It's a question of, are we getting quickly to solutions that work, or are we getting to solutions that do work? And also paying attention to the knock-on effects. So if we move at an accelerated pace, but we end up not getting across the finish line because we realize this isn't actually the way people want to be living their lives, or this actually isn't paying attention to those who are hardest hit by policies that are trying to take climate action but haven't contributed to climate action, we're not actually getting to that final stage. And so this is really paying attention to quality, so that overall we're accelerating to actually getting to decarbonized, resilient, just cities, even when you're paying attention earlier to spending more time and being thorough with quality.
Juha, please tell us a bit about your work at Demos in Helsinki and the experiences you have made also with social and civic innovation.
Thanks so much. I'm delighted to be here. Wonderful hybrid session. I'll also be there in person later in the week, so hopefully I'll get a chance to meet most of you in person as well during the week. Yes, I would say that overall, like a lot of our work is research, also working directly in consultancy. A couple of years ago, we identified two gaps in terms of solving the climate crisis: gap in imagination and gap in governance, and we've been working on both of those. On the first one, gap in imagination, a couple of years ago, we founded a community called Untitled. And the idea there is to provide a global community for actors, individuals, communities to come together and imagine better futures. So in a way, emancipate and empower, but also try to design and come up with concrete methods for that process of imagination to start to happen. We have around 40 organizations now on board from different parts of the world, and we very much want to invite more to join. And one concrete example of that agenda of imagining better futures is exactly to what Alexander was referring to as well. How should that life look like? The 1.5-degree life, and how that life looks like. We've been working on the topic for the past 10 years with individuals and communities from different parts of the earth, trying to model and map and assess what those lifestyles in practice look like. The most recent exercise was with different municipalities here in Finland, and it had two, I would say, quite important learnings. Learning number one was that all the participants in that exercise were able to imagine their lives in a 1.5-degree world, which in itself gives a lot of hope and empowerment when moving forward. And the second one, for the first one still, I would say that invites a message of having an aspirational agenda around 1.5-degree line and how different actors connect to that. What is the role for communities? What is the role for NGOs? What is the role for businesses? How do we contribute in 1.5-degree societies? And I would very much invite more exercises on the topic, and also more global exercises with different actors from different parts of the world to really imagine that agenda moving forward. The second learning was exactly on the quality on delivery and on governance. We're increasingly seeing that it is not about individuals not agreeing with climate crisis and the importance of solving it. The criticism is much more about the quality and how we actually put together climate policies when moving forward. I would say that then brings us to the level of capabilities and what governments and governance should look like in the 1.5-degree transitions. And I would split that into us needing new capabilities, for instance, for cities, for national governments, similarly to how we put together urban planning functions and capabilities to make our cities work better, or departments to facilitate how telecommunication services work. So we've always created these new capabilities to deliver better services and better policies, and I think we need to rapidly come up with new ones on many different levels of governance. A concrete example of this is the work we've done around humble governance, which is a work that tries to provide a method for transformative governance capable of enabling transformative politics. That work has been done together with Professor Chuck Staple at Columbia Law. Professor Staple has been studying how complex operational environments can be governed. And in its core, the idea is to enable the government to have a proactive stance and accountability on the direction, but decentralize and experiment with what works. And it is a fairly rigid process. So, for instance, in the case of Glasgow and how to react and feedback and redesign the policies based on the feedback from deliberation or from citizens, that typically often requires quite rigid methods that connect also to the core of government functions. So how we design policies, how we make budget allocation decisions, and that is exactly what humble government tries to do in itself. We're working on that now moving forward as well, for instance, with the state of Colorado in regards to the Biden administration infrastructure structure package, and on sustainable construction here in Finland, and I hope we'll see many more cases coming reality in the coming years as well. So those.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you, Juha. You were mentioning imagination as one important mode of thinking to come to new solutions. But when I think about imagination, I think about fairy tales and about soap bubbles and just these funny things. But then when I've read about the Bologna's office of civic imagination, I thought, oh, well, that's a pretty cool advanced usage of imagination of cities and citizens collaboratively. Valentina, could you tell us a bit about your office of civic imagination? That sounds so cool.
Yes, of course I can. In the previous mandate, which ended up in the 1st of October, I was deputy mayor for environment and planning, and now I'm councillor in charge of mobility and urban space. And we always deal with an topic for civic imagination and also a public foundation, which is called Fondazione per l'Innovazione Urbana, Urban Innovation Foundation, which helps the municipality to improve its policies. I prepared a short presentation, if I can share my screen.
Okay.
I try.
Yeah, it seems to work. That's good.
It works, okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
About one of our projects, which is the introduction of citizen assembly for climate. So Bologna is this city. It is a metropolitan city of 1 million, but the municipality has 400,000 inhabitants. So the challenge is how to improve a common governance, for example, on climate issues, of course, dealing with other 55 municipalities in the metropolitan area. Participation and imagination is important not only for discussing with citizens, but also at the governance level, the institutional level. In the previous mandate, the second mandate of Mayor Virginio Merola, we developed a new general urban plan, a sustainable mobility plan for the whole metropolitan area, and we also approved a new action plan for energy and climate. All this planning work is very important because through planning we feed the civic, not only the civic imagination, but also the civic consciousness about big problems of the city and the metropolitan area, and at the same time, through planning we access funding, of course. And now we are at the beginning of a new mandate with a new mayor, whose objective is to become one of the 2030 neutral cities. So he is very ambitious. And we have new planning tools and also a lot of participatory tools. Among them, the Climate Citizens Assembly, which we developed in 2019, starting in 2019, when the Council of the municipality approved a very strong declaration of climate and ecological emergency, pushed by movements such as Extinction Rebellion or Friday for Future. So we started to try to understand how a citizens' climate assembly could be in Bologna, so this is civic imagination too, of course, with the support of the Urban Innovation Foundation. And we arrived in 2021 at the end of the previous mandate. We achieved a general solution for improving a citizen climate assembly in Bologna, and also a modification of the municipal statute, which recognizes now the climate emergency and the necessity of improving a just transition among the general for the city.
And
in this summarize was our approach to climate citizens assembly. I only want to underline that imagination is fed by comparison with other people. So we activated a participatory process for, first of all, for the municipal councillors, so the political level, and we feeded it with a comparison with other countries, for example, Poland, Ireland, UK as well, and of course France, to understand how a citizen assembly can run and what could be its objectives. And we imagined this kind of organization. So the activators can be the municipality, the civic society, some association or informal groups, and the actors of the civic assembly are those in the slide. Then we produced a very deep reflection about it, and through many months, through time, we started a negotiation table which involved local authorities, of course, the municipality, the representative, but also the technician of the municipality, economic and social organization, and environmental associations and activists. So it was a very deep and important process in town, which took more or less 1 year of time, starting with some hearings in council committees and a work of research and analysis of case studies, a preparation of a dossier to support all the process, and then a public call to participate in the negotiation table. So the negotiation table was set up in the first month of 2021, and it had a lot of meetings, technical meetings, to understand how a civic assembly could run and all the aspects of this project. And at the end of this, the negotiation table approved the guidelines document and sent it to the municipality. At the end of this very complicated process that I am summarizing in a few words, the council of the city approved the assembly's guidelines, but at the same time the municipal council approved the modification of the municipal statute. And now we are at this time. We are at restarting with a new mandate. We have assembly's guidelines, and we are ready to improve a climate assembly, to organize a climate assembly in Bologna. So this is an example of how we work with imagination office, public imagination office in the city, but it is not the only example. We work a lot on participatory tools such as participatory budget or other kind of tools to involve citizens in our decision. I just wanted to present this particular experience because in this moment we think that citizens assembly can help us to raise the level of civic participation and imagination. And I personally think also that this can be a good tool because it works with the citizens, but it works also with the representatives elected. And this is a very important aspect of filling the gap in imagination, because also the representatives need to be involved and to improve their knowledge about climate issues.
So, and thank you very much for this brief keynote. That was very interesting. Though we now saw the process of how you've done that, and I think this might be a blueprint also for other cities to do something similar. One question I would have: what were the challenges that you were confronted with in this process, and what were some of the learnings that you now implement into the second round? So what can we learn from you, from the path that you already have gone, so that we don't have to do the same mistake again?
It is quite difficult. One thing is that we know what are the basics about public civic assemblies, but the assembly must be adapted to the specific situation of the city. And so I think that there is always a work of translation from general model to specific cities model for make a project that can run in a good way. This is a first thing. And another aspect concern adaptation to the administrative model as well, in the sense that the level of decision that you can take with a public assembly is connected, of course, to the specific principle that guide the administration system, and this is another aspect that must be considered in a very, very specific way and with attention, because the public assembly is something that takes some power from the municipal council. So the elected people can understand it as a sort of enemy, something that is entering their field and tries to catch some power. So the equilibrium, the balance between the two is a very, very important point to consider in all the process.
Alexa has a remark on this or an addition, and then I would want to move on to Agnes to get her also into the discussion, but please.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the point you make, Valentina, about how scary it can be to realize that you are divesting yourself from power when you're empowering citizens. And if you're not doing that, well, are you actually empowering? And I think one of the takeaways from our experience as well is that has to happen in the intersectoral collaboration and interdisciplinary collaboration that was being spoken about on the previous panel, because when you realize there's actually uncertainty about how we are going to build our cities and what solutions we're going to put in, you have economists who have to accept that they don't have all the answers. You have architects who have to accept that the building might not be designed in the way that they exactly know. And you have city planners who have to also admit that they don't have the answers. And there's sort of a knowledge divesting yourself from power that happens as well when you're doing collaboration with citizens that I think builds on this more bureaucratic power divesting. And I think both those are really key points and end up being both a barrier, but then when you start doing that, it's very, very exciting.
So that it seems to be like as if the cities and the citizens, they need to become a learning community from a very early stage on to...
Well, recognizing that we're starting with some major power imbalances.
Yes.
And that affects how one can learn. And so it's knowing that you have to do some equalizing before you can properly learn together.
Yeah. Agnes, I would want to get you into the discussion as well, live from Malawi. Thank you very much for taking the time. Can you tell us a bit about your local governance innovation and the importance of dynamically managing a portfolio in Malawi?
Thank you very much. I'll start with really a very important point you just mentioned about the need for intersectoral collaboration. This is one of the areas that we identified in our governance portfolio design, that intersectoral collaboration or portfolio collaboration is not non-existent because there's a lot of silos. Everybody is doing their own thing, competing against each other. So at the local council level, in fact, in our governance portfolio approach, among the key partners that we engaged are local government as well as the National Planning Commission, because we are looking at a portfolio approach being a systems approach. It's a systems transformation approach. And so you have the governance system, you have the planning system, you have monitoring and evaluation system. So under the dynamic portfolio management process or learning that we have learned is that we really need to have learnings. That's the first entry point. You need to learn from your own experiences. What is it that you are learning from your own portfolio? So in this case, in the local governance as a portfolio, what are we learning in terms of decentralization, in terms of empowering the local councillors, in terms of empowering the citizens, engaging the citizens? You are saying that we need equality, equalizing the power, but you know, the duty bearers have a role to play to engage the citizens so that they are responding properly to their needs. And therefore, one of the learnings that we've had, it's really looking at what works, what does not work. And in the cities, in terms of innovation in Malawi, we have an accelerator lab team in UNDP Malawi country office. The first innovation solution that they took to try out with the local council, it was the city council for the Longway, where they looked at this waste management and using the waste management, using the entrepreneurship to really, and technological solutions. So making the waste into manure that can be sold for use for production of agriculture production, for use for flowers and gardening like that, and also waste management in the sense of collection of the waste. So they looked at creating a digital application that would be used even during COVID to really communicate with the people, the various households, on how the waste can be collected. And the issue here, the learning that we've had as a challenge is that the digital capability, the digital infrastructure is an issue in cities like those in Malawi. The other entry point for dynamic portfolio management is layering of recommendations from your lessons and learnings that you are getting. You need to get insights. So using a sense-making approach where you all bring different players together, hear their experiences. We just had that in all the regions in Malawi. We called in all the local councils to bring in, to present their innovative solutions, innovative projects or ideas. And when they were doing that, you could see some of them, they are already partnering with the private sector, they are bringing in innovations. And we have done this because we would like the local councils to be part of an innovation challenge that we are going to put out there in Malawi, so that we can learn from the various, we can innovate in the public sector. So really, what has happened there is that we have noted that in fact, innovation, it's not that we are just doing it at the central government level, even in the local councils. The local councillors are engaging with the private sector to try to find innovative solutions to their various problems in the communities. So that's in layering where you connect various recommendations or insights or lessons with each other. And we are recommending in the engagements we had with the local councils, we are recommending PPPs, which is public-private partnerships in the local councils as well. We have it at national level, but we should have it at the local councils as well. So another lesson I could share is that we have a very good opportunity in Malawi, whereby the government has a Vision 2063, which has pillars that one of the pillars is urbanization. And which means we are now, what we are doing as UNDP, using the portfolio approach and portfolio dynamic management principles of layering, learning, and socializing. We are supporting them to align the current policies that are existing in local councils, for example, and others, to really align with the Malawi 2063 as a policy document. Is it aligned? What needs to be changed? What do the councils need to do for them to really integrate, to really connect very well with what is happening at the central level and at the local council level, and respond to the needs of the people properly? So with the climate agenda here, we've identified in the governance space in Malawi that climate change is one of the key priority areas that we need to address. And the other ones are youth and women empowerment, poverty, and citizen engagement, or civil society empowerment. So really, collaboration is key, and as well as layering is very key, so that we are always connecting what we are learning and what we are innovating as we go.
Alexa, you want to say something to that, because I saw you.
I was nodding aggressively. Yeah, you hear. You hear so much about policy coherence in spaces like this at COPs. In the same way you were talking about between urban, regional, national policies, this was spoken about in the last panel as well. And I think one of the exciting things that can come from bringing citizens together, people together, residents together in spaces to discuss, is that you also are breaking down and seeing better policy coherence between different sectors. And so in the Scottish Climate Assembly, for instance, you were talking about energy futures, you were talking about housing futures, you were talking about food and agriculture, and all of the panel and assembly members were rotating between these. And so then you start to see where there's policy discoherence, or maybe things working in opposition to each other, and you are identifying policy coherence between not just different layers, but also between different sectors. And so you start saying, oh, does it make sense that we're subsidizing fossil fuels while also funding renewables? Well, no, and one of the most radical recommendations that came out of the Scottish Climate Assembly was to say an end of fossil fuel extraction in Scotland, which, to see what Nicola Sturgeon has been taking a slightly different line than Boris Johnson, for instance, at these communications, what does it mean that there was the backing from the Scottish Climate Assembly to see that policy discoherence and how that actually gets taken into policy-making spaces? So I really agree that, like, you're able to see that on the multiple levels, but when you get people looking at this and you're like, oh, I'm not in a silo, I'm experiencing this in the space of an assembly or in my everyday life, how are these things working together? And I think people see that quite clearly, and it's refreshing for policy siloed people to hear that from people.
So, and how far does a city then have to become a facilitator of these kind of discussions?
I think it's a really important one that as a city we can lead, we can set an agenda to an extent, we can set some ambitions for our city, and here in Glasgow we have set a target of net zero carbon by 2030, which is a big ambition, but we can't deliver that on our own. I think what was being said earlier, that we have to do a lot of this work and acknowledge where we don't know everything. I think it's really important that we're able to be confident in having that uncertainty and to sit within that uncertainty in a way that feels okay, and that others get comfort from, because they realise that they can be part of that and that they need to be part of that as well. I think in terms of engaging our citizens, one of the things that feels very, very important is always being able to recognise where there's already expertise in our communities. Glasgow has a flourishing third sector, the number of organisations that work within communities and are directly addressing the problems that those citizens are facing in the day-to-day, whether that's helping to insulate their homes, whether that's getting access to fresh food, whether that's solving transport problems that they face, whether that's due to poverty or inaccessibility. And those organisations are right there, and they know exactly what the people in that community need, and they have that legitimacy in those communities as well. And a lot of that work isn't badged as climate action, but it very much is, even as it's improving people's lives. And I think we've got a real opportunity to draw all those actors together and as you say, to facilitate, to bring their experience together, but also to help to take barriers away where there might be for those organisations.
But do you sometimes also feel rejection, maybe from colleagues maybe in the city, but also from these different communities that you were addressing towards that approach?
I think there's always going to be debate and discussion. I think a lot of this agenda is tough, and we're moving into a sphere now where the climate action we need to take is going to require behaviour change from individuals, from organisations, from all of us. So we do need to have that buy-in, and I think we also need to be comfortable with the fact that that is quite difficult, but we need to do the work that was being talked about at the beginning around getting it right, about engaging from their beginning. I think that is what will give us that buy-in and will enable us all to move forward together, and that'll help to pick up the pace.
Great, thank you very much. I would open it up. We have another 5 minutes, and if you would like to participate in this discussion, please feel free to do so. We have the microphone here. We'll hand it over to you because we would also want to learn from you and from your perspective. So if there's anyone who would want to just get into the discussion, Kirsten, maybe I just hand over the microphone to you.
I have a question for Agnes, and I really appreciate very much your explanation of what is happening in Malawi. It's a question, Agnes, related actually to this question around behavioral change and lifting the level of understanding of people and communities. How is it in a context such as Malawi, where this is not so much, where the question is around designing how to develop in inherently sustainable ways and inherently regenerative ways. How do you see the possibility of the work you are doing building trust and involvement in that from the beginning?
The previous speaker has raised a very important point of buy-in. How we get the buy-in of the various levels, the duty bearers, the policy makers, those in real governance, even the citizens themselves. How do we do that? And that's what we are struggling with today, currently, in terms of how we can build the capacity of foresight, capabilities, or practices within governance institutions, within the policymakers in terms of anticipatory governance. So really, behavior change is one of the behavior change communication capability is one of the attractors that we have identified to be cross-cutting in any governance interventions within the UNDP programming, so that we are really changing behaviors, mindset change, starting from the policymakers, everybody at program level, even at the local council level, going down to the community level. So we will really be investing much on behavior change communication, because even the good thing in Malawi is that the government has adopted mindset change as one of the enablers for its Malawi 2063 vision. So really, mindset change in communities will have to do it, but with the using mindset change, rather behavior change will be instituted using mindset change as an enabler for that.
So do we have any further remarks or questions from our audience? Anyone who wants to participate in this? If not, Juha, I would have a question to you. So how do you facilitate this mindset shift that Agnes was referring to, and also Kirsten was referring to up front. How do you see that evolving in your projects?
Well, there's one example that I can point to, which was back in 2015 when we were forming then government, and at that point we were suggesting a framework for policy experimentation to be embedded into the machinery of governance, to essentially governance innovation as one approach. And then what happened was that we had the experiment on universal basic income there. And this, to me, illustrates the experiment had many faults, and it should be done multiple times in many different locations for us to really learn on universal basic income and what type of solutions comes with it. But it does illustrate exactly that transformative politics require transformative governance, and unless you have that method there, it's very, very difficult to engage, even though your agenda would really be transformative and progressive on climate policies. So in a way, I would say the shift in mindset that Chet sets is very much about shifts of methods as well, and that means that we need to work with both in tandem and really share those learnings, because there really are no blueprints, but we can learn from rigid and codified processes through which we actually create that legitimacy, whether it's through citizen assemblies, participatory approaches on governance, humble governance approaches, phenomenon-based approaches, doesn't really matter. But I think that codification and, in a way, meta-learning needs to be there as well. I think finally what it comes down to is the ethos of civil service. And I think that's also a discussion we should engage in. I think there are actually some differences on the national level. On local level, perhaps we're a bit more open. We are more experienced with collaboration as well. We have to collaborate more. But still, whether the ethos that in many countries is in the legislation really highly codified and enforcing stability is the right one in this century, I think is a discussion we should start to be having and seeing if we should make also changes on that level.
Thank you very much, Juha. And
May I?
Oh yeah, please, Valentina, go ahead. We have
I wanted only to say that the mindset change is something that goes in two directions. On one side, we try to develop tools and participatory processes and different occasions to try in citizens' behavior, but on the other side, the same tools, such as participatory budget, the facts with the citizen for the care of common goods, or also the citizens' assembly, of course, are all tools which improve changement in the public administration mindset. And I think this is very, very important, because we have to try to change the two in parallel ways if we want to achieve climate issues.
I think this is very interesting, and what I take away from this discussion is that we can only come to really successful solutions if we radically collaborate from day one, citizens and cities together, developing a new mindset of collaboration where we share our knowledge early on, but also developing the tools that we need in order to do so more effectively. And as I've learned now, these tools are developed on the go, and therefore I think we need to have a system like here where we exchange these tools in order to then make this become new processes, and then finally end up in a new mindset which we can apply directly in every conversation that we lead. Thank you very much to our participants. Thank you very much to you. And I can only say we have another fantastic panel discussion in just 10 minutes going on financial innovation in cities. And if you want to stay with us, that would be fantastic. But I would also ask you for a round of applause for all our panelists. Thank you. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you
bye.
very much. It was nice to be with you.
The same here, Agnes. Thank you, Valentina, Juha.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Once it works, it's really amazing, isn't it?
I know. I think we've all just become more comfortable with digital.
Yes.
It's natural. You can talk to a screen now in a way that you couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can gain insights.
Yeah.
I think, and what really becomes clearer and clearer to me is We will. Okay. So, I don't know whose bot was this. I think it was Matthew, right? Hello. Great. You can take it off. I'm double vaccinated. I'm tested this morning, so, and I can also go a bit further away.
I can move away.
Yes.
So what's happening? Sorry, I should meet my other panelists, right?
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we start with our third panel discussion in just a minute. So, if you would just find your seats. Hand this over to you. So, we will be having 4 panelists, of which 2 will be on a link virtually to us. So if I may ask to get our virtual speakers onto the screen as well, that would be great. Fantastic, and here we go. Welcome everyone to our third panel here at the United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. I welcome you on behalf of EIT Climate-KIC. My name is Olli Tillman. I'm facilitating our 6 discussions around cities and climate change here at this booth. And session number 3 is about capital and finance innovation. And we have to be frank, transformative change in climate action requires money. And so how do climate initiatives get connected with the investors that might want to fund them? How can cities really set up to get fundable? And we will be discussing how the financial system really has to innovate in order to be more effective with regards to climate change. We'll be having 4 panelists in our discussion. Virtual with us is Dr. Jeremy Gorlick. He's Senior Infrastructure Finance Advisor at the Green Tech Finance Institute. Welcome, Jeremy. And we have Tamara Singh also virtually with us. She's Head of Asia Pacific for the Official Monetary and Financial Institutions Forum. Hello. And we have with me here on stage Divyata Ashia. She's an entrepreneur, strategic advisor and investor, and former COO of Goldman Sachs Merchant Bank. Welcome. And we have Ed Cox, Director of Inclusive Growth and Public Service Reform for the West Midlands Combined Authority. Welcome, Ed. Great to have you all here. Jeremy, let's kick it off with you. Why is climate finance, why is it not mainstream at the moment for city leaders? I mean, it seems to be so logical, but nonetheless, it's not. Why is that so? What do you think?
Thanks for inviting me to the panel, and I'll try to be brief in my response. So, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be on this esteemed panel, and I'm sorry I'm not with you at COP. I actually think that there is a very strong push from a rhetoric point of view for city leaders to say that climate finance is mainstreamed, but I feel like we don't see that necessarily materialize because of the fact that many city leaders feel that they need to prioritize other things as well. And my argument to them whenever I'm asked this question is that you shouldn't need to think that climate finance is in its own silo or something separate, but instead you should be incorporating climate considerations into every single decision you make. When you're thinking about your operational side, when you're thinking about your capital investment side, every part of your budget should incorporate questions of resilience, of sustainability, of climate and climate finance. And when that's not brought in, it actually is a detriment to you and your legacy as a city leader. So I feel that there's a need to think about it from that perspective. The other piece of it that often gets forgotten is the fact that city finance leaders, so the CFOs, the treasurers of the city, will say, well, why should we prioritize climate? And I think that what we need to do collectively, all of us who are involved in COP and who do this as part of their day in, day out life, is to think about what are the best ways to demonstrate not only the environmental benefits, but the financial benefits of being as responsive as possible and thinking about climate finance and making decisions. I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
So we move on with Tamara. Can you tell us a bit about your work in Asia Pacific region, and what are you seeking and seeing about developing sustainable initiatives?
Thank you, Olli, and thank you very much for having me speak at COP. It's such a privilege, and one of the privileges I do enjoy is having multiple hats. So apart from advising on FIF, I do also sit on the board of a US charity called the People-Centered Internet. And what that has shown me is both the sort of public and private side of the fence. And when I think about what the landscape looks like in the region especially, I think there is a consciousness that there's a great deal to be done. I think there's a hunger to get going. But as you said in the introduction, these things cost money. And money inevitably in our current system seeks return. And what we're finding more and more difficult, as Jeremy alluded to, is how we can show that return, embed it in our thinking and our processes, and value the things that we have not traditionally shown value for. So financial institutions and cities, typically they've been appreciated for stability. They haven't really been appreciated for driving great innovation. And so the time has come now, I think, where we need to start to adjust our thinking and embrace some of those changes.
And
I don't have the answers.
No, it does. But how would we do so? How would we help financial institutions to embrace change and not really being able to foresee the future in a stable way?
Yeah, and again, I think there's a lot of consensus at the table about some things that can be done that don't seem to quite yet be happening. So having grown up in finance, one of the things that is sort of drummed into you is this concept of fiduciary duty, this idea that it's someone else's money or that you're in charge of the money for someone else's benefit. And I think one of the things we really need to do, if I'm honest, is give people the permission to redefine or behave truly in a fiduciary manner, where you're not just kind of toeing the line and keeping portfolios safe with proven techniques that have led us to these positions in the first place, but to actually push a little bit forward, to lead and steward genuine change for the benefit of communities and cities as a whole. And so the short answer is we need permission to take fiduciary duty into a deeper kind of stewardship, into another kind of investing where we're actually driving the change, deploying the axes not just because it's defined in our mandate that we should think about climate finance, as Jeremy said, but because it's part of what our everyday expectations are.
Divyata, what is your take on this?
It's working.
Yeah, it's working.
Yes, thank you.
I think
taking a little bit of a step back. It's interesting your question earlier, specifically around cities and why they're not necessarily focused. These are government officials, and yes, governments, cities, municipalities all have a role to play, and as does the nonprofit sector, a lot of whom have previously been involved in financing a lot of the innovation, a lot of the improvements, a lot of the urbanization that needs to be happening and progressing all of that. But there is really no dearth, and I think this is what the heart of this is, there's really no dearth of private capital that is actually looking for the types of returns that are there. It simply needs to be mobilized and be part of the solution in a sense. So I think part of the ecosystem that needs to be evolved here is really how do we bring these stakeholders together? There are a lot of smart ideas, there are a lot of great technologies. Regulators have certainly been doing the right thing. So there's a certain level of a momentum, but how do we build that sort of ecosystem such there's both a financial as well as a social recognition that returns can be generated in the way, and ultimately there is no more important time in that sense. The success of all of this, I think, is going to depend on an increasing level of a recognition from the stakeholders, as we increasingly have been seeing. And I believe Tamara mentioned some of this. We're not just custodians for a specific amount of time and building on a fiduciary duty. It goes much, much more beyond that. And in as much as we can get partnerships across both those institutional investors who themselves are acting on behalf of other stakeholders, on behalf of corporations who themselves are also acting on part of shareholders and other stakeholders, to bring all of those ecosystems, and there are many innovative things that in fact are being done, which we can talk a little bit more about as well. But ultimately, it's about building those long-term relationships, about thinking more broadly than just the immediate financial return, which is a little bit of a starting point, but these are complex issues that require long-term thinking. The impacts are multifaceted and require, as I said, long-term solutions that are creative, innovative, and require the commitment looking longer term.
But who do you see in charge for this?
It's, again, there is not a single stakeholder on this, so it's not just the mayor of a city, it's not just the residents in a particular community. These are ecosystems that we all, I believe, need to be building, and there have been increasing levels of success that you're starting to see in different places around the world. Some, I think, have been, and I think these are where we need to be able to export some of those innovative ideas such that each can then build on the success of the other. The stakeholders, to your point around, who ultimately is responsible, the buck doesn't stop with a person. These are communities that we live in. When we ultimately look at what urban centers are and look at the percentage of emissions that they contribute to on a global basis, it is a magnificent amount. It's a staggering amount. Combine that with the increasing level of urbanization that is actually taking place around the world, this is only going to continue to accelerate. And so the onus doesn't fall, as I mentioned earlier, just on a government, just on a municipality. These are all participants in a broad capital market system, all of whom have that duty, who we need to bring to the fore.
And in your Midlands region, Birmingham City, you've just adopted an ambitious 2030 plan for cutting CO2 emissions. What can you say at this very early stage about your city's capital requirements to meet that target?
Well, I represent a local government official from the West Midlands, from that region. So it's Birmingham, it's Coventry, it's Wolverhampton, it's that wider region. And I think the situation there is that we've got 3 million population. We've got a rapidly growing low carbon sector. 5,000 companies, 100,000 people employed in the low carbon sector. And we've got lots of great ideas as to how we need to move things forward. Everything from a gigafactory to industrial decarbonisation projects through to a net zero neighbourhood scheme, which is looking at retrofit in different neighbourhoods. So lots and lots and lots of ideas. We've calculated across the region that to get to net zero by 2041, we need probably £4.3 billion worth of investment between now and 2026 to put us on the right trajectory. And as I say, we've got lots of projects, lots of ideas as to how we need to do that. But the challenges we've got is that very often the finance that we need for these net zero projects is more complex than the finance that we've been used to dealing with. So if it's a big housing scheme or a transport scheme, we're very familiar with that kind of approach. But when it comes to net zero, we know, for example, from the UK Climate Change Investment Commission report that's just been published before COP26, that the blend of finance that you need for these net zero projects is quite different from project to project to project. So if we take electricity generation projects, for example, we know that there are good returns. They present a great opportunity for finance. If we take domestic or commercial retrofit, or transport projects, for example, we know you've got to get a much more of a blend. You need lots of pump priming from public funding to get those kind of schemes off the ground. And when it comes to sort of natural capital and waste investment, then generally everybody expects that that's going to be public finance, not private finance, although there are some opportunities for private finance there. So it's getting the right kind of mix to be able to get some of these projects off the ground. And very often in our cities, in our localities, in our regions, we don't have the relationships that we need with the investor community to understand exactly how we can draw that investment in. So we're told constantly, oh, there's lots of private finance there, but how are we supposed to develop these finance schemes, which are often quite complex and take us beyond the skills that we normally have in order to get this kind of thing off the ground? And then the other big challenge we've got is that we look at these things on a place-based basis. We don't necessarily see them in the form of an individual technology or an individual scheme. What we're trying to do is transform whole places, whole neighbourhoods, and getting investors to actually understand place, understand neighbourhood, and invest in the whole place, as opposed to a single scheme or a single technology, often feels very challenging and very difficult.
Jeremy, how important is the investor readiness of city regions, and how far developed is it in your experience and your work with cities or city regions?
Good question, and I'm not sure. I'm going to answer it in two ways. So I think that investor readiness means both the creditworthiness of the people or entities that are seeking capital, and so definitely take to heart the comment that was made just now as far as what it looks like to have place-based investments and the fact that investors sometimes don't understand that. So I think that again, we need to look at it from two sides. So the seekers of capital, oftentimes, especially if we start looking at cities in developing countries where they often face more challenges in being able to demonstrate their ability to take on the types of funding that might be available in other places, we need to start looking at the creditworthiness of the entity as a city as a whole. And in many instances, I feel like the cities themselves often face challenges in accessing any type of finance, whether we call it climate finance or otherwise. So we do need to be intelligent about making sure that we're clarifying that sometimes it's beyond the pale for the cities to be able to access any money, let alone to be able to get money for climate. So I feel like there is one consideration as far as the concept of what the city's availability and really ability to demonstrate that it wants to be able to access money for climate is. And there's a question as far as what the technical readiness of those programs and projects might be. In many cities where I work, and as I'm based in South Africa, a lot of my work is in Africa and Asia, I find that the cities themselves have great aspirations, but when it comes time to actually do appropriate costing of the projects and to be able to complete reasonable feasibility studies and to be able to demonstrate technically these projects work, there are challenges. But at the same time, and to answer the question that you might be asking, the challenge also comes from the investors themselves. And I find that many investors are, as was already said, reticent to put money into climate, sometimes because of the fact that this is a new field, sometimes because of the fact that they don't see, especially in some of the cities that we're talking about, the ability for them to achieve the returns. So I would question in some instances whether investors can achieve those returns that they would like to see. And so part of my question ends up being, what is it that the investors are looking for, and is there a quantum of money that makes sense? As an example, the Green Finance Institute is working closely with the Greater London Authority to design what we're calling the London Future Finance Facility, which is intended to mobilize approximately £61 billion of capital over the course of the next 8 years in order to get London to net zero by 2030. The challenge there is looking at the types of projects, but the challenge is not as far as getting the investors excited and interested, because many of the investors see that a £61 billion facility is the type of thing where they'll be able to really get to economies of scale and efficiency of the mobilization of their money. And so I feel like when we talk about investor readiness, it really is both sides. Are the investors ready to make investments into subnational governments for climate, as well as are subnational governments ready to make compelling and convincing arguments on their ability to be able to use money for climate effectively and efficiently? Thank you.
Tamara, can you tell us a bit about this from your perspective as a head of Asia Pacific in this financial institutions forum? Can you tell us a bit about your take on this? What do you think need cities to do in order to become investors ready, and how much of financial literacy is also needed in order to get there?
Yeah, and it's really interesting because I think, for me, the response goes all the way back to what Didier was saying at the start. When she mentioned the idea of public-private partnership and the activation of private money as well. So many investors may not be au fait with the taxonomy or the terminology of place-based investing. They might not feel comfortable with it, but many equally have been educated to get used to diversified portfolios, to the idea of having portfolios where they have a blend of instruments where some will return more, others will return less, but the overall benchmark is whatever it's going to be. And when I think about what I'm hearing the problem as being, and I actually really appreciated the way you put it, I think there is a sort of gap in language and interaction and ultimately relationship between those seeking the funds and those with the funds who are seeking to deploy them. What gives me hope and encourages me, and potentially I think will be some of the secret sauce towards activating this,
is the rise of things like the IFC's advisory group, where they'll go and work with subnational governments, where they'll go and work with national governments and other people seeking funds to help them grow investable. And I also noticed recently that more and more private funds are kind of going it alone in a way. So, you know, Brookfield and their Global Transition Fund, for example, you know, they've got Ontario Teachers, Temasek behind them with a special focus on, you know, on healthcare and infrastructure development, which is, again, very exciting when I think about the prospects that could have for place-based investing. And so for me, it really does come down to deepening these relationships with multilaterals, professional investors, sophisticated investors, creating the forums where people can interact and allowing them to kind of position themselves in each other's language to bridge that gap between themselves. So it does come down to literacy and practice.
Divjata, from your point of view, what has to be in place for a cities or regions project in order to be fundable for international investors?
Yeah, I think there are a few interesting points that I think you know, Ed has raised and others have raised. And in the context of your question, my sense is that for too long there's been a little bit too much of a focus on you know, on project-based financing. Which really needs to shift now to something much broader. And I think there is a greater level of an awareness. It's, you know, a COP type of a forum, other types of conversations that increasingly are leading to that type of an awareness that urbanization, city types of infrastructure is entirely different than building that pipeline or building that railroad, building that airport, which is what traditional infrastructure has looked like. This is not a particular project. This is a broad community. It is a system. And the types of stakeholders that need to be playing in there have a greater level of awareness now about the connectedness that all of this actually exists in, and the roles that they themselves can and must actually be playing in. More directly around what needs to shift, and I think this is starting to happen, is that there is a great, I think there is, and you know, there are a few examples out there that I think have started to happen, where I think rather than working in silos, there is a different level of a partnership, of a distribution, both from an investor perspective in terms of returns, as well as from a risk perspective. It should never be that risk sits with one party and return sits with another. This is a partnership, it should be in its truest sense, and that's where I think we're starting to move toward, where you're starting to see a redistribution of the type of partnership around, and you know, as an example, and you know, this is one that I think is in the real world around how there was a really successful project financing that took place that I think can now start to build on. Where you've had a overhaul of a water-based system for an urban metropolitan area, where significant climate issues as it relates to sewage, as it relates to water overflow, all of these are very, very relevant, not just in developed world, but certainly in the, actually I should say that the other way around, not just in the undeveloped world or the less developed world, but also in extremely advanced societies as well. To have a metropolitan or a municipality take that on themselves to entirely fund that. And Ed, you mentioned around how does one come about this creative financing? There's a lack of a literacy around all of that. Increasingly, what I think a lot of investors are also starting to demand is an acceptance of the fact that there can be real returns, but in a measurable way. Show us that things are being done in the right way. Show us how risk is being measured, how it's being monitored, how it's being implemented, and we are happy to be participating in this. That is a redistribution that did not exist before, and that's something that can be an interesting example of how you start to build those types of long-term partnerships and investor readiness, if you will.
Yeah, just to pick up on that, because I think that's absolutely right. The challenge that we very often have is in enabling both state actors and investors to appreciate the value of blended finance. Each has its own terms in terms of what it wants to see by way of outcomes or returns on investment. But each, I think, finds it difficult to accept that those outcomes might be slightly different for each one, but that needs to be negotiated. And that, in particular, we need to make sure that the risk then, as you say, is shared between the two. Sometimes, as a local government official, it feels as though the investor just wants to see straightforward returns on investment with very little risk associated with it. And we carry all the risk of the innovation, of the, if you like, community outcomes, the political outcomes, and so on. The other thing that we would try to do from a state point of view, from a local government point of view, is to monetize the indirect benefits of the scheme. So, for example, if I take retrofitting of houses, we can see some huge health benefits of that in terms of tackling fuel poverty. We can see some benefits in terms of the jobs and skills that you can create. But again, we need to be able to have that sophisticated conversation with investors so that they can see that they're not just unlocking the immediate return on investment or the kind of patient capital that they're putting in, but they're also unlocking the way in which we want to transform the place. So back to place-based investment again. The other thing I think it's worth putting on the table is that we're not just talking here about what I would describe as horizontal relationships between public and private at the city level or the regional level. We're also talking about the vertical relationships between different state actors. So at the national level, the regional level and the very local level, right down to the neighbourhood level, in fact. And in the UK context in particular, that's very challenging because so much of the power, regulation, funding is held at the national level. That has to be unlocked if we're going to allow that public finance to be fed into what's happening at the city regional level. And that's quite a challenging conversation because very often, and again, this is where I'm quite critical sometimes of the way in which all of these conversations happen at the national level. The big investors go and talk to national governments about these things, and in many respects cut out where the real innovation and the real development, the real excitement is, which is at the city regional level. And I think sometimes investors need to step down, step away in this context from London, because we're obsessed with London, and instead focus on the much more growing and exciting cities outside of London. London and the national level, in many ways, are a block to the investment that we need to see in other cities around the UK.
So, and what do you do as a region to get around that block?
Well, I think sit on platforms like this, try and have conversations, as I say, with some of the investors, get involved in some brilliant initiatives like the UK Climate Investment Commission. You know, there's a range of ways we can do that. But it's challenging, that's what I'm saying. It's really, really challenging to do that when the obsession is very often with those national level conversations and London level conversations.
Jeremy, you have done a lot of infrastructure financing in different places around the globe. What have been some of your experiences or maybe good practices that you could also bring into this discussion from your work in collaboration with these local communities or cities?
Sure, glad to answer that question. I'm going to also throw something provocative out there, and because I feel like everybody talks very politely at these, and let's go beyond polite. So I'll first answer your question, then go to something that maybe some of the audience would want to respond on as well. So one of the things that I believe very strongly in is the fact that when we look at traditional infrastructure or gray infrastructure, people just say, well, this is business as usual and we're familiar with it, so we know what we're getting when we invest our money into it. If I'm an investor, we know what we're getting if we are a city who's proposing or using certain types of infrastructure, whether it be transport, water, sanitation, energy, what have you. And so they feel more comfortable with traditional, and so that ends up being something that people don't want to move away from. I know this is kind of a halfway answer, and some people might not think this is great, but I think that one of the best ways to start to sensitize people around the concept of climate smart infrastructure is by introducing green elements into traditional gray infrastructure. Some people say we need to be more bold and we need to go all green, and I think that that's a great aspiration, but I think that the reality on the ground, particularly in countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, it'll be a challenge for them to be able to do that, not only from the initial, let's say, the procurement process of putting this in because they don't know necessarily how to compare one option with another. But it's also that question of long-term operation and maintenance. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen infrastructure projects that fall apart because they're conceived well, but there's nobody on the ground who knows how to make sure that the widgets or whatever else continue to function, to operate. So that would be my answer to your question.
Jerry, before we get
Yep.
to the provocative part, I want to rise the tension a bit. Divyata wanted to say something.
I wish I could disagree with Jeremy, but I absolutely agree, and I would actually just add to that along the lines of best practices, and there is often this element of as we're moving towards the green and towards the renewable, to entirely kitchen sink the grey. And I think that would be a real mistake, as Jeremy was saying. Over and over again, you see that people are trying to build silos, all of which then leads, unfortunately, to us getting in our own way. And the best practices, in fact, are always ones that cross-pollinate, are always ones that where one learns from the other, both in terms of the mistakes as well as some of the other better practices that can be done. And collectively, I think the information and all of the aspects of whether it's performance, whether it's technology, processes, and other optimizations that result from looking at both grey as well as green is where, and then you can start to build on in terms of further corrections for a best-in-class infrastructure. The grey to green has an additional element that I would also say, which is the cost of capital, which is really interesting and relevant. Grey infrastructure has a certain cost of capital, and unlike what most people think, it is not necessarily always going to be higher right now than green, just as green is not always going to be a lower cost of capital. In fact, when you take the best of both is when you get the most optimal cost of capital, and it's really, really important to remember that.
Great, thank you, Divyata. And now that was the cliffhanger for your provocative statement, Jeremy.
Okay, so I'll try to articulate this as best as possible without offending anybody who might be around. But as I mentioned, I do a lot of work with city leaders of both the primary cities, but also intermediary cities in a number of countries in what most people would refer to as the developing world. And everybody listens excitedly when I talk about why green is important and why it's important to be climate smart, to think about the future and to think about resiliency. And yet I'll go to a country on a particular mission to talk about why this is important. Everybody listens, everybody claps, and there's applause around, and everybody says, we're going to adopt this and adapt our way of thinking. And yet, if I get onto a plane on that Friday, the following Monday, when I make a call to ask a city leader, so have you had a chance to think about why this is important and what you want to do? Many of them will turn around and say, Jeremy, we really appreciate your sentiment, but we need to prioritize delivery of essential services right now. And they feel that the concept of green or climate smart is a nice to have rather than a need to have. And I feel like unless we can get the broad consensus to be that this needs to be a today question, not a tomorrow question or something to push off to future generations, I feel like we're not necessarily achieving what our goals are. And so for me, it's extremely frustrating, and I find it difficult to cut through the rhetoric and get people to actually make those commitments more than just in writing, but to actually say, and here's where it appears, for example, in our long-term strategic plan, our capital investment plan, our operational plan, our budget plan. And I wonder if my fellow panelists, maybe not those that are sitting in Europe or in North America, but those who are in South America, in Africa, Asia, how do we get city leaders to do more than say, we'll sign on, we'll agree, but we're not going to actually, we know that there's a trade-off, and we don't want to lose votes from our constituents because of the fact that we're not providing universal water, because of the fact that we're instead putting something which is more climate smart and for the future. So I see that Tamara is already moving her mouth, so she probably has something she wants to throw in.
Well, I mean, look, I was always in my career a markets person, and when these things happen, I always ask myself if the prices are right. So is the cost of delivering the green solution perceived to be cheaper? And it might be votes, it might be the support of other lenders, might be whatever, or is the price wrong? So if we actually were to take a reasonably hard stance, in terms of how loans are made available, and conditional loans are what I'm thinking about in this case. And I give examples that we've seen already, right? So France, for example, who gave state aid to airlines and cars, but on the condition that they reduce their emissions. Like those practices, which are a little bit harder line, but at the same time help meet the need without allowing for mispricing to continue, I think actually go quite a long way. We've had many conversations, and I have no doubt we'll continue to have lots more about how the markets aren't behaving efficiently when it comes to carbon pricing. And I absolutely agree that something needs to be done there. But there are many, many steps we need to take to make governments, sub-governments, all kind of feel like they have skin in the game. There was this really interesting paper that I stumbled across, which basically asked for G20 and OECD membership to consider the commitment to climate and how that was being affected in practice. And I think that would make that kind of thing potentially also be quite helpful. I think right now it's just a little bit too easy to commit without committing. And it'd be nice to really see those changes happen, not just in terms of the projects we do ourselves and what we invest in, but also what we finance, right? So not just in our own home turf, if you are committed to net zero already, but if you are then financing development elsewhere via multilateral or whatever, to make that a condition of your financing, I think is actually quite important. It has to be realistic, it can't be punitive. We have to acknowledge the time to transition and the journey and understand the grey that has been navigated, but that's just thinking, right? When we talk about grey and how that financing works, that's already getting towards a blended finance concept, the cost of capital that David you mentioned earlier. So I think there's a lot of potential for it. I think we just have to be willing to be bold, not just at an implementation level, but at a policy level, to draw that hard line and hold people to their commitments.
Ed, I saw you also moving.
Yeah. I mean, Jeremy very cleverly at the end of his provocative statement caveated it and said global south, not Europe. So I was just going to challenge and, for the sake of the debate, contradict that and say absolutely our mayor in the West Midlands has got net zero very, very high up his list of priorities, and we have a 5-year plan. We have, as I say, a range of investment opportunities that we're looking now to develop and to roll out. So I think it's absolutely top of his list. Where I think it's quite interesting, though, is that in our engagement with national government, it's much easier for them to fund those traditional types of infrastructure, and in particular transport, housing, those kind of things. We, of course, then have to translate that ourselves, build in the green investment into those kind of programs, and of course government allows us to do that to an extent, though not as much as perhaps we'd like to, certainly on the housing front. If you like, it's our government that's quite traditional about the way in which it's seeking to invest in green finance, even though the cities and the mayors are keen to really push that agenda. The government's line tends to be that we really need to let private finance lead on the green investment side of things, whereas actually we know that needs to be much more blended. So I think, Jeremy I'm sure has got a point, and certainly with the Global South, but my sense is that actually it's the mayors and the city leaders in Europe that are absolutely leading the way in terms of this green investment proposition.
I was just going to add, Jeremy, to your what I think is a provocative point. It is interesting from a grassroots level what starts to happen, even in and Jeremy said all the attention goes to London, and it's interesting that even within London, where there is so much focus on all of this, and it is such a present topic, that people don't feel that enough is being done. And when you take it down to the grassroots level, as an example, in the borough of Camden, which you might have read about this, the citizens and the residents within the borough of Camden decided that they wanted to help finance, because the borough itself was not able to raise the type of money as a municipality to fund its own green ambitions, and the residents decided out of their own pockets that they would be doing that, and be happily doing so because they felt strongly enough. And I think that then starts a certain type of a momentum, as the most movements that we have seen, whether political, civic, and otherwise, and green obviously falls, somewhere along those lines, it affects us so intimately that that it does, I think, get people's attention that this is something that it's not just in the faraway world of capital markets in some cloud. It's actually real people living day to day who are willing to put their pennies, hard-earned pennies to work, which I think is really encouraging, actually.
And we have a comment from our audience, from Matthew. Matthew, maybe you could briefly introduce yourself.
Hello, Matthew Baldwin, European Commission. I spoke earlier, but I couldn't resist jumping in again to this great discussion. Thank you very much. I'm all for a bit of provocation, so thanks a lot for that. I would suggest that one of the mechanisms that we're proposing with our new project to have 100 climate-neutral cities across the EU will help address that deficiency between the commitment and the action, and that's the Climate City Contract, which we'll be asking our partners in the Net Zero Cities Consortium, led, of course, by Climate-KIC, EIT Climate-KIC, to put together. This is where the cities will have to set out in quite a lot of detail how they're going to adjust their current plans to get to climate neutrality by 2030 and what investment plans they're putting together. And the consortium will act as partners with the city to help package that public and private sector investment together. And I think that's possibly the missing link if we can make this contract work very well, and some very interesting precursor contracts already being worked on by organizations such as Viable Cities. Last point, I love what you just said about what better mechanism than by a local green bond, cities investing themselves, their own money in their own climate neutral futures. And why, and this is my last point, because they will see the co-benefits of all of this action. It's not just going to be the invisible odorless gases they'll be addressing, but they'll be getting better air quality, lower congestion, less noise, less traffic deaths. That's how this stuff is realizable for mayors. That's how hopefully mayors won't back off. I don't think Andy Street would. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have two, no, first you, and maybe to not get in front of our speakers, maybe you just come here and talk from here. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. I'm Dusan Borevich. I'm professor of electrical engineering from Virginia Tech in the United States. I have one question and one dispute of the item. The question is how much we can, first thank you all for very, very nice comments. And many of you mentioned infrastructure. What we can learn from our past historical big changes in infrastructure. Let's say last 50 years of 20th century when we moved from railways to highways. Because I do think on a scale that getting to zero, carbon zero energy is about 2 to 3 times bigger in investment than building all the highways around the world. What can we learn from the past? That's the question. What I'd like to dispute is about Global South. Sometimes it could be different. For the 1 billion people that don't have electricity yet, for example, I think it's cheaper to bring them electricity in a green, renewable way than in a classical way. So the paradigms could shift, and it's cheaper than, it's very difficult in Birmingham. You have so much invested infrastructure to replace it. It's extremely challenging. So one dispute, one question.
Actually, on that one of the things I always feel is a fantastic test case, if only it could happen, is this effort to rebuild the capital city in Indonesia, where you're basically starting from scratch, and there is this potential to try to leapfrog. However, again, that has to be something that's consciously done, and I'm not entirely sure that's how it's been designed to begin with, but I'd love to see for it to get there. Sorry, I'm sorry, that's just picking up that point that with communities in place, infrastructure in place, radical change can be unjust. And so if you have the opportunity to build something from scratch, it's a great opportunity to prove the benefits without risking so much of the displacement risk.
Can I come in on the kind of the challenge of dealing with old infrastructure, and in particular, we obviously have a lot of leaky housing in the West Midlands, very, very old housing that is very poorly insulated. And what we've found, what government has found with initiatives to retrofit, to improve the energy efficiency of housing in the UK is that individual household schemes don't work particularly effectively because the payback period is so long. It's not worth the investment in these very old houses. So that's why we're trying to move to create a kind of place-based initiative and allow for a whole street or a whole neighbourhood to be retrofitted in one go, because then you bring in economies of scale, both in terms of the technology that you can use and also the delivery mechanisms, the supply chains and so on. And that then creates a local economy with jobs and skills and so on around that particular challenge. But again, the question is, how do you monetize those indirect benefits? Because the payback period in terms of straightforward energy costs is 30 or 40 years. That's the kind of challenge that we've got. And the way we're trying to do it is to actually treat it much more like a place-based neighborhood renewal program. So the retrofit is one element of it, but then we also need to build in micro-generation projects. We need to build smart mobility projects into that. We need to improve green spaces in the neighborhood. That's where you get to the investor challenge. Investors are very happy to invest in a particular technology or a particular part of that program, but what we're trying to do is invest in the whole neighborhood, and we're trying to draw government money into that, housing association money into that, local community assets into that mix. How does the private investor also fit into that mix? Are they prepared to come and take on some of that risk, especially when you've got lots of different tenure types within that old housing area? So you've got private landlords, you've got individual owner-occupiers, you've got social housing, government housing, all in that mix. So it's really, really complicated to get it right, and yet that's the only way we're going to really transform, because we know house-by-house retrofit is just not working in this country.
Sorry.
You wanted to say? You wanted to answer?
Yeah, who built the roads? Who financed the roads?
A lot of it was obviously done by government and increasingly with some private capital, especially some of the long-term investors who are looking for long duration yield, insurance companies, pension funds, and the like. And some of those will continue to participate. I wanted to address the point that you mentioned as well about how much more it's going to take in this broader energy transition, especially from an urban perspective, which is going to be very, very meaningful. And I think one lesson to be learned, as you asked about that, is I think how many people were actually left behind in what was previously done. There's been a huge digital revolution. There are a lot of people who've actually been left behind on that. And this is an opportunity now, especially in the cities, where it's all right now about the E and the environment, and as investors are looking, but there's also a very big S element in terms of the social, where I think that is something that is a huge opportunity. Why not have many of these projects absolutely linked to job creation, to reskilling? To Ed's point around that, this is how neighborhoods, which previously where green does not necessarily come naturally, can actually become part of that, because that's where a lot of the skills, the job creation, and a significant amount of economic growth is going to be coming from. And this is an opportunity, I think, for us.
We have two more remarks.
Yeah, thank you first for the very interesting discussion. So one contribution. I think one important element here is the need for disruptive leadership. So we are facing a challenge that raise a lot of disruption, the climate challenge. And if the response is not commensurate to the challenge, it will be very difficult to address it. So disruptive leadership is needed. And disruptive leadership include not being short-termist, but being able to act now for longer-term benefit. This is extremely important. If city leaders and government leaders are not able to act now for longer-term benefit, they will not be able to address the climate challenge. So I would like to come also back on the gap. And it was mentioned by one speaker. This is very important to separate the pledge and commitment setting from action. So the pledge and the commitment should be based on what is needed, what science dictates. The action is something different. So, and the gap between the two is precisely what innovation should actually fill. And the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, that is the host of this event, has been set specially to address that issue. So what we are expecting is cities can translate the gap between their commitment and pledge and what they feel they can do now into demand for climate solution that can be broadcasted so that the solution provider can respond to that demand. And collaboration is needed. It should be, we need to have radical collaboration. I hear Jeremy in his saying that this is a global south issue. Under the climate change framework, there is no such type of things. It's a global issue. It cannot be considered as a global south issue. So collaboration will be needed, radical collaboration, and this is precisely what the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub would like to promote.
Great, thank you very much, Masamba. And for those of you who didn't know, Masamba is our host here today, and he's making all of this possible together with his team.
Just to introduce myself, I'm the project executive. I'm the project executive of this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, and this is the beginning of a movement. And we expect that all of you will be on board with us, because we'll need later on to set working group, advisory committee, and your expertise will be very much needed.
Great. Thank you very much. Masamba and Kirsten, you also wanted to leave a remark, our second host for today.
It's, well, actually, it's just a question building on what Masamba was saying, because the Global Innovation Hub is providing a framework that is really seeking to focus on what I love to describe as the messy middle, which is the huge gap between policy commitments and hundreds of individual solutions, and then this complex gap in the middle around how to get them to join up and to connect to social needs and a sense of purpose and possibility for the future. I have a question on the finance side, which I continue to hold, but I don't know how to find an answer, so I'm just going to put it out there, given the panelists. And that is, how might we bring the future into the present through the notion of future value, and the future value of land, of property, of air, of more stable food systems, and think about mechanisms, for example, like securitization of future value that could help structure in the deployment of finance now. And I would love if there are any reflections on those of you working in more complex financial instruments, because this is where it does get complex. How might we think about the way in which we leverage differences in time and the future possibilities we are building to get the present to move faster?
I think that's a question for the finance people.
Yes, that's...
I can start.
Go
ahead. Go ahead, Tamara. Go ahead.
So I bow to greater brains than mine for this one, and I think there's been some really, really good work done by Mariana Mazzucato and some other really strong economists out there around how we can think about concepts like the citizens' dividend, where you basically try to create securities, I don't want to say the dirty word, tokens or similar, so that you can basically create a option over accrued value. So the structures and the one thing I've seen over the years is that most things can be securitized and assets can be created about, over many things. And I don't doubt that the ability to do that exists. I think, as with what you were saying before, Kirsten, and thank you so much for having us, it's really about appetite to create that kind of thing and to commit to it, because it's an unknown quantity in the future, and so that involves risk. You could do it with a cap, that's fine, but people have to be willing to sit down and have that conversation.
My sense is that there would be if there are ways that we can quantify that, because a lot of what you outlined there, what you mentioned there, are harder to quantify in a sense. So if there's a way to quantify some of that, talent, for example, how does one quantify that? If they can do that for music, surely they could do that for education. Surely they could do that for skills. Surely they could do that for certain different types of capabilities. So my sense is it being a little bit more creative, just around being able to quantify some of that. If there are skills, for example, that are being taught, there are certifications that are being done, and if we have a sense of these are the types of jobs that are going to be in demand in the future, as we talked about specifically in the broad energy transition, there is a spectrum of things that are going to be needed, and there's a spectrum of skills, skill sets, certifications, all of which can be linked to some of this, which do have an economic value that we could model, that we could project out, and against then there are many creative ways in which one could structure some of those financings. But these are the types of conversations to start going along with the universities, along with the regulators, along with the municipalities, along with the creators of the jobs, the corporates, and that's the ecosystem that I think is necessary to make it a holistic conversation.
With an eye on the time, Jeremy, do you also want to say something?
I'll be very quick.
Yes.
So I'll think of this in a parallel way to the way that Tamara has just explained it, and that's to say that financiers love to have thorny problems to figure out. They like to have they like to sit down with spreadsheets and calculators and whatever other tools and try to figure out how best they can structure things so that they can make money off of it. Because again, while everybody has their own things that drive them, for financiers and for people in the finance industry, I do think the profitability and structuring something ahead of everybody else becomes exciting. And so I'll throw out an example of something that we've done within the Green Finance Institute, which is to design what we're calling the Sustainable Import Guarantee. Again, not quite what we're talking about as far as future-proofing, but in any case, the Sustainable Import Guarantee offers a pricing benefit for those financial institutions, and more important for their clients, who are looking at sustainability of commodities in trade finance. And so the way that this gets structured is effectively that there's a 100% cover or 100% guarantee for the financiers for their clients of theirs that do subscribe to sustainability. And initially we started discussing this and everybody said, it's a great idea, it'll never happen. Well, now we're a year on from the initial concept. We have banks that are signing on. We have a guarantor who is providing that guarantee. And I think that it's just that sometimes there needs to be somebody who wants to put the R&D in to come up with the solutions. So I take what you're describing as a challenge and let the Green Finance Institute go away, think about it, and come back to you with an answer.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation and your attention, and thank you very much to all our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
And with that, I'll announce our break, our lunch break of 1 hour, and then we'll be back with our fourth session here at around 2 p.m. Not around 2 p.m., sharply 2 p.m., really on time. And yeah, would be happy to see some of your faces again here. Thank you very much and enjoy your break. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our fourth panel discussion. We're just solving some technical issues and then we'll be starting in roughly 2 to 3 minutes, I guess. Okay, we can start, I think. That's perfect. We have Santiago. You're ready? We might need to have a bit of space to see our virtual speakers. Yeah, it's a virtual stage. And Trude is also already there? No? So we start? Okay.
I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Oh, that's very good. Hello, Santiago. How are you doing?
All good, thank you.
Fantastic.
Nice to join the session. Thanks for inviting me.
Great to have you with us. Santiago is live from Madrid. I think this is so exciting, isn't it? That with these kind of hybrid events, we can now cooperate really on a global level. And it's really enabling really fruitful discussions we saw, Santiago.
Yeah, that's great to be able to join this way, and also is zero emission participation.
Yes.
With the travel there for speaking today, which is also good from that angle.
Yeah, that's true. And our thoughts, they can travel, right?
Yeah, sure, and our words. Yeah, that's true.
So I think then we kick it off with our first session of the afternoon, session number 4 in total on policy innovation. I welcome you on behalf of United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub and of EIT Climate-KIC for making that possible. My name is Ole Tillmann and I will be your facilitator and conducting the discussion. Yeah. Policy innovation is really necessary, and this is what we have been working through the entire day today. We saw that we need to change our entire operation system as a society, how we function, and policy makes no difference. We really need to come to a very new way how we create the guidelines on how we want to function and how we are going to make decisions on a global but also on a national or local level. So today we want to have a look at the bigger picture but also really at the communal level, and we would not only want to discuss the current status because that's pretty boring, but rather ask ourselves what-if questions. So how could policy look like in the future? How does it have to look like in the future? And my 4 panelists joining me for this discussions are Santiago Saura, City Councilor for International Affairs and Cooperation from the City of Madrid. Santiago, welcome. Then we have...
Thank you very much.
Good to have you with us. And then we have Rogier Vandenberg, Global Director. No, that's not correct. You have corrected me today once what your official role is. Could you do that again, please?
Hello everyone, I'm Rogier van den Berg. Roger is fine. I'm the Global Director for the Ross Center for Sustainable Cities at WRI.
Thank you very much. I just need to make a note. I forgot that earlier on. So welcome, Rogier. We were supposed to have Trude Rauken with us, Acting Executive Director of the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, CNCA. Due to technical issues, she's not with us, but maybe joins us for the discussion later. And we have Jean-François Mercure with us. He is the Director of the University of Exeter's EEIST project. EEIST stands for Economics of Energy Innovation and Systems Transition. Great to have you with us. Fantastic. So, Santiago, the first question goes to you. Can you tell us a bit about your activities in Madrid to achieve climate neutrality and the entire scope of activities that you're launching at the moment?
Yeah, thank you very much, Olli. It's a pleasure to join this session today from Madrid. And to first give you the broader picture, Madrid has approved recently in March the roadmap to climate neutrality in the city of Madrid, which means that we aim to make Madrid climate neutral by 2050, but we also aim to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 by a 65% reduction compared to 1990 levels, which is a significant ambition, 10 points higher than the 55% target of greenhouse gas emission reduction of the recently adopted target in the European Green Deal. So for that we need, of course, we need transformative projects, we need funding as well from municipal budget and national and European funding from Next Generation funds, for example. And we also need, regarding the specific topic of this session today, we need to innovate. We need to bring in the city policy innovations that can make easier and that can accelerate the decarbonization process. And in this regard, Madrid is taking several steps. I will mention now briefly some of these steps. And first, one of these important frameworks of work is the regulatory sandbox we have created. In this regulatory sandbox, we are basically trying to address the following question or problem. Our regulations in the city, let's say somehow of them traditional regulations, are now impeding faster progress towards decarbonization, and if it is so, which of these regulations? We know that some of the laws or regulations in cities have been or were designed when climate change was not a special concern, or at least not as much as concern as it is now, and perhaps we need to change some of these regulations, and then we are assessing in an integrated way of these regulations and trying to experiment on which regulations we need to put in place for now and for the next years, identifying these regulatory barriers and gaps that may touch from circular economy to renewable energy implementation in the city. And particularly, we have a strong focus on Madrid Nuevo Norte, Madrid New North, which is one of the largest urban regeneration projects in Europe. We will bury underground, bring to the underground 5 kilometers of railway lines, which will be bringing in a new set of entire new urban developments in the north of the city. And this Madrid New North, all the project phases of this new urban development, from planning to construction and for operation, are being designed under climate neutrality criteria. So we're working closely with the administration, the Madrid City Council, but also the private companies that are actually pushing these developments, so that they have no burdens, unnecessary burdens, towards this climate neutral part of the city from the start. And we are doing this, in fact, in collaboration with Climate-KIC, since Madrid is one of the 15 European cities that are working as deep demonstrators of the Clean and Healthy Cities program of Climate-KIC. A second example is the mobility sandbox. We have created a mobility sandbox, which has been just approved by the plenary of the Madrid City Council in September. And this is like a safe, isolated space that has been established in one of the districts of Madrid, in which different products, solutions, models and processes from companies or even from municipal services or startups can be tested and implemented in real conditions in these control settings before being fully operational or brought to the market or brought to the wider city scale. And this includes from autonomous driving projects to delivery of goods through drones in the city. We are also about to approve new environmental criteria and specifications in the public contracts in Madrid, which is about 1,500 million euros annually with these new environmental criteria fostering decarbonization. And also we are working with new urban planning and construction regulations, so that we promote energy efficiency, we promote green roofs and green walls in the city, in the new buildings and in the existing buildings. And also we are working, and we have been working already for some time, with parking policies to promote shared mobility, electric car fleets in the city, so that we can move to this zero-emission mobility, shared mobility that reduces both pollution and the need for a space of the city being allocated to normal private car parking space to make this transition towards a more sustainable city and mobility model in general. So these are some examples of the directions and policy innovations that we're already putting in place or trying to move forward in the city, and we hope this will contribute significantly towards this important direction of climate neutrality.
Yeah, thank you very much, Santiago. On a very concrete level, how does the innovative new approach of policymaking then look like? How is it different from the old way?
Well, this to give you some examples. For example, in this Madrid Nuevo Norte, this Madrid New North, this whole new area of the city that is being designed at the moment. We know that traditional urban projects had compulsory supply of communication, of water, of energy. Does this need to include natural gas, a full-scale natural gas supply network of pipelines for each new building? Or, as we are trying to move forward in Madrid Nuevo Norte, we are moving towards district heating, relying on electric energy, renewable sources for cooling and heating, and therefore we don't need this entire network of supply of natural gas, or even we don't need it, or even we don't want it, to make easier the transition towards renewable and decarbonized energy. Or to give you another example, there are regulations on the number of parking spaces that in a city traditionally have to be allocated to each new housing unit, new building in the city. There is a minimum by regulation of parking space that needs to be created when a new building is built or a new house is built. We are exploring if this could be changed or relaxed to promote sustainable mobility, shared mobility, active mobility, public transport, free up space for other needs, the green areas or pedestrian space, etc. And we are trying to change this minimum number, to lower this minimum number, and perhaps to be even more ambition, to put more ambition so that this minimum number turns into a maximum number rather than a minimum. And then to make this in Madrid Nuevo Norte, for instance, and later on in other areas of the city, to make this transition more prominent and faster in this way. This could be a couple of examples of this specific exploratory work, experimental work that we're doing for the new design of this new area of the city, Madrid Nuevo Norte.
Thank you, Santiago. Trude, are you with us?
I sure am, finally.
Ah, fantastic. Welcome to our discussions. Great to have you with us. Trude, can you tell us a bit about your work at CNCA and maybe some concrete examples how you collaborate with cities to help them reach their climate goals?
Absolutely, thank you. So the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance is a network of 22 leading cities. It's a global network of 22 leading cities that are collaborating to reach carbon neutrality within the next 10 to 20 years. These are the most ambitious cities. We know that there are many cities that have very ambitious carbon neutrality targets, but what we're connecting with them on is how do you get to carbon neutrality? What does it actually take to implement the work that needs to happen? And so to give you an example, so CNCA cities have realized, as the rest of us, that if we're going to get to carbon neutrality, it needs to work for all citizens. You need to sort of lead with people front and center. That means that you need to be able to offer zero emission mobility options for all citizens, for example. So CNCA city, the city of Portland in the Pacific Northwest in the US, they learned that when they wanted to, in their work to decarbonize the transport system, they see that priority communities, low-income households, etc., they don't really have access to safe public transit. They don't have access to streets that they can actually walk on. There are no sidewalks, specific issues like that. If you're an African-American man in the US, you are more likely to get pulled over or stopped by the police if you're walking than if you're in a car. So you need to include all these social issues when you're wanting to create solutions that work for all, that don't only work for the middle class, high income communities.
And how do you do that, very practically?
So the way we do that is that we know that cities know what cities can do, and we also know that cities can learn a lot from each other. That is the connection that we make among the leading cities, to have them form deep working relationships. That's important. And we do that through trainings, through leadership training, so that they can lead these processes in their cities. We do that through funding projects so that they can work together on specific policy issues that they need to move forward to get to carbon neutrality.
Thank you. Roger, from your global perspective on cities, what kind of landscape is necessary to enable cities to move faster, test new concepts and ideas, and flexibly explore new policies?
Thank you very much. Oh.
That was for Roger, but if you want to say something later, Trude, you're more than welcome.
Thank you very much for the very broad question. And I first want to compliment Santiago with, I mean, it sounds fantastic and really exciting what's happening in Madrid. I'm just going to schedule a couple of things. I think one thing that Santiago sketched is very important, that you create a laboratory space or a sandbox space. You need to experiment. A lot of solutions lie in the integration of sectors, and it's very complicated to pull off. You know, everybody of us knows how difficult it is to bring different departments together to come to a solution that is more than the sum of the parts. So that really being serious about creating processes and facilitate this kind of space for experimentation, either in terms of process, legislation or policy, or in real, you know, with tactical urbanism. We work a lot with cities in where we test things with kind of a light version of what, for example, could be a better public space design for the future. You don't have to do it immediately at once, I mean, ideally, but if not, you can test things, you know, in neighborhood. So that testing space, I think, is super important. The second thing I want to say is the relevance of scaling, because that, I mean, testing is great, and there's probably practitioners here in the audience. You have a great test, and then the first thing that people like me then would say, yeah, how do you bring it to scale? You know, you worked 3 years on a great test. How do you bring it to scale? And a lot of the solutions of that scaling lies in how cities together prioritize and address national authorities. And how we work, a lot of the kind of the innovative solutions that we are seeing right now is through our Coalition for Urban Transitions, where we work with national governments in the 6 major emerging economies: China, Indonesia, India, South Africa, I think Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil. 7, I think I mentioned, to really provide the research. What is the best bang for the buck, and how can national authorities look at cities as drivers for a kind of green transition? And we seem to know it, but in many countries it's still difficult to understand exactly what are the kind of key pressure points that they need to touch on at the national level. Last thing that I want to say is that at the local level, I think at the level of the cities, there's a huge opportunity, as I said, to identify similar type of priorities, to really come with financing products, opportunities of fiscal reform that then can help more cities at once to scale that opportunity that has been tested in a lab or in a sandbox. So there's a kind of a high level first kind of take on your question.
Jean-François, in your work, you do a lot of research on systems and systems transition. Now, we heard about this sandbox approach. How does the idea of a laboratory then is, how does it connect to a whole systemic change?
Okay, well, thanks for the question, and thanks for everybody for coming. So our group, we are the East Project, that's Economics of Energy Innovation and System Transition. Just to flag, we are launching a report today, so if anybody's interested, it's funded by UK governments, and we are looking at what has worked as policy and what perhaps hasn't worked as policy to roll out, to scale key technologies. Now, we've got case studies that look at what has worked recently, and the key success stories are, so you've got wind power in various parts of the world, including the UK, offshore wind, wind power in Brazil. We've got solar PV, which has a complicated and very interesting story. We've got LEDs in India, and the scale of it, and the cost reductions, as well as electric vehicles. What's interesting as what we find in the history of these developments was that it was market shaping policies that helped to develop and bring down the cost of these technologies by something like 85%. It's absolutely huge. And the rollouts is what's pushed those technologies forwards. While there's a lot of talk about carbon pricing, but it's interesting that in this story we don't see a lot of a role. The carbon price hasn't really played that much of a role. Now, I think it's quite important to look at what's happened and how the policy has shaped market and how things have developed. If you're going to be looking at something like a sandbox, a regulatory sandbox, you may want to look back as to where were the successes. I mean, these technologies I mentioned are really sort of keystone technologies that are going to be the building blocks for decarbonization in most likelihood. For electric vehicles, an interesting finding and aspect is that there's an issue of both supply of vehicles and demand. So there's a lot of emphasis often by cities and regulatory systems on the demand pool of technologies, where what will convince people to buy electric vehicles. At the same time, there's an issue that even if people want to buy these electric vehicles, there's not necessarily all that supply that's forthcoming. And then there's an interaction in the policy system that's going to help accelerate, which is going to be bringing the manufacturers into the discussion, as well as the governments and perhaps the city level, to create the favorable environment that's going to help these technologies really be rolled out.
But what has to be in place in order to make that happen?
Well, I think that it's a lot of developments at all the levels of governance that are going to make this happen working together. So he's going to have national level policy as well as the local level policy, plus the private sector interacting. And what has to be in place is really that, I think, that conversation as well as that coordination that can come from possibly the national level to try to coordinate this the key actors to work together.
But you make that sound so easy. So it's identifying the right technologies, then getting the right policies at place, and then really bring down the costs and roll out the plan. But if it would be that easy, why is not every city or governor doing that?
Yeah, it wasn't easy. So the story of solar PV, for example, is not a simple one, where, for example, there's a feed-in tariff in Germany that helped bring a lot of scale to the technology. But eventually, the technology production moved to China, and the industry was developed there, and then it's being supplied to the rest of the world. So it's a very complicated story, where the regulatory choices made in Germany influence the creation of an industry in China. And that really matters. Of course, it's a good outcome in the end, and that's one of the success stories. And there will be, but for a long time, solar PV was not seen as a success story, because actually many people thought it had failed in Germany. And so it's not simple like that. There's international collaboration that's involved in this. There's key players in many constituencies that need to be involved, and there's no guarantee of success for sure.
So, Santiago, how is the country of Spain then looking at your project? If we think of what kind of good practices could be taken out of your work and your activities, maybe to roll out throughout entire Spain?
Well, this is a good and important question. Indeed, we have to collaborate all the levels of administration. For example, it's obvious that in the city of Madrid, as in other cities, we're working towards electrification of mobility, electrification of heating and cooling the city, but we need, in fact, the electricity to come from renewable sources, and this needs to be scaled at the national level or even European level. No? So we are part of the set of solutions, but a city council or even an entire city itself cannot provide all the elements that are required for these full-scale solutions. No? Mentioning the electric cars, for example, the cost of the cars, the number of charging points, not only within the city, but in the entire road network, so that citizens can choose those cars because they can travel not just within the city, but in their entire set of needs regarding mobility in and outside the city. And also I was mentioning, for example, the case of Madrid, where years ago we established a regulation for surface parking in the city, through which electric cars, zero-emission cars, had free parking with no limits and no cost anywhere, no time limits and no cost anywhere in the city. This has stimulated the arrival and the creation of several private companies in let's say, together with these policies that were implemented in the city, private companies that provided significant fleets of electric cars that are now operating for years in the city, fully zero emission cars. And this has shown that shared mobility, zero emission mobility is a reality in the city, and in turn has also created the perception among the citizens that perhaps we just don't need to own a car. I mean, of course, we need the cars to be zero emission, but we also don't want to have just the same number of cars with different technology. We also need to free up space in the city and reduce the number of cars that are owned and perhaps parked for 90% of the time in different points of the city. So this is a set of stimulating policies from the European, national and city level that altogether can make this transition not only to electric mobility but also to shared mobility, especially in the dense parts of the cities like Madrid and other cities.
Yeah, it's interesting. So what I hear from this, and also from what you just said, Jean-François, is that this kind of innovation doesn't just happen at one level, and it can also not be really controlled in its outcome. It sounds like, right? So there need to be a lot of factors, a lot of levels that need to kind of cooperate in order to make this innovation happen.
If I comment on that, so I'd bring up the innovation chain. So in innovation scholarship, we talk a lot about sort of demonstration phases and rollout phases and markets, accumulation phase. And I think no doubt, nothing will be successful without a demonstration phase that's going to show that it's actually possible. And typically at the demonstration phase, it's still a very expensive endeavor. It's still a very expensive technology or program. But with accumulation of scale, when we can see that it works, then that's where the costs really go down. So some things will have to be tried, right? So at the city level, so Santiago, I appreciate, I think that's exactly sort of what you're saying. So you've got to try a number of things, see what's going to work. And the things that are going to be promising and showing some scale and some cost reductions will become possible to roll out, and then it might become a reality. It might even be a reality that becomes less costly than what we used to do before. But that all depends on how many things we try and whether we're broad enough and whether we cover many grounds to sort of have a portfolio that delivers.
But then you must be willing to take over the cost of failure.
That's right.
And so is the cost of failure then lower than the long-term costs of very strict and uninnovative policy?
Well, so I think that you only need to fail once. So if a city tries something and it fails, I think there's good learning for all the other cities to look at. So that's certain. And cooperation between cities perhaps is good, because if you can accumulate scale through things that do work, then you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time, and you could really take advantage of the knowledge that's created by others.
Yeah, I want to say something, because Santiago, you really illustrated well how technical innovation, it's not a kind of, there's not a silver bullet, and there's a lot of contradictory elements in choices within new technologies that cities need to make. So it's not so straightforward. So take the electrification of the fleet, as Santiago said, but we don't, I mean, having only cars in the city, electric cars in the city just as much as we have right now, still doesn't reduce road safety, is still not accessible for all. So the whole complexity of looking at the, at the broad, and in this case, the broad array of opportunities within the whole transport and mobility domain, that's a kind of a challenge that cities are facing right now. And I think COVID-19 really illustrated, brought this to the surface, We all understood that our neighborhoods are not as nice as we thought we were. Walking the dog around, around the block, and you're actually walking through terrible space. So we want to walk in better, nicer, more beautiful environments that's more attractive. At the same time, our public transport systems are in dire need, financially almost bankrupt. The ridership went down, people take the car again. And at the same time, we want to electrify the fleet. So that's a complex challenge. And we're supporting cities with WRI, we're supporting cities through one of our strategic projects which is called Reimagining Public Transport. And that is exactly what Santiago illustrated. You need a space to reimagine how you take decisions on new technologies and on your aspiration, what kind of city you want to be in the political economy of a city. And that's, I mean, when I'm saying this, actually, I bear with you, Santiago, and with many other cities that have to deal with this. So anyway.
Tude, from your perspective, what are the biggest challenges?
I think the biggest challenges for cities is that they're actually not producing carbon neutrality, they're producing services. And then you have to do that in a carbon neutral way. Making that transition and translating what carbon neutrality means in public service production, we're not even close to it. But the real innovation happens in how we get to policy. Like we have this when we start talking about carbon neutrality, we move to technology, and we have this very technocratic approach, and that is how we're going to reduce emissions. We look at what can substitute what we're doing right now with some kind of zero emission alternative. We definitely need technology, but we also need to be much more innovative in how we get to the policy. Meaning, how do you make sure that carbon neutrality works for your citizens? Not just what you're reporting on in terms of reduced emissions. It has to be a way for people to live good lives, to have job security, and if cities cannot provide that then they're going to receive a lot of pushback on carbon neutrality, and we definitely don't have time to do that. And instead of sort of tokenizing this community engagement that we often see that cities have a tendency to do, saying that we check the boxes because we talked to low-income households, we did all of this, but if it doesn't really have an impact on the policy outcome, then those processes are just for show and not necessarily making sure that we are getting to something that's going to work for all citizens.
And what are some good practice examples from the network that you're working with?
I think, actually, ask yourself, what does it mean to share some of the power that you already have? Does that empowering communities to make their own decisions, like participatory budgeting, like New York City has been doing? That means that communities actually get to control parts of the city budget, and they come up with the solutions that work for them with this and then climate and sustainability in mind when developing those solutions. So inviting people in to make the real decisions, that is, I think, have a part of the budget. We're not suggesting that all citizens should be involved in all budgeting processes, but having a fair, like a sizable amount to be used for participatory budgeting, that would empower people and they would feel more ownership to the city policies and the city budget.
Santiago, and how far did you also integrate citizens into the decision-making process for your projects?
Yeah, thank you. This is an important and good point because at different levels. So ranging from individual projects where we have online consultations for citizens, we had even international contests where the jury of these contests were including neighbor associations, expert and citizen and civil society organizations, where they had to decide which, for example, renaturalization project in the city was going to be implemented or in which way. So that's happening both in large-scale city projects and in more localized district level or neighborhood level projects. And also we are putting, regarding the participatory budgets, we have just rolled out a call of 50 million euros of participatory budget to be decided by the citizens at the neighborhood scale, at the district scale. This will be being run through the next months and implemented next year in the budget, so that we can really bring all these green transition projects close to the needs that the citizens feel they have, and also that the city wants to push forward with these broader lines of work that we have commented before. And also in the collaboration with Climate-KIC, we have created this climate group that we call, in which all areas and departments of the Madrid City Council are present, from environment to economy and urban planning, but also universities, private companies, NGOs and different professional associations are working together in this climate group to co-design and bring in ideas that can produce transformative projects or that can make the current projects richer and more adjusted to the citywide needs and to the citizens' needs in the next months and years.
Jean-François, from your point of view, how important is co-design for policy innovation?
Yeah, for sure. It's to ensure success of a program that is got to be co-designed, including all the stakeholders that matter. That's for sure. And so if it's the citizens or if it's the private sector, for example, that's got to be part of it.
Well, but where do you see the boundaries of a participatory process?
I think usually it's quite, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to comment too much. I think we can usually identify the key stakeholders, and of course sometimes it might be challenging to know where to stop, but at the same time, if we exclude people, it's untransparent and it doesn't work. So
Roger, what do you think about this? I mean, if we think about participatory processes, isn't there a risk that they also slow down decision making?
No, because a lot of the, actually, I mean, my perspective now is more, let's say, global south oriented, and I know that's not the right way to frame it, but still for the ease of the conversation. So, no, because in many cases there is actually zero participation. So, I mean, a lot of people are excluded from any decision process. So we need to bear that in mind. I mean, you know, in many cities that we work on, there are large, sometimes half of the city is not included in the actual planning of infrastructure in the city. So a lot, and it's not only about having nice talks about the future and imagination. No, it's really including citizens' data of disenfranchised and poor communities into the actual planning process. And actually, for example, accepting that the data that local communities enumerate is going to be accepted as input for the economic infrastructure and investment planning. So it's not, I mean, holding up, it's give you the right picture of what your citizens need and where you need to invest. So in many cases, in many cities, the picture is not complete without participation. And it means exactly that they don't have to be involved in everything. You know, if you're deciding on the structure of an equity fund in a new type of infrastructure, I mean, that's kind of work of specialists and kind of decision makers. But where it needs to, the problem needs to be addressed, and who will receive this innovation and who has benefit of this innovation is really key. And I want to say one more thing, because this is really high on our agenda. It relates to the fact that just too many people in the city don't have access to the services that cities offer. So they're actually in they're living in urban communities, but they don't have the benefits. And so it's really needed to bring them into the vision and into the actual investment of infrastructure development.
Santiago, how did you see the reaction of the citizens that you have been involving into the decision-making process so far? What was some of their feedback to your work?
Well, that's the feedback has been, of course, rich. We had feedback which is from more open questions regarding the design of an open project, which is somehow sometimes a bit heterogeneous in the responses, but it still gives the aggregated responses give us a rich. For example, we had a consultation on the starting point of the metropolitan forest, which is a forest ring that will surround the entire city of Madrid, a green infrastructure at the citywide scale, but we wanted to involve the citizens of the district where this was starting, and we got like about 1,000 responses from citizens from those neighbors, and that was very, very important for us to understand what they wanted to have from the social but also environmental values that they wanted to have present in those areas, and in that starting point of this metropolitan forest. But also I think that in addition to citizen participation along the lines we have been mentioning, it's also very important to have the citizen engagement, involvement and support to the climate policies. What I mean is that regarding also the aspect that were mentioned before, we need to make a strong emphasis in that this transition, this green transition, is not only about climate change, about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which it is, but also it's about a new economic model that will bring better jobs, more jobs in sectors that will run for the future economy, will bring also health benefits, will bring quality of life benefits, will also improve the value of the buildings, of the housing in the areas that are regenerated, regarding green spaces, regarding energy efficiency. So this full set of changes is not just appealing to the environmental angle, but also to the social angle and to the economic angle and job creation angle, so that all these aspects of appeal bring us as much as possible of the entire citizenship, hopefully in the full support to the intensity of change that we need regarding these aspects.
Thank you. We have another roughly 8 minutes left for this discussion, and I would like to involve you into the discussion as well. So if you have any remarks or questions, please feel free to step up, come to the stage, talk with us, or we're also happy to just provide you with a microphone, and then you can participate while sitting. I would be interested, why are you here? Why did you decide to come to this panel? Why are you listening, and what do you hope to take away from this session? Is there anyone who would... Oh, bye-bye. Oh, sorry.
So good afternoon. My name is Masamba Choi. I'm the project executive of this initiative, the United Nations Global Innovation Hub, and we are hosting this event. I would like to build on what was said by Santiago, and to say that this is one of the main focus of the Global Innovation Hub. We are promoting innovation that is not necessarily focusing on sector, because we consider that there are first a lot of activities there, and it only lead to incremental improvement. We prefer to go back to the core need and then reflect on how they can be satisfied following a 1.5 degree trajectory. So it means that we do not have a pure decarbonization agenda, but it's more a development agenda, but that is aligned with the climate and the sustainability goal. So this is exactly what this Innovation Hub is promoting. And as I mentioned this morning, this is the start of the journey. This is a movement that is just starting here at COP26. And we expect that all these experts and decision makers that also support this moonshot thinking, that accept that we need to have ambitious targets, even if we do not have the means to implement them today. We need to have these targets that are based on what is needed, what science dictates, knowing that innovation can actually fill the gap between what is needed and what is actually possible. And I see that also most of the people intervening support the big change. They would like to have transformative change. They would like to have radical collaboration. And these are also the concepts that the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub are promoting. So we are looking forward to have you all joining either our panel or our advisory committee to make this movement become a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's really about industrial cross-sectoral learning, as you said, and I have one more question to you, Jean-François, with regards to systems. I mean, you're studying systems all the times and how systems evolve. Where do you see us at the moment in this entire development? I mean, we have another 9 years until 2030. We have these very ambitious goals for 2050, at least in the European Union. How do you see our system being equipped for really reaching these kind of goals?
Yeah, so it's how well equipped it's hard to say, but I would say that what is innovation now, within 10 years probably needs to become the new normal, or within until 2050 definitely must have become the new normal, whether it's electric vehicles and charge points, where do we charge a car, how do we organize our lives around the new way of operating. It can't be enormously different than what we do now, but it can't be the same either. And what the new normal is going to be, we're creating it right now. But by the time it becomes a new normal, it becomes affordable, it becomes accessible. So it's got to work over a whole system. And the problem with systems is that they're interlinked. So when you've got lots of components working together, they must sort of coherently move together. So if you've got electric vehicles, you have to have the whole load of infrastructure coming with it, and the renewables, and the sort of organization of the city, as well as how people are going to behave, what they can expect to access as services, and that has to work together. Now, it can't be miles different from one city to another, otherwise there just won't be that scale that will make this affordable and accessible to everybody. So, in other words, there needs to be a lot of coordination, but we are creating it now.
Yeah. So you would say that the EU Cities mission, or also panels like this today, they are really the accelerator and for knowledge transfer within the system.
Yeah, so that coordination happens that way. I think this is how it's going to work.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. With that, if you don't have any further input, I would close this panel by saying thank you very much to our speakers. I think we have learned that innovation in policy has to come both from the cities but also from the citizens. It has to happen on all levels, on really regional level and international level at the same time. As I learned, we cannot control what the outcome at the end of regulatory issues will be, as you explained us with PV systems in Germany and China. And learning across systems is really the one thing that we need to achieve. Learning from others and just promoting what we're doing, sharing our insights and challenges and our strategies, how to overcome them. Thank you very much to all our panelists. Thank you.
Thanks to you, pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to you, we have a break of 10 minutes, and then we'll be back with our fifth panel for today. It's on innovation in collaborations with businesses, social enterprises, and other civic institutions. And we start at 3 p.m. Thank you. Super. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start with our 5th panel discussion for today. 5. And then we have one more to go, the 6th afterward, and the 7th. Woohoo! In the 7th. Oh, that's amazing. Can't wait for this one. But the 5th is already very good as well. So, the 5th session for today is on innovation in collaboration with businesses, social enterprises, and other civic institutions. And we all know climate change is too big of a challenge to be solved alone. We need to have radical collaboration between all different stakeholders, multi-stakeholder agreement towards a shared goal. I think this is really, really key. And we have been discussing that today already with the other panels in different parts, but now it's really about bringing all these stakeholders together that lead to sustainable change. And we have 5 panelists with us. One we have here, it's Adam McVeigh. He's the council leader for Edinburgh City Council. Welcome. So great to have you here. And then we have 4 virtual speakers. We have Katrien Rüken, Executive Director of the Leuven 2030 Climate Neutrality Initiative. Hello. Or maybe I make some place here so that we can see all of you. Sorry. So stage looks much better now. Then we have Maya Ferch with us. She's Senior Program Manager of Built Environment for the Lords Foundation. We have Arno Bonte, Rotterdam Vice Mayor, Sustainability, Air Quality and Energy Transition. And we have Emma Presutti with us, a Strategic Innovation Designer. A warm welcome to all of you. Hello. So good to have you with us. So let's talk about collaboration. Adam, in our pre-discussion, we briefly talked about the waterfront project in Edinburgh. You, as the council leader of the Edinburgh City Council, how do you foster collaboration with multi-stakeholders and citizens in your city?
Well, we've been very lucky, first of all, in Edinburgh, and I think cities, particularly cities of Edinburgh's size, have really benefited from a community. And one of the things we've driven forward is a climate commission, pulled together literally every sector within our economy. We've created a climate compact for those industries to sign up to. So a real ability for us to share knowledge, share understanding and build towards the kind of solutions that are needed. And that's our festivals, working with banks, working with public sector, working with charity sector, everybody working together on those shared solutions. So finance are bringing literally the models of finance which can help unlock investment that's required. Our festivals are looking at that placemaking, on the ground, skills development within sectors. So it is difficult, but when you have a city, particularly of Edinburgh's size, about 500,000, actually you can build a real community behind the aspiration. And what we've found is that right across the board in Edinburgh, people are signed up to that agenda that we have of driving towards a net zero future, and very quickly. The city is up for doing that within the 2030 target that we've got.
But how do you get people involved? How do you do that?
I think you provide a roadmap for people. We hear constantly businesses, organisations struggling to understand how they can meaningfully take things forward. And what they want, unfortunately, for some, unfortunately for others, is for somebody to come along and say, ta-da, it's this. And that's why our climate compact, I think, has been so successful. Businesses want to sign up to it. They want to sign up to a checklist that they can look against their own operations, their own business profile, their own investment decisions, and check it against what the city is trying to achieve. So it's about arming organisations, individuals with the tools to make those decisions effectively for them, because again, you would have more of an uphill struggle if there was opposition to the aspiration, but what we've found in Edinburgh is that there's certainly not. Companies are wanting to go along with us on that journey and drive down carbon emissions and help get us to net zero.
What are some guidelines that you provide them with in this climate compact?
So it's everything from international travel, it's about the quality of buildings, it's about how workforce is shaped within it. One of the things we've pulled in alongside our climate ambitions is our anti-poverty agenda. So by bringing together concepts like fair work alongside climate change, we found a real transformative effect within businesses. So by pulling these agendas together, working together in kind of in tandem at the same time and driving towards the same timeline aspiration, we've found a lot of success in doing that. So it's very tangible things that businesses want to learn. It's the solutions that are available to them and their workforce and their travel around our city, their ability to invest and create solutions for their business estate and their buildings. It's everything, and what they're looking for is that kind of tools to help drive that forward.
But it's one thing to have a concept, the other is to promote it. So how do you make sure that the various stakeholders that you need to reach, that they are really addressed and they hear your message?
Well, it's early in our process. We declared, Edinburgh, I think, was the first Scottish city to declare a climate emergency. That was only a few years ago. I say only a few years ago. We have now got to a position where we've got a climate compact where a number of businesses are signing up and where that's really ramping up and accelerating. But until we see some real movement, it's easy for businesses to sign something and say they're going to change the world. The proof in the pudding is in the delivery. So one of the things that our Climate Commission are tasked with doing is holding up a mirror to the city and finding areas that need additional attention and additional solutions. So where there are signatories of the Climate Compact or not within the city that are not delivering on our city aspirations, part of the role of the Climate Commission is to zone in on that, hone in on that, and try and one, highlight it within the city. And now and in the coming years, there's not going to be a time that businesses want to be put under the spotlight as not progressing these things, but that is part of their modus operandi. We expect our Climate Commission to identify those that are failing in the city when they are, as well as those that are succeeding and sharing their stories of how they've done it, of the benefits it has brought to them as a business, their workforce, and the wider city.
But how do you share the stories?
Well, it's difficult. One of the things that we have done relatively successfully is tried to get the peers to get that out there themselves. So, for example, our festivals and driving down, they have a carbon emissions target now of 2025. They've already started to take action to drive down carbon emissions within their own operations, and they are going out and telling the world about it. And they have some fantastic advocates. I don't know if there's any fans of Fleabagging, but the president of the Fringe Festival, for example, is Phoebe Waller-Bridge. So there are really strong advocates in the city who can make that case, not just to domestic audience, and that's really important for keeping the city alive to what's going on and supportive of what's going on, but that international audience to really showcase what Edinburgh's doing.
Next one goes to Katrien. She is here as the Executive Director of Leuven 2030. Leuven stands as a great example of multiplayer collaboration in climate strategy and was named as Europe's 2020 Capital of Innovation as a result. Katrien, could you tell us a bit about Leuven 2030 and the collaboration that you have made with the various stakeholders?
Yes. Thank you for asking that question. I'm very grateful for being here. I think in short, Leuven 2030 is a network organization that was founded by our current mayor, who was deputy mayor at the time. It was founded in 2013 by 60 stakeholders. And it was an advice that was put in the scientific report of our university that stated that if you are with your community, with your city, if you're serious about tackling this humongous societal challenge, then you should be sharing vision, responsibility, and opportunity equally with all your stakeholders, and you should do so structurally. And so in 2013, our current mayor, who was deputy mayor at the time, had the political courage to do so. And I think I have lived this experience from day one, that from the inside, I can tell that because we are this organization with a board of directors, and in this board of directors, we have 3 people who represent citizens, we have 3 people who represent civic society, we have 3 people representing business, we have 3 people representing local government, 3 people representing the knowledge institutions, and 3 people representing other governments. So it's 18 people in total, and they bring around the table when we define what strategy we put forward. They bring towards the table all those different agendas, all those different values, all those different point of views, which builds trust, which builds mutual understanding that they help carrying out towards our General Assembly and far beyond. And so I've lived this for 8 years now, almost. Next week it is. And I think that is the crucial element number 1, to structurally share opportunity and responsibility based on a common goal, on common ground, which is our roadmap. So that's in very, very short. I think we are tremendously grateful for the iCapital nomination, which strengthens our credibility here, that working on innovation for the better and working on innovation for all and with all is something thriving, something that connects, something that's empowering, and that states that if we want to safeguard our well-being and our health, that one of the ways to safeguard these values is to work on a social just transition, strengthening democracy at the same time. This is, and I think all cities involved, all climate ambitious cities know that this is about doing everything that we knew differently. And so it's all about innovation, not only technological innovation, but of course also social innovation, governance innovation, climate innovation. You know, it'll be transformative anyhow, the future that we will know, it'll be transformative. And I think it's up to the cities to decide whether they want to anticipate this transformation, this radical transformation, and whether they want to sit behind the wheel or wait until it happens and then experience a more negative transformation. And so,
Katrien, can you give us some graspable examples of what you have been doing in Leuven?
Well, it all started off. I think we have 3 phases. Phase 1 of Leuven 2030 was all about communication, sense making about climate transition, the opportunity. Then second phase was all about projects. So we entered into a project logic, bringing partners together, working on impact, working on stories, working on a brand. And then the third phase, which we entered through EIT Climate-KIC in 2019, was all about the systemic approach of the transition, which is our 3rd level of operational modus. And for example, one of the experiences I'd like to share with the audience is our Elena project that we just finished just before summer, after 3 years and a half. And we, for example, had a consortium of 24 partners in Leuven. It was some of our biggest partners, like the City of Leuven, the University of Leuven, the University Hospitals of Leuven, IMEC. But on the other hand, at the other end of the spectrum, there was also partners like schools, cultural institutions, there was social housing, there was an apartment building. So it was all patrimonium, huge patrimonium, and building owners wanting to work ambitiously on the energy efficiency of their building. And because these bigger partners assembled their investments with the smaller ones, we had a portfolio that was ambitious enough for the European Investment Bank to support the Leuven Consortium. And so we attracted 1.6 million euros to Leuven to support these 24 partners. But the large part of the support went to the smaller partners, to the schools, to the youth institutions, the cultural institutions. And so I think this is one of the nice examples. What we try to elaborate in Leuven is the strong shoulders combining with those in weaker positions to move forward together. We have a splendid wrap-up video about this collaboration. And it builds trust. It tells us that we are in this together. It reduces carbon emissions, which is of course a crucial goal, but it goes far beyond reducing the emissions. It's also about strengthening community feeling, working together on a shared goal, celebrating your steps forward together. So that's, for example, one tangible example.
Maya, you are Senior Program Manager of the Built Environment for Lords Foundation. And you're also founding partner with Lords Foundation from Built by Nature initiative. Can you tell us a bit about this work and how you support cities, and especially supporting to reshape supply chains towards low carbon or carbon neutrality?
Yes, thank you. So Lords Foundation, to those who don't know us, we're a private philanthropy working to tackle the dual crisis of climate change and social inequality. And we do that with a mission of inspiring and challenging industry to harness its power for good. And in this mission, there is absolutely no question that cities play a central role. So we do support quite a lot of efforts across Europe in cities to enable the transition of the built environment to become both just and regenerative. And here we work specifically, for example, with Climate-KIC to enable 2 urban deep demonstrations in Milan and Madrid that really looks at not only the urban planning from a city perspective, which is one important part of that project, but also how do we engage both finance and the long-term investors here? How do we engage industry to enable net zero embodied carbon buildings in areas that hasn't necessarily had a historical focus on the embodied carbon of buildings, and really work also with the communities who are going to use the buildings at the end to make sure that we increase the knowledge, awareness, and at the end of the day, the demand for better buildings in these cities. So that's one example. Another example is we fund CNCA, Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, where they work with cities across 10 different cities across Europe to really start developing embodied carbon policies and policies that will help scale the use of timber specifically. And here, what we hear from the cities, for example, the Finnish municipality really calling out that they can do a lot. They have these amazing roles of enablers, of owners, of investors, of regulators. They cannot just regulate by themselves. They need to work with the industry to really understand what is the industry actually ready for, and how can the municipality play that enabling role, both as investor and as regulator. And I think that collaboration really just helps take the ambitions to a totally different level. And then, as you just mentioned, last week we just launched this new and amazing network and accelerator fund called Built by Nature, which is really all about how do we start seeing our cities as carbon sinks. If we can start building more with timber, looking at how we scale the use of timber in cities and the role of cities to enable that, we can really radically decarbonize. So that as an accelerator fund and a network, I think will be a central also vehicle for collaboration across the value chain, because the carbon that we're emitting is not only about what materials we're selecting, but also who we're collaborating with and how we're collaborating, and specifically from a building perspective, how we're constructing, renovating, or in worst cases, demolishing our buildings that we have in the cities. So really, we hope to enable the increase of collaborations here as a funder to make sure that people are funded to really have that radical and deep collaboration that the carbon transition really needs.
How do you approach, well, first, how do you identify cities you would want to collaborate with, or which want to collaborate with you? And how do you then approach them? So what does the process look like? Also, once you have identified a partner, what are the next steps in the collaboration?
Thank you. So the way we identify cities are very different. I think we need to transform the world to decarbonize. We need to both work and amplify those front-runner cities like the Rotterdam and Edinburgh that we have present here in this debate. And then, so really help them to really be those front-running lights that everyone can look at and see what are they doing, how are they succeeding. And then we need to work with all of the other cities as well that can really, that still need to learn and understand. I think we're at a stage where no one is discussing why or if we should change, but we do see that there's quite a big difference in the maturity of understanding how we enable that change. And here, from Lauda's perspective, we fund across. We both want to fund and enable those cities who can shine the light for others, but we definitely also need to work with those cities who are still very early in their stages of change. So that's looking at how do we make sure that we do it across. And here, because we have an EU plus UK, Norway, and Switzerland focus, we also try to make sure that carbon doesn't matter, don't care about where carbon is emitted. We need for this transition to be global. As a philanthropy, we're focused on Europe, and then we really need to make sure that we get the whole of Europe on board of this transition. And then we help people collaborate, because what we see is that there's quite a lot of duplication in all of our efforts of really trying to enable change. So how can we, as a foundation, help make those connections so that we constantly build on what is already there and get wiser in that collaboration instead of all starting from scratch, while of course acknowledging that every geography has their own specific challenges as well, and we need of course to take those into account.
Arno, as the Vice Mayor of Rotterdam, what does Rotterdam do differently compared to other cities when it comes to multi-stakeholder management and participatory processes?
Yes, I think in our approach, collaboration is key as well, and I will explain you how we started that approach. I started 4 years ago as Vice Mayor for Sustainability, Clean Air and Energy Transition, and the new city government had the energy transition to become a climate neutral city as one of the priorities. I got also a majority in the city council for that ambition, and actually that was a historic moment for Rotterdam, because for the first time we decided we want to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide instead of the increasing amount we had for many years. And I will show you this on the graph behind me. I keep this in my room to remember myself every day on the goal we have to accomplish. When I started, we had the history of increasing emissions every year, and we wanted to turn that around. So I had the support of the majority of the city council, but that's of course not enough to make this ambition come true. So then the hard work started, and in a city like Rotterdam, but this is not different in other cities. You have different people, different ideas. First of all, there are your allies, the front runners in the city, the people actually who want to take action and also want the government and the companies to take action. These are the people who go on the streets and ask for climate change, but or to take action against climate change. But there are also people who are not primarily worried about the effects of climate change, but are also worried about the effects of the measures we should take. So and you have to deal with both of these people, and also to deal with different opinions among companies. And that's why we started with a lot of talks in the city. I think I have had almost 100 meetings in the year 2019 with companies, with citizens, with organizations, with startups, and so on. And this ended in the Rotterdam Climate Agreement. And in this Rotterdam Climate Agreement, we made a strategy for our energy transition. A strategy not only from the city council, the city government, but also together with more than 100 companies, organizations, and thousands of Rotterdammers. And part of this strategy was programs. We called it climate dues, 55 climate dues to reduce the carbon dioxide by at least 50% in the year 2030. So, for example, climate dues to build new wind farms, or to build electrolyzers to create green hydrogen, or to place solar panels on our roofs. Or one of the deals was about a huge insulation program in our houses. And the idea behind this climate deals was not only to make our main goal come true, the reduction of carbon dioxide. Of course, that's the main focus in our climate approach, but also to get other to fight other crises, a crisis more on the local level. So, for example, in Rotterdam, we have a lot of people who live in poverty, a lot of people without jobs. And by implementing this climate dues, we succeeded in not only reduce our amount of carbon dioxide, but also to create hundreds of new businesses, thousands of new jobs, and 10,000 of houses with good insulation. So we are not only able to fight the climate crisis on a local level, but also to solve a lot of other problems we face on the local level, like poverty, like unemployment, like the lack of air quality. And in doing so, we gained more support also for our climate approach.
And how did you enable these projects? You spoke about these 55 projects, and you have had these over 100 meetings, you said, in 2019. Was it that you then somewhat linked the right stakeholders together, or how must I imagine that? So you meet with the startup and they are good in one technology, and then you meet with the business and you see they have a specific need, or the city wants to achieve something, and then you connect these stakeholders and you facilitate that process, or how should I imagine this?
Yeah, indeed, we were the facilitators, and the good thing was that a lot of these companies, big companies in the port and small startups, they found each other and they formed these climate deals also among themselves. So we were sometimes also part as a city, but not always. The most important outcomes of this process were that we had a common vision, so a common story as a society, but also that we focused on the gains that were not able to solve the other problems we have in our city.
Emma, in your work as a strategic innovation designer, how important is it for radical collaboration to develop that common vision between the stakeholders, that story that Arno was just mentioning?
Thank you. I think it's incredibly important. So the work that Cora does is around, Cora has developed and applies a framework, a systems transformation framework to design and dynamically manage portfolios of innovation options. And we've been doing this work in the Global South, and most recently through collaborations with the UNDP. And there what we've found is that bringing stakeholders together at the very beginning of the process is essential, and that creating that shared view of intent and what are the effects that we want to generate in the system itself is extremely important, as well as making sure we have a shared map of the system and a shared understanding of where it is that we want to go.
And how, very concretely, how would you develop such a shared understanding or such a shared vision? What are the tools and methodologies that you as a strategic designer would offer?
So Cora brings an end-to-end strategic transformation framework, and I won't go so much into the details of it today, but perhaps towards the end of the session I can come back and talk about the approach that we are bringing to the climate change space. But the way that we've been working with stakeholders, both local governments as well as collaborators from the UNDP, is that we've been coming together with them at the very beginning of projects around a contextual problem. So I'll use the example of the city of La Paz in Bolivia, and there what we had, the situation was that their economy was very reliant on two sectors, the public sector and finance. And as a result, they were finding that young people and women in particular were leaving the city to find meaningful work opportunities. And so what we did was organize a series of collaborative workshops to design with the stakeholders that are there working on the ground a portfolio of innovation options that would allow them to think through how can you diversify the economy and create new opportunities, but also how can you enable women and youth to better engage. And so that was really around changing narratives, as well as things like how do we better use technology and use those in new kinds of business models to encourage things like entrepreneurship, for example.
And I mean, what does the complexity of climate change then and its social impact calls for? What kind of activity? What do we need to do?
So from our perspective, in the work that we've seen the power of portfolios of innovation options and how they provide a structure for a complex problem. And it allows stakeholders to both see the problem and then develop this pipeline of possibilities through dynamically managing their portfolios that can give us some ideas on how do we start to regenerate and how do we redesign urban life in a way that is coherent with what the context of climate change is demanding of us. And so the way that we're thinking about climate change is that we need to start from the social systems transformation framework and thinking about cities as agents of change. And the way that we do this is, again, by creating that shared vision of the system. And I might just bring up an image briefly.
Sure.
And to just give you a sense for sorry. I don't think that functionality is working, but anyway, so we create this shared vision of the system, and the idea is that we can go in and examine the dynamics that are arising with respect to the city and climate change. And so here I'm thinking about experiences like the actual manifestations of climate change itself in the system. Where are our local stories, but where is also our scientific data telling us that these changes are there? How are our cities negotiating their access to resources and knowing that climate change is going to change the requisite conditions for cities and their people to meet their needs around food, water, land use? And how do we start to generate flows that actually start to regenerate rather than detract from our Earth systems? As well as how do we look at issues like governance and what is a city and its agents' role in the global effort to manage our resources? And so the approach that we bring to this space is this visual spatial canvas, which you can't see at the moment, and a streamlined approach to design these portfolios of options that create those budgets of possibilities. Because there you can start to see the dynamics. And by bringing stakeholders into the process at the very beginning, what we do is we create a shared intent of and identify those specific effects that we want to see in that locality. So you heard the example around La Paz. That would be different for a different city, and the same would be true for climate change. And then the other important thing about this is that the systems transformation framework allows people that are not systems practitioners to engage in this process, because we need that community view of what is happening in the system to both identify intervention points, but also design those options so that they can then own those possibilities and almost generate their own. So the portfolio, it's a collaboration tool that you can come back to. It creates a shared language. And over time, the idea is that it creates these learnings and insights that we can then use to design solutions within our systems where we know that the effects are actually going to have an impact.
Yes,
and so it's really starting to stretch that horizon longer term.
And it sounds like from the limitless solutions or options that you would have, you create really tangible possible choices, and this then makes the entire space manageable. Whereas if you wouldn't have that, it sounds like that would only create frustration. And only if you once you make it in a group tangible, you can really take action as a group. And it's very interesting what I hear from you. And it seems like this is really the overlapping theme from what all of you have said. You need to have that roadmap or that shared vision at the beginning, and you need to invite all these different stakeholders very early on to develop this roadmap or this shared vision, so that you get the buy-in from the different communities. Adam, I was wondering, this waterfront community project in Edinburgh, has that been developed in the same approach?
Yes, very community focused. I mean, this is a major development, and when cities are doing major developments, it's tempting to immediately get into the billions and billions of investment that are being leveraged in, and the thousands upon thousands of homes that are being built. But actually, the fundamental underpinning of that is about making sure culture is there at the start, that community wealth is built into that massive development, so that, and I'll give you some pertinent examples of those decisions that have really been traded off. So we did a choice about building hundreds more homes at the actual waterfront itself, or build a new coastal park. Well, it wasn't a hard decision. We went for a coastal park, and we did that because our council has managed to procure basically the entire stretch of land, so we can do it in the public interest, we can progress it in the public interest, finance it in the public interest, and drive it forward for the benefit of the community. But one of the things that I was thinking of listening to Emma, and this is not just about those major communities that are being built as new, but about all the communities in a city like Edinburgh. The concept that's really overlapped climate change and poverty reduction in Edinburgh's context is a 20-minute neighbourhood. That concept of people have needs and wants and things that they need to go about their day. And we describe that not in a kind of 20-minute context, but in a pram push context, because that encapsulates what we're really trying to do. We're putting our citizens at the absolute heart of how we design services. And going back to that collaborative point, a 20-minute neighbourhood doesn't work unless police, NHS, so health services, community services and education, unless everything is working together at that level. So unless you're defining those communities within a small enough area that people can have access to everything they need without having to travel significantly across the city, which not only contributes to the carbon footprint of that city, but also immediately puts barriers in the way of people on lower incomes to those services that are needed. So it's bringing universalism and a citizen-centred approach, and that can only be done with that genuine collaboration, and it's collaboration not just amongst public sector, although that's obviously a hugely important starting point, but it's private sector and every sector working together to make sure that all those services are genuinely provided at that level. So it's the one thing that was running through my head that I probably should have started with when Emma was talking, because that's how we have defined an enormous agenda, which is stretching into buildings and retrofit, service delivery, collaboration with other public sectors, poverty reduction. Everything has been encapsulated in that, and it's really helping drive change.
To Arno and Adam, how important is it that cities also learn from other cities? Also to you, Katrin, how much have you been inspired by, let's say, good practice examples of other cities, how they were doing that? Because it seems like you're at the forefront of this development, and did you invent everything by yourself, or did you also reach out to other cities' representatives?
I'm always keen to plagiarize wherever I possibly can. So city collaboration is hugely important. I was speaking this morning, although it was a pre-record, so I'm not speaking until next week, but speaking this morning to the Marrakesh Agreement and the collaboration of global cities to look at climate resilience. The important thing is the right forums to share those solutions. So Edinburgh's had some bespoke collaboration with cities like Copenhagen, bespoke collaborations with other cities right across Europe, right across the world. We've utilised our twin cities. We've utilised, I think, every possible discussion, and most importantly, in a Scottish context, is our Cities Alliance. So there are 7 cities in Scotland. We work together in the Cities Alliance, and each of the cities leads on a specific strand of work. So whether it's smart cities, whether it's hydrogen decarbonising transport, or whatever it is, each city is leading that work so that we can share that knowledge, trial new solutions. So solutions are being trialled in Aberdeen and Dundee right now that are not yet being trialled in Edinburgh, but if they work, we'll steal it, and we'll steal it quickly, and other cities will too. If they don't work, well, we tried it and let's move on to something else. So that collaboration is hugely important. It allows everybody to be much greater than the sum of its own parts, and it allows us to drive forward the right solutions for our community. That's not to say that it's a one-size-fits-all, but there is some real important learning to be taken from other cities and how they've faced the same problems and issues.
Arno, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I completely agree. Collaboration on every level is important. Within the city, that's the thing to start with, but to learn from other cities all over the world, to inspire each other. Sometimes a little competition can also be helpful, but cooperation with on the international level and the national level is also crucial. So in Rotterdam, we work together also with the European Commission, which is also important, but also a collaboration with the national level. And if you work together on all these levels, then we can reach the goals we all want to reach together. And the better the collaboration is, the faster we can go.
But how must I imagine this kind of collaboration? Do you have a shared Slack channel with other city representatives from other cities, or Katrin, how does collaboration really unfold in everyday life, and what needs to be nurtured to do even more of that?
That's a good question. Thank you. I think collaboration across cities for Leuven up till now is rather starts always from an opportunity. We have through the Healthy Clean Cities program of EIT Climate-KIC, we have ongoing collaborations, for example, with Madrid and Krakow on a live European live collaboration. We collaborate through EIT Climate-KIC with Amsterdam and Milan on a multi-city renovation fund. and so on. So I think it always starts from an opportunity, and I've wondered how we could become more structural in this cooperation, because what I experience, and I think that's super valuable, is that whenever we exchange with other cities, there's always a tremendous openness about what has worked in a certain city and what hasn't. And we have very good exchange with Vienna, for example, also, where both parties are very transparent about the successes and about what has been disappointing or what has not been favorable for progress. And so I think there lies a huge value in collaboration across cities. Time is both of Arno and Adam on this matter as well, because I think we need each other's strengths.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to open it up to you. If you have a question or a remark, perfect. Maybe you just take the microphone, you mention your name briefly, introducing yourself, and then...
Thank you. Excellent points from all the people, and I'd really like to see Arno's graph at some point in detail, rather than just over his shoulder. But the key thing for me is that we're trying to decarbonize cities and also clean up the air quality in cities is the combustion in cities. Mainly people think about transport, but quite clearly combustion in cities is also for heating, particularly in the northern climes. So how would a city, for example, Rotterdam or Edinburgh, create a situation where the buildings are obligated to reduce the emissions of either carbon dioxide or, particularly also important, nitrous oxide, which is a good proxy for that? At the moment, we don't have any mechanism for cities to say to a building, just as we are doing for transport, saying you must reduce the emissions of your transport. How do we say to a building, reduce the emissions? Is it possible we could have a clean air tax?
Yes, although I've been the face of too many taxes in Scotland, so with the tourist tax and the workplace parking levy and stuff, so I'm not going to front another one. I think that'd be one too many. But really helpful point. One of the ways we tackle air quality in Scotland is declaring air quality management areas, which give us some measurement, some additional measurement, some additional data, and some additional tools to try and get in and work out what's going on. Now, one of them is in the area I represent in Edinburgh, in Leith, and the particulates are not only driven by the road, although it's a particularly busy road, but by the industry that's there. And it's in an area now, as I'm sure other cities across the world are diversifying, where the shift is moving away from industry and into residential. And it's a difficult position to be in, because we are building residential homes where families are going to live, where young people are going to live, where industry right next door is not compatible necessarily in terms of the air quality issues that it's causing. So it's a really good point. It's a point that has to be tackled at a Scottish level in terms of air quality and standards. In terms of Edinburgh, one of the things we are doing is recognising the conflict and diversifying. So one of the major industrial units that is a stone's throw from where I'm talking about is now no longer industry. It's now creative in terms of its use. It's a new film studio right in the heart of our dock. So some of that will come through diversification and moving away from industries, but it has to be driven essentially by standards. Cities are diversifying their economies anyway and changing. So you're seeing in an Edinburgh context, I'm not going to speak for other cities, but a reduction in that industrial use. Even though we've got planning policies to protect industrial use, there is still a trend and a reduction from that. So the conflict is slowly moving away, mainly because of market-driven forces, i.e. More residential diversification of uses, i.e. creative sector and other things. But it has to be tackled really at a national level through standards of operations. And that's not just about operations of industries specific. It's about, as you quite rightly highlight, the standards that buildings are held to in the same way that we're using things like low emission zones to tackle the standards of vehicles.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Is there any further question? If not, I would just wrap it up with what I have taken away from this session. First of all, you are all referring to an openness to early on participation. That everyone needs to be involved from a very early stage. Then you were saying that it's very important to align behind a common vision that you create together, which then is kind of dense down to a clear roadmap of the next steps to go, which is then facilitated by the city, but also by the involved groups. And on top of all of this, we should be using more design methodologies, facilitation methodologies in order to craft these kind of visions, to make it really graspable and therefore make that transition manageable in form of a clear portfolio of options. Thank you very much for your participation. This is your round of applause to our panelists. It's been great spending the last 50 minutes together with you and with you as well. Thank you very much. You have been an excellent audience. I saw you carefully listening and taking notes all the time. That's fantastic. And you will have one more opportunity, no, two more opportunities today for note-taking. Next session number 6 of today will take place in 10 minutes. It's here again, and it's about the incredible processes and the dynamics that we see in the African continent when it comes to entrepreneurship. So we're going to discuss that. It's really going to be very, very interesting for sure. And don't miss that out in 10 minutes. So at 4, we'll be here with the next panel. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, please. We'll be kicking off our 6th panel discussion of today, and it's going to be another very interesting one. Welcome to all of you. My name is Ole Tillmann. I welcome you on behalf of United Nations Climate Change Global Innovation Hub and of EIT Climate-KIC. I'm your facilitator for today, and I welcome you on behalf of the entire team. We are very excited about you being here and to have the discussion with our panelists today. So we are going to talk about climate entrepreneurship ecosystems in African cities. And this is really very, very interesting, as Africa is currently the fastest urbanizing region in the world, which presents particular challenges as well as very unique opportunities for the climate entrepreneurship ecosystem. And we're about to discuss them here. This entire session is hosted by, as I said, EIT Climate-KIC International Foundation, with support from the German government, funded by GIZ on behalf of the BMZ and also Irish Aid. And Climate-KIC runs a climate launchpad program in several African countries, and I'm very interested of learning about them. So with me in this discussion virtually is Ananda Panampalam, CTO of Green Tech Capital Partners. Hello. Ananda. Entire session is oh, that was Ananda, can you hear me? Foundation. Ananda, can you just wave?
Because I think we might be going on. Okay. Because the recording just started, right?
Mm-hmm. Ananda, can you hear me? Seems like he can't hear me. So let's move on and then bring Ananda back. What about the others? Can you hear me? Ruka, Sarah, Gracia, can you hear me?
Yeah, maybe someone.
Can you just wave with your hands if you can hear me? Ah, okay. So, as soon as we have solved this, we kick it off. I find it just fascinating that it is possible to get people from all over the world into that discussion. I have to say that. I've never hosted hybrid events like this, and I think it works usually pretty smoothly once technology issues are solved. Can you hear me? We are muted. Are we muted? Maybe. I don't know. Oh yes, it says that we are muted. Es sieht so aus, als wären wir and can you hear me, guys? Folks?
We can.
Ah, perfect. Now it works. Hello. It was just that we were muted, so that's a funny issue. Anyways, great to have you here. Ananda, I was just introducing you as a CTO from Green Tech Capital Partners. Thank you very much for being here with us. We have with us remotely Sarah Fakir, co-founder of Idea Lab, an incubator and accelerator promoting entrepreneurship and innovation in Mozambique. We have Ruka Sanusi, she's executive director of Ghana Climate Innovation Center. We have Gracia Munganga, chief operating officer of Sustain Solar. We have Tarek Mtira with us here. For real, he's a director of the Department of Energy at UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization. UNIDO supports and promotes activities leading to sustainable cities and emissions reduction. And then we have with us Dr. Sinead Walsh. She's Climate Director and Deputy Director General of Irish Aid and Africa at Ireland's Department of Foreign Affairs. Welcome. And with this is Tom Mitchell, who's the Chief Strategy Officer of Climate-KIC. Tom, first question to you. Why this focus on Africa with your Climate Launchpad?
So thank you. Climate Launchpad is a program, for those of you who don't know it, that is about supporting early stage entrepreneurs in their journey to building businesses that tackle climate change, do something positive for climate change, and of course create jobs and value of the future. And for too long, we think the focus of that has been in Europe and in parts of Asia and in North America. But actually, if you look at the evidence of what is emerging through Climate Launchpad in Africa, we have seen the biggest of all responses coming from the countries in Africa. So 45% of the solutions and businesses that came forward for Climate Launchpad in 2021 have come from Africa, over 900 cases. And this is across 15 African countries. So what we're starting to see here is a groundswell of solutions and of businesses emerging from countries in Africa, and often without the supporting infrastructure needed to grow the businesses in the way that's possible in other parts of the world. So for Climate-KIC, our mission now really is to acknowledge that there is a new beacon of innovation for climate change in Africa, to support those solutions in Africa without them being kind of grabbed away, and to create a longer-term sustainable pattern of growth, innovation and investment in those solutions. That's our goal through Climate Launchpad and through the many other programs that we're working with our partners on.
It seems like you're tapping into an undiscovered resource there. Tell me, how is... So maybe the constraints that you were mentioning, do you think maybe they are partly also why these entrepreneurs come up with these kind of super innovative solutions?
So I wouldn't want to give the impression that this is a new phenomenon from Africa. Actually, I think there's been a huge amount of work, including from colleagues on the screen here, to develop that and to nurture that. So there's a lot of hard work already. What I would say is that in order to be able to create the fullest possible opportunity here, we need to work on some of the very significant barriers that there are. Not just specific to Africa, but often quite concentrated in their severity, whether that's of access to investment capital, access to infrastructure and the supportive regulation needed, and also what many businesses tell us is about the pool of skills and capability on which to rely. So to have a fast-growing business, for those of you who work as entrepreneurs, you know that pool of talent is crucial. And particularly in areas of climate adaptation and climate resilience and climate mitigation, that's not always present. And so we need to work on multiple different axes of development to create that enabling environment to support the business environment of the future, but also to get solutions deployed in parts of Africa in a way that is tailored to their needs.
And two of your cooperation partners in Mozambique and in Ghana are Sarah Fakir and Ruka Sanusi. Sarah, you are collaborating with Climate-KIC since quite some time. Can you tell us a bit about the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Mozambique and about your work there?
Sure, thank you very much. Mozambique, I think it's at the bottom of the list in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation. In 2019, my company, which is an entrepreneurship support organization, joined forces with Climate-KIC, and we start implementing the Climate Launchpad competition, which is a competition that is looking for young people innovating in this particular field of the climate change. So Mozambique, there's some particularities that I think they're different from Ghana and South Africa, especially in Maputo, where I'm based. We are only 3 million people around, which in terms of scale also says a lot of the potential of scale of the startups. We are one of the 10 countries that are most at risk in terms of climate change. But we are also very low in the ranking of doing business. So our challenges in terms of ecosystem, they are huge. Not only building this capacity in people of acquiring innovation and entrepreneurship skills, but also to provide them with a set of resources so that they can scale. And those resources would be apart from finance. I would like to highlight here the need for technological transfer, technical transfer and knowledge in terms of climate innovation, and also the generic basic awareness of what are these challenges that we are facing when we are talking about climate change, and show people, because we can feel that, because we have droughts, we have cyclones, so we can feel in our lives the challenges brought by this climate change. So somehow it's easy to understand the need for new solutions, but it's also well, the challenges are too many in terms of picking up these ideas and bringing them to the market so that the impact can be effectively. Yes, there is talent, there is a lot of problems to be solved, but there is also some limitations here.
Can you tell us a bit about the specific sectors that the startups that you work with address? Maybe some of their solutions that they came up with which were unexpected to you?
Well, maybe, but not that much unexpected, because the needs are quite real, and we can see on the streets the needs for mobility and transport, for construction and housing. We can name it urban agriculture, wash and sanitation. So the needs are many, and the solutions are being brought to those specific needs. I would say that from Climate Launchpad 2020, there is someone who in fact did something different apart from the problems, which is biotech, a startup which transforming plastic bottles, empty plastic bottles into prostheses. So it's a kind of health tech solution that is somehow supporting cleaning our environment and reuse the plastic. But then obviously there are very relevant solutions and ideas emerging from waste management, sanitation, housing. Yes, I'm not seeing many things happening in terms of mobility and transport, which is a huge need. But yes, there's a lot of things emerging and relevant ideas coming out.
Can you tell us a bit about the background of the entrepreneurs you work with? From which fields do they come?
Different fields, but I would say specifically at Idea Lab, we focus on youngsters, but with a certain kind of background with university studies. So most of our pipeline are coming from there. So it's people that already have a set of knowledge on their ends. But things amplify when we are and this is from my personal experience in running things around, when we are able to bring this innovation capabilities and bring together these entrepreneurs that are basically our target market. But when we embed these innovations into the communities, and when those solutions are designed together with the communities, so the communities get the ownership of this innovation. So, implementation becomes more easy and more inclusive as well.
So let's make the shift now to Ghana. Ruka, as the Executive Director of Ghana Climate Innovation Center, can you tell us a bit about your work that you're doing there and the successes you see?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, at the Ghana Climate Innovation Center, we are a business incubator, a national business incubator and accelerator, supporting enterprises all over Ghana, and being very careful to ensure that we do that with gender equity, so that we have equal numbers of men and women who work in the green economy in our business incubator. In the beginning, we focused our work on 5 key sectors, following research that was done to identify the sectors that Ghana needed to leverage. That's coming from agriculture, energy efficiency, solar power, domestic waste management, and water management and purification. So many of our entrepreneurs work in these 5 key sectors. But also, one of the things that we have started to do is to recognize that there are more enterprises who are not currently green, but they're hearing what's happening. They know that sustainability and climate change and ESG principles are important, and they want to incorporate climate smart practices into their strategy and operations. And so we've also started to provide accelerator support for such businesses. So the kind of support that we provide is it's really very, very holistic, and it's targeted at enhancing the skill set, the tool set, and also the mindset of our entrepreneurs. So we provide business advisory support to our small and growing businesses, and we provide them also with financial grants and investment readiness, a program for those that qualify for that, and also support around technology and product development. Like I said, our entrepreneurs are based all over Ghana in all the regions. So what that means is that we have to partner with organizations such as the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the Forestry Commission, so that all our enterprises can have access to certain labs to improve on their innovation, to work on their innovation, to work with certification, and a whole range of other services that support services that they need as they seek to operate and grow their climate smart businesses.
And can you also please give us a couple of examples of startups or startup solutions that you have seen that excited you?
Okay, it's just like having children, right? And you don't have a favorite child, right? So, but I will say, as a caveat, we're not in Silicon Valley, because the needs of Silicon Valley is different for our needs. Our economies are completely different. My colleague from Climate-KIC mentioned about issues about infrastructure, the pool of talent and the difficulties around there. And you see this in some of the innovation, right? It's innovation that is scalable, it's necessary, it's critical, but somebody has derived the boldness to try this. So if you think, I'll give you an example of something around circular economy. So we have a gentleman who was a banker, a very successful person working in the banking sector, gave up that work to start an abattoir, which they were managing, with using international best practice. But they used the waste, the animal waste, to actually make poultry, animal feed, high protein animal feed. Just this morning, we were talking to somebody that works in the agriculture sector, and he was like, 80% of poultry farms in Ghana have just, they've closed down. Why is that? Because the high cost of protein and animal feed. And that's because a lot of animal feed is actually imported. So think about the carbon footprint of that. But locally, if businesses like Nichiko Feeds, which is what it's called, can scale, we're bringing down, we will revive the poultry farming sector, and we're also bringing down the cost of operation. We're operating using that whole framework of the circular economy. And we're doing things locally. So that's one example. Which other one can I give you? Another one that comes to mind is a solar business called Translite Solar. So they do solar installations, focusing on in the urban areas, so cities really, and so homes and commercial buildings. But what they're trying to do is, again, if we had the right economic and financial infrastructure, that they wouldn't be doing this. But they've actually had to partner with financial institutions to actually make their their sort of like product more affordable. So they're now having to innovate around fintech for renewable energy. And these are not bankers, but this is what a gap in the market makes you, you have to innovate. So we're looking at an innovation of how to make such things affordable, how to make them accessible, how to scale them. Yes, so some sort of like fintech and technology there as well around energy efficiency. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ruka. And I would like to welcome Gracia Munganga also in our discussion. She is COO of Sustain Solar, a startup. Gracia, tell me, what is it that in particular you need as an entrepreneur to at the moment in kind of support from these kind of programs, but also maybe from other investors?
Thanks very much. I think that maybe before I talk about what we need, it's probably important to put everything in context and talk about our journey as Sustain Solar. So the company itself has existed for about 5 years, and originally I think the group was called Sustain Power, and it was really developed around this. 5 years ago there was a lot of, let me say, work policy funding instrument being put to support the biogas sector or waste to energy solutions, not only in South Africa, actually across the continent. And with that came, the need to solve a problem, and that was, how do we have these robust technologies that we can deploy literally at every site, and we can harvest some of the biogas at these different landfill sites. And so the solution that our founders came up with is this containerized, high-quality CHP. The biogas market, as many know, have gone through a couple of challenges, and it is, of the successful large-scale biogas projects across the continent, these have been either highly subsidized or there's been a strong policy drive to make them happen. And so the growth of the market did not happen as fast as we had originally anticipated. However, the skills were developed, and that was to manufacture high-quality containerized solution. And around the same time, I think the need for a lot of the energy access program, rural electrification, etc., started to pick up. And therefore, I think our mission as a company really is to just transform the way that, access to power is provided on the continent by providing essentially a sustainable resource, making sure that we remove a lot of the headaches that our clients, i.e. developers or EPCs and or donors sometimes have to go through. And so that's how Sustain Solar as a subsidiary was built. So the journey that we've gone through has really been one of, yes, there was a market, we tested the market, maybe the uptake or the growth in the market was not as fast as, some of the numbers in the market research report putting it out to be, but we, as a business, we then identified another need, and we were able to pivot our skills, if I can say so, and now service the off-grid sector. From over the last 2 years, I think this is something that our founder is very proud of, our CEO. We've got just over 12 containers across 7 countries. As rural electrification is almost currently, I think SDG 7 energy access is the top priority of many donor programs across the continent. The pandemic has even exacerbated it because, health facilities across the continent that were not equipped to deal already with some of the issues that we were facing, just made it worse for communities. And so to some extent, the growth of the company really has followed a lot of, let me say, what is currently happening at policy level. As a company, I think it's also important that I highlight the fact that we are actually a product of some of the fintech incubator program. So we have been through 2 distinct programs that I'd like to mention. So the South African version of the Climate Innovation Center at the Innovation Hub. We've been with the program, I think, for about 3 years, if minimum, if not 4. And we were also part of Saribi. And part of the support that we were able to get from the incubators, we signed up for everything that we could potentially. So there was support for legal around, just drafting our contracts. Engineering contracts can be quite complex. We looked at the time, back office admin, finances were being outsourced as well. That was one of the incubators that was providing us. We looked through from a communication strategy, marketing. I think we also were able to leverage that. The one challenge that entrepreneurs across the continent, and I think Ruka always alluded to it, will be that there just never seems to be sufficient funds, right, to be able to build the prototype, do the business development that you require, fund the operations, while you wait for some of the projects to come online. Anyone in the mini-grid sector or in the off-grid sector will say that, project development cycles are long. From the moment you sign the contract to the moment you see the first rand or dollar coming into your bank account, if you're lucky, it's 6 months, sometimes it can be 3 years. And so how do you essentially restructure yourself and survive through that period? So if you were to talk about, what are the current challenges, and we look at them very much as challenges, not death sentences. I think you alluded to one of them. We are in a rapidly growing environment. So how do we adapt our product to meet market demand? One of them that's very critical is, I think, technology robustness, price, and also meeting our clients' expectation. The second one would be talent. So being able to have a team of, in a startup environment, you want to have the team that's almost excited about change constantly, because you have to adapt to market realities and you have to address that. The third one will be finance. So I think Ruka alluded to it. Part of the challenges that our client, particularly the mini-grid developers, face is being able to secure finance for their project. And part of what our CEO, the founder, and one of my colleagues, Nathan, has worked on is developing an asset finance facility. And so being able to raise the finance that will pre-finance the generation equipment, essentially the containers, means that the developer, our client, will essentially reduce their fundraising needs by 50%, right? So once you come to us and you've got a contract from a rural electrification agency, etc., and we know that it's only a matter of time before you get the donor funds that have been committed, either publicly and or via your equity investors, then this is something that we can then use to pre-finance the generation equipment. And so if I look back at the journey that the company has walked, it really has been one of constant learning, and I don't even think that we are halfway through our learning journey. Yeah.
One of the investors who invests into African startups and SMEs with a focus on combining social and environmental impact and financial success is Ananda. Ananda, you do that together with your partners at Green Tech Capital. Can you tell me what are you in particular looking for in entrepreneurs before you make an investment decision?
Yep, no problem. Hey, thanks so much for the opportunity. So for founders, what we look for a few things. So I'll break them down into 5 buckets. So we look at vision, proposition, organization, economics, and milestones. And so I'll expand a little bit on each one, right? So rapid fire. And if it's too fast, just let me know and I'll happily expand, right?
Yeah, sure.
So from a vision perspective, what we look at is, what is the founder's story about the problem and the solution to it that they are offering as a startup? What's their context? What are their personal drivers? What do they think about the future? And what is their future vision? We usually prefer dual founders. So not always, but like dual is preferred. From a problem perspective, do they have a good understanding of the problem, of the size, the impact, what the current solutions are in play, what they're up against? From a solution perspective, what is their USP? What is the impact potential they could have, including climate impact as well as gender diversity impact? What's their business model? So all of that is one part of vision. From a proposition perspective, what is the product or service offering to the target customer base? Market, do they understand the market? What's the opportunity size? What's the competition? What's the regulation? What are the impact trends in that market? For any of these items where they don't know, we definitely are happy to coach them, and we do coach them on it. From a customer perspective, who are the customers they're targeting? What are the segments? What the demographics are? What's the psychographics of those customers? From a product and service perspective, what is the offering? What are the features? What's the pricing for it? We look at their understanding of an organization, right? So all about people, process, and technology. Clearly, as a startup, like Garcia was saying, right? So people is key and absolutely key to being successful. So who is your leadership team? Who's on your advisory panel? Who are your staff? Are they excited about your vision? Are they excited to go on the journey with you? Are they excited about constant change? From a process perspective, what's the culture of the organization? What's your strategy? What's your governance in place? How are you managing risk? Often you'll have third-party agreements, right, with AWS or GCP. How do you plan on managing those as well and the risk against them? Technology. So ideally, a founder will come with their own CTO. Where they don't have a CTO, it can be a bit of a struggle. So we can help them with it, but like usually they come with their own CTO. So the CTO needs to look at security, operational efficiency, scalability. Are they thinking about cost and optimizing cost all the time? Data privacy as well, because that's a big topic. So that's organization. From an economics perspective, so we look at capital, expenditure, and income. So what's your current revenue model? Are you going to give up equity? Are you going to borrow? Are you going to go for a grant? Are you going to go for an award like the Climate Launchpad we had earlier this year? From an expenditure perspective, what are your fixed and variable costs? What's your burn rate? What are your liabilities? From an income perspective, what are your revenue right now? What are your revenue opportunities? What channels are you going after? And then the last one is milestones. Like, what is your plan, next 3 months, next 6 months, next 9 months? So long answer, but really look at investing in a company and a founder. We look to see whether they have these aspects, so vision, proposition, organization, economics, and milestones, and how much coaching they require on each of those pillars. And really, in all fairness, we don't specifically invest in companies that are climate change focused only. So we definitely have a heavy lean towards UN Sustainable Development Goals, which includes climate change as well as gender diversity. But ideally, they tick 3 or 4 of those boxes and have a strong vision and a strong team attached to them. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, it does, for sure. But it would also fit for any other startup on this planet, right? So, what does? Are there any specifications around? Let's say, I mean, it's Africa is a huge continent, so maybe we cannot overgeneralize. But are there some maybe specific creativity or a specific way how they use technology that you have seen in the startup teams that you have been evaluating?
I'd give some examples, right? So there's a company called Power Stove that we're invested in, which is a high efficiency power stove. And originally, basically, what they were doing was collecting leftover sawdust, creating wood pellets, selling that, and selling the power stoves. So an interesting twist or an angle to it would be, into the introduction of IoT devices to monitor the power stove, so you can then see how much actual usage it has, and therefore potentially giving away the power stoves if the price of carbon is sufficiently high enough that they can just make money off the carbon credit. And so, they make money off the carbon credit that the power stove saves, but also then you basically provide clean, high efficiency power and energy to people that need it the most. So, the use of IoT devices and then potentially collecting the raw data, sticking it on a blockchain, doing analytics on that data, sticking that on a blockchain so it's immutable, everyone sees it. I'd say that's a pretty innovative way of using technology on top of just saying, I have a high energy cook stove.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, do you have a second example maybe?
So there's another company that we looked at where they are collecting plastic, and from this plastic they're making bricks and roads. So it still needs to go through some due diligence, right, in terms of safety and thermal density and strength. But as an idea, I think it's brilliant, right? So it's reusing waste that basically nobody wants, preventing it from going into the oceans usually, right? And creating ultra strong, ultra friendly, like bricks and mortar for us, right? So I think that's another clever use of technology in this context.
That sounds really amazing. And what needs to be a place to attract even more capital to African countries, from your point of view?
trust, right, and credibility, I'd say. So if I were to expand on that, in Western economies, right, so there's a huge level of trust because you almost like you believe the other person no matter what they say, right, even if it's maybe false. But for some reason, and mainly the media and the way the media portrays a lot of people in Africa and countries in Africa, there is a lack of trust. So you don't know whether the country or the company you're investing in, how do I get my money in? How do I get the money out? And is there a real company behind it? And so if we can build an ecosystem where you can increase the level of trust, increase the level of transparency, provide like the information, like, you have investors, you have hubs, you have ecosystem enablers, you have incubators, to increase the level of trust from an audience that has capital so that they believe in the investment, believe in the founders, believe that they can get the money in, and believe that they can get the money out, and there's less and zero corruption along the way. I think that would go a long way to like greasing the wheels of like effectively like what happens in Silicon Valley, right? Like the reason people go to Silicon Valley is like it's so easy to raise money there. Only a fraction of that gets raised in Africa. So I think the key really is like how do you improve the credibility of the companies? So I genuinely believe that the corruption that exists is not really like company related. Everyone is human. Everyone wants to do a good job. Everyone wants to help everyone else. It's just the way it's portrayed externally in the media makes it believe like, oh no, there's all this really bad stuff happening, which I think is a real misnomer and really sad actually, right?
Great, thank you very much. And Tarek, tell me, from your perspective at UNIDO, what role can intermediate institutions play in order to support entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Africa, support all these people that we have been just hearing here?
Thank you, Olli, for this question. Indeed, I mean, I think just to bring it into a larger context, I mean, what we have learned over the last 10 years working with innovators and entrepreneurs in the Africa context, but not also in Africa and in Southeast Asia and other places in the world is that the ecosystem around them, the national ecosystem is quite different. And sometimes, I mean, I started a company when I was in Sweden, Lund University 20 years ago, a climate company. The enormous support I got from the state, from university actors, from even venture finance, that is not matched there. So we have to be realistic in terms of how the ecosystem and the regulations constrain or enable that ecosystem. So what we need is to make it sort of from the development community or the development partner community. What we need to also make sure that policymakers, even country negotiators here, flip the whole argument around the climate issues, that it's also the greatest economic opportunities for some of these countries. And so how do you create an ecosystem that supports innovators, entrepreneurs, business, small and medium enterprises, young men and women participate in this space? And then what we sort of, through our experience, it doesn't really need to be matched to the scale that you find, let's say, here in the European context. But there are small areas in which you can actually make a difference. For example, countries now that are doing their, upgrading their renewable energy or let's say energy policies, where you want to increase the share of renewables in your energy mix, simply regulations in which you can specify local content and you put standard on some of the equipments, that it triggers a market for local entrepreneurs to participate. So mapping that regulatory ecosystem and how does it enable or this sort of discourage participation of local entrepreneurs into the national strategies makes an important step. The second one is, of course, the system is disconnected. You don't have these what I call intermediate institutions that connect, let's say, the R&D and the universities with the business community. Often they are disconnected. So by creating a simple bridging institutions that connect what's happening in the universities, nudge the R&D community or the engineers, and it's not necessarily R&D community, but let's say graduates with engineering skills, with technical skills, IT skills, connect them with the business side of the equation. And I've heard some of these sort of connecting ecosystems are emerging, but more funding toward these kind of what I call connecting enterprises or intermediate sort of enterprises, and that's where actually part of the development committee could facilitate this. So these are two dimensions. I mean, there's a number of other areas where we can talk about it, but the third one I just want to bring attention to is we found it that even when we as development partners try to help entrepreneurs in an international context, the challenges, or well, let's say to access the support sometimes can also be overwhelming in terms of getting entrepreneurs to participate in the opportunities of accessing the finance. So we have to also look at a simplified method of delivering these solutions to the local participant.
Can you highlight some emerging clusters, which you just mentioned in your second point, across the continent where you think this is really working well in these regions?
I mean, we worked quite intensively in Morocco, and Morocco stands out, I mean, because there has been quite a strong government support framework. The Moroccan government, for example, specified, they have an ambitious renewable energy target in their energy mix. They want to go for 40%, but they have specified in the regulation, in the national policies, an ambitious part of creating also local enterprises around it. So there is a local content in all the international contracts that they try to bring. So that actually led to the mushrooming of solution providers on the operation and maintenance, on component manufacturing. The second part of it is that they created a dedicated institution that is partly building the kind of partnership between R&D providers, sort of partners in the global market with the local ecosystem. So there you have an intermediate, a growing sector. Just to give you an example, one of the companies we have worked with in Morocco was a drone powered an enterprise that have a drone powered solutions to monitor solar fields and detect defects. And immediately that entrepreneur is a graduate from a university, got the first contract with the local company, and now the solution is actually floated on be able to commercialize it, not even in Morocco, but internationally. So these are kind of opportunities you can see.
What are the biggest challenges for you in your work with these local communities?
Well, I mean, I think as a UN agencies, we cannot come in without, of course, we need to come in with a full partnership. We have to bring the government on board. We have to bring the private sector on board, and of course the financial partners on board, or the development partner. Sometimes it can be a slow process, and of course, as was mentioned earlier by I think Garcia, or that you have to sort of the speed in which you need to do the changes. Because the markets are changing, technology is changing, so it is a slow process, but it's needed. You have to get all the partners on board, particularly the government and the stakeholders, to make sure that the policy environment is conducive toward these.
Great, thank you very much. Sinead, in your role as Climate Director and Deputy Director in General of Irish Aid, what do you think should policymakers prioritize to support climate innovation in Africa?
Thanks. It's a really good question, and I've actually just been trying to figure out my answer to that as I've been listening to everybody else. I would say we're relatively new in this space. We're, I think, maybe in our third year of funding Climate-KIC, and generally we're not in business. Generally we're sort of, development people, humanitarian people who don't really work in so much with the private sector, and so I think we have quite a lot to learn. But I had a few reflections, because last Friday I was one of the judges in the global Climate-KIC competition, which was incredibly intense, but incredibly rich, I think, experience. And I think that some of the points that people have mentioned today really resonate with me in the sense that I don't think, at least as far as Irish Aid is concerned, we're not neutral brokers in this. Our funding to Climate-KIC is, we have sort of said to Climate-KIC, okay, you do all this wonderful stuff all over the world. We want you to do more in Africa. We want you to do more with women. You know, I think there is a certain, generally with entrepreneurship, I suppose there is maybe a desire for neutrality and sort of, you know, what's the best business idea? And Ananda, you mentioned so many criteria. I think we want to be in this sector in a very biased manner, frankly, and in not a very neutral manner. Because, as I think everybody's been pointing out, the playing field is not level. So let's not pretend that it's level. And I think, you know, these are you know, I think, and we'll have more conversations, I'm sure, with Climate-KIC about this. But how can we, you know, how can we put a spin on what's being done to allow for the fact that in Sweden you can actually already access, and in my country, in Ireland, you know, there's so many other programs that you can access for, you know, for entrepreneurship, for small business development. I'm not saying there's enough, and things can always fall through the cracks, but how can we really have, you know, look at the criteria, at least in some of the strands of this entrepreneurship work, so that, you know, those traditionally disadvantaged, you know, companies, as the colleagues have been saying, who are really struggling to raise finances. I spent 5 years in Sierra Leone. Interest rates the whole time I was there were 28%. 28% interest rates. I mean, it's not viable for a company to operate with 28% interest rates. So, you know, I think we need to recognize, you know, those unlevel playing field issues, and also the issues around, you know, women and the different, in a lot of countries, you know, including my own, the different constraints maybe that women may have in terms of getting into the sector. So I think we want to, yeah, push on, I suppose, this kind of positive bias. I also think, coming back, Tarek, to what you said, and I think the Doing Business Index was mentioned as well, it is this point about the whole chain. We can fund these kind of competitions, and that's really important, but we should definitely, I think, as development partners, be looking at the whole chain and be looking at the enabling environment, because in the end of the day, that's what you want, right? You don't want to always you don't always want to have competitions. You want to create environments where you don't need competitions, where people can actually thrive within their own environment. So I think, you know, your points about R&D and you know, and looking at regulation and a lot of the work that's being done here. And that's why I think, you know, one of the areas that Irish Aid is very keen on, that we're funding in Climate-KIC's work is this, you know, the accelerator, you know, so it's not just the competition, it's this ongoing kind of support, you know, and you know, I think, Ananda, you gave such an incredibly exhaustive and useful list of all the things that need to go right for a company, and I think that's really useful for us to bear in mind. I mean, any of those strands fall down and you can be in real trouble. It's really difficult, and so that's why I think the kind of coaching that many of you are describing is really critical. So those are a couple of thoughts.
Yeah, I really like that. I mean, as you just said, usually you wouldn't have invested into entrepreneurship with Irish Aid. So what did you find so fascinating about it?
I mean, I think, you know, I think when you live in Africa, which I've done for most of the last 20 years, what you hear a lot from people is, okay, you know, this development stuff, it's great, you know, thanks a lot and so on. Really, we want jobs. You know, we want to be able to rely on ourselves, get jobs in our own economy. We don't want to be reliant on the international aid sector. So, I mean, that's just an oversimplification maybe, and there's definitely countries, like I was recently based in South Sudan, where you really have an ongoing need at the moment still for international aid. I don't think anybody will dispute that. But there's a lot of countries where really, you know, it's really time to for development agencies, and I think many of us are trying to do this, to work with the changing times and the changing opportunities that people have. And so I think that's one of the reasons why we're so interested in supporting this kind of work, but also, as I say, trying to infuse it with some of our kind of values around women's leadership and so on, and around a sort of an Africa. We have a kind of a furthest behind first motto, and again, that can totally change the outcome of a competition, right? I mean, if you're saying that actually, and I was reflecting on this when I was doing on the jury last Friday, if you're actually talking about impact on resource poor people, you may choose a completely different company than if you're thinking purely about who's going to succeed, which of these is going to succeed. So I just think we really need to really ask ourselves, and the kind of criteria that we will want, I think they will change all the time. So we need to ask ourselves, for this particular competition at this time, what is it that really will bring out? Is it about emissions reduction? Is it climate competition? Is it really like who can give us the biggest bang for our buck from an emissions perspective, or is it more about impact on sort of at the community level and all this kind of thing? So I think just being really crystal clear, I think will be helpful, and will also help us to get a more diverse range of Silicon Valley is not known for diversity, right? So, what do you have? You have quite a lot of, young men, maybe white, maybe South Asian. There's a sort of a stereotype of Silicon Valley. So we don't want that, right? We want a much more globally diverse, gender diverse, age diverse set. And I think when we're clever about the criteria, I think that can help us to be more inclusive.
Thank you very much. With an eye on the time, I would allow for 1 or 2 questions from the audience if you'd like to participate or leave a remark of what you found specifically interesting. And we have 1 raise of hands. Maybe, may I have the microphone? Thank you very much. Maybe you just briefly mention your name.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dan Barlow from the British Standards Institute, the national standards body of the UK. I've heard a lot about regulation. I thought all the innovators that you mentioned are really great. It's been a really good session. I'll start with that. But heard a lot about regulation and a lot about sort of building trust. And quite often in the UK, when I hear conversations like this, we always talk about standards and collective innovation through standards, building new markets. I just wanted to know if that's something that needs to be considered across the continent of Africa.
If I may jump quickly into this, indeed, actually, that's where part of our work, which is in another branch of my department, is looking at convergence of standards. Because, if you look at African countries, I mean, if you treat each country alone, you can see smaller markets, particularly on minimum energy performance standards. That's an area where you can make sort of enormous opportunities for solution providers. But if every country has a different standards, then you're not going to get anywhere. So we've been working actually across 15 African countries to create sort of what's called the harmonized framework around appliance standards, efficient products, and solutions. And if you do that, and that's where a lot of efforts is needed, actually, and I have to say, Sweden has been one of the strongest countries that's supporting this kind of work that we're working with them on the continent to create, and the argument for the standard is not just the climate and efficiency, but it's the market. And if you have access to 15 countries, it's different than if you have access to one country.
Great. Thank you very much to all the panelists. This is your round of applause. We've learned there's a lot of potential there, and it's a very interesting initiative. Thank you very much for sharing your insights and being with us. Thanks to all of you, and now stay tuned for another session, session number 7, which is about to start. We reset the room. We're relaxed. Perfect. Thank you very much. So still stay tuned. Another session right now. Thank you very much.
Samba says he's going to moderate.
Okay, let's start this session.
You can.
So, good afternoon and good morning, good afternoon and good evening to those that are following us virtually. So this is my pleasure to moderate this session on GHG accounting for need-based and solution-oriented approach and how it links to cities. This is a very important area that need to be investigated because we have a framework to measure climate contribution of polluter. So if I'm a company and I'm polluting, I'm emitting GHG emission, we have a framework that can measure the climate contribution, the climate impact of my action. But there are some new areas that are extremely important for which we do not have a framework to do GHG accounting. So for example, if I'm a company that is a solution provider, I'm not polluting, but I'm developing solutions that can help others reduce their emission. I would like to be recognized. My contribution need to be measurable, and my contribution also need to be recognized. But we do not have currently a framework that allow to recognize such type of contribution. And under the need-based and solution-oriented approach, as we have described this morning, what we are trying to do is really to try to satisfy the human core needs differently. So the focus is not at the sector level, where we will try to reduce the carbon footprint of product, but more at the consumption side, where we are trying to innovate on an alternative value chain that can satisfy the core need differently, that can satisfy the core need while being aligned with the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement, while being aligned with the SDGs. So to give a concrete example, if we take the automotive industry, if I'm a car maker, I can reduce the emission of my factory. This is a very initial steps. Contribution to the to fighting climate change. But this is really very first step. The next step could be for me to say, okay, not only I will reduce the emission of my factories, but I will sell EV car rather than combustion car. This is much better than just reducing the emission of your factories. But you can go also one step further and say, okay, replacing combustion car with EV car is good, but what about not having car at all? It's even better not to have car, because EV car is good, but to produce EV car, we need also to pollute, to emit emission. Then the concept of mobility as a service come into picture. How can we have car sharing, car pooling, and so and so? But then we can say, why do we need car precisely? We need car because of mobility. And then when you take this need-based and solution-oriented approach, you will ask yourself, why don't we design our city in a way that the need for car to address the issue of mobility decrease? So the question then is, how do we design our cities so that they are more compact, more complete, and all the services can be accessed within walking or biking distance. And then the cities are connected with very effective public transportation. And then finally, you can even go one step further and say, so why do we need mobility at the first place? So I need a car to go to my workplace. I need a car to bring my kids to school. I need a car to go to hospital if I would like to see a doctor, and so and so. So all these needs can be satisfied differently, Because when it comes to work, we all know, we are all aware that we can work from home. So everybody was saying that it's not possible. But with the COVID, we saw that telecommuting is something possible. So it means that we can use digital technology and telecommuting to replace trip to work. We can use digital technology and teleeducation to replace trips to school. So it means that when you go back to the core need that is to be satisfied, you will find much more possibility of using innovation to serve climate action. But then the problem is there you are displacing product. So for example, you are replacing a product that is using a carbon-intensive value chain with another product that is using a value chain with less carbon. This type of climate contribution, we do not know how to measure its impact, simply because at the basis, we have carbon footprinting, and if you want to do it properly, we need to have an approach that is not taking average value for the carbon footprint of product, but we need to go into the carbon content of the specific product in their specific value chain, which has not yet been solved. So this is why we have started thinking about this important issue of developing a framework for carbon accounting in the context of a need-based solution-oriented approach, which is also the context of cities. Because if, as a mayor, I make an initiative to incentivize my citizens so that they take good consumption behavior that reduce the carbon content of the products that they are consuming. Currently, we are not able to measure the impact of such a type of climate action, and this is a very important type of climate action. So we want to develop a new framework that allow to address this problem. So the this session is exactly about that. The first part, we will give the floor to Mr. Nathaniel, so that he present to us a video on work that has been already started on that specific aspect, which is really great because we were working on the idea and we realized that somewhere there are people that have started working on the topic.
I'm Masamba. Hi, I'm Bruce Ralston, Minister of Energy, Mines, and Low Carbon Innovation.
Great. I think this was really a very interesting video. So thank you, Nate, for sharing this. I would like to ask one question. So you said that for the purpose of transparency and trust, you have embarked in this project. But I think there are also some other reasons. What is the value addition, the advantage that such type of project can give to the product coming from the mines that are involved?
Thanks, Masamba. I think that was for me, I expect. First, thank you so much for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here. I want to make clear, this is a pilot that isn't about British Columbia. We are piloting information and technology that has to scale and be trusted across the board and adopted. It's not about BC's standards in particular. The whole idea is that various parties can verify and trust and issue credentials. So that's the first point. In terms of your question, we want to be part of the conversation globally, and we are a small subnational jurisdiction. Of course, our emissions add up. We report on them. We have ambitious goals. Canada does as well, but this is an international challenge, obviously. So we want to be part of this collective solution and moving that conversation forward. And I think this is one of those areas where we do, based on our digital technology and digital ID, we actually do have some advantage to further the conversation. So my ideal would be this is scaled and adopted by others and feeding into the system that you're pioneering around global carbon accounting.
Yeah. So at my introduction, I mentioned the fact that carbon footprinting, the way it is done currently, use average value. So for example, what is the most current approach is you take a region, and then you say in this region, the average value of, for example, a specific type of material is X, and everybody is using X. Now, the problem with that approach is that if I'm implementing, let's say, activities that allow me to reduce my emission footprint, my carbon footprint below that average value, I'm not recognized because everybody is using an average value. So having values that are specific to the value chain that we are using, I think is a very important point. Is it also one of the reasons why you have embarked in piloting this? Because if you consider that you are able to have cleaner material, maybe it's attractive to use this approach so that you can distinguish your material in terms of carbon footprinting from other material.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And as was mentioned in the video, because our electricity source is clean energy from dams, primarily, our products, our commodities are lower carbon in general. And so this pilot will give the specificity of each actual operation and be able to, when an end user or a midstream consumer is purchasing it, they should be able to understand it's not just copper in general, it's from this specific mine that has this specific carbon footprint, and that does distinguish it. I don't think the market is necessarily paying more for that, but I think it's clearly an advantage, and it's clearly something that globally we need to be paying attention to.
So last question from my side. If this pilot test is successful, is it something that you could envisage to, let's say, use more broadly across Canada?
I wouldn't even limit it to Canada. I think that's why we do have partners like the Open Earth Foundation, and there are various traceability platforms that we want to make sure we can interoperate with. So we're working with a lot of technology companies as well as innovators to understand how to make sure, because it's not just the start of the journey, of course, which is where the copper is produced and the energy inputs that went into that, but then where does it go after that, and how do you clearly and transparently start adding in the whole supply chain journey and the carbon footprint and even other attributes to it. So again, this is in no way a BC specific initiative. If it's going to work and get traction, it needs to operate with all of the thinking that's happening globally right now. So that's why I'm very happy to learn and participate, and will adjust and partner with folks around the world.
So if I understand correctly, what you are saying is such system can be really effective if it is adopted worldwide. So do you think that the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub can support in that aspect by making, let's say, by promoting such type of approach for carbon footprinting so that it can be used, let's say, globally through trade?
I think that's our collective challenge, Ms. Emma. I won't be so confident as to just suggest that we've got it right, but I think the idea of decentralized ID and immutable carbon footprint, where we can have confidence and trust while things are moved along a supply chain and reported, again, nationally and internationally, but then to the carbon footprint of the actual products. That is the key for us to actually navigate how we can do that with confidence and result in real reductions. So I'm pleased to be part of the conversation. I won't suggest that we've got the solution nailed just yet.
Thank you, Ned. So maybe now we can move to our next panelist, Martin from Open Earth Foundation. So Martin, you were involved in this project. So can you maybe share with us what is your conception of this GHG accounting system that is specific to supply chain and the determination of GHG accounting?
Great. Thank you, Masamba. Really appreciate it. That was a great video. I've seen it now 2 times, and every time I see it, I'm picking up new things about it. I think to frame our conception, it's the narrative that I think that I invite everyone to have almost constantly, which is whatever scale we're looking at things, whether it's a supply chain, whether it's in this room, how do we understand that in the context of our planet? And broadcasting this from COP26, a lot of what we just showed is extremely relevant to a lot of the discussions that are happening across the conference. What the start of GHG accounting happens in the atmosphere. How much greenhouse gases can we actually put in our atmosphere before we cross tipping points? 1.5 degree, a 2 degree target determines that. Now that determines also the level of ambition that's needed at the national level and the ratcheting effects that need to happen for every NDC. So now we move into perhaps the most important accounting exercise that we need to do for the next years, which is in the context of the global stocktake. Now, that's the Earth and national level, but as we know, and as we've been discussing, a key piece of that puzzle is the subnationals. It's the private sector. How can they fit into that? So in our logic, the way that they fit is, if we think about national inventories, it represents everyone. But to be able to understand that at different scales, we have to look at the jurisdictional inventories, the supply chain, or the corporate inventories. So starting with a mine and a supply chain actually has a relevance to the whole rest of the roll-up. So for the last 3-4 years, we've been working around how do we look at approaches to inventory creations that are based on nested jurisdictional accountings that is compatible to one of the things that you mentioned, which is a consumption-based approach. So if that's a first part is that context, how we put everything really in the global context. The second one is that we are moving from data to data assets. It is not just about the data that I have, it's what that data enables and to what extent that data might represent something of value. And so that is a process where the data can be queried, can be analyzed, can actually determine whether a product is worth more or less. And this is a very important transfer from a digital technology toolset. It becomes more and more sophisticated. If we think about this example, one piece of data asset that could be the embedded carbon of a copper bundle coming from a specific source, it is relevant to the buyer, and that buyer, considering the geography of BC, most likely will, a big part of it will be international. Vancouver is a port towards Asia. I live in Los Angeles. Long Beach is a massive doorway to international trade. How do we inform each other about the carbon contents? Now, so it's relevant for the buyer. The consumer, the more we shift towards a consumption-based approach, the more relevant it is for the consumer to know and trust the data. Because we be willing to pay a premium for a product that can self-attest and that can properly verify and trust that it has a lot less carbon. If I'm going to own it, if I'm going to be responsible for it, I need to be able to query it. But I think that the video also points that that data asset is also relevant for the investors of the company. Furthermore, it's relevant to the government because the government also tracks it. So we don't want to have 3, 4 types of data. We want to have one data asset that can be queried by a buyer, an investor, a government, that can also help in a roll-up of more efficient inventory creation. A third point I want to make, so that's an important paradigm, is how do we look at data assets and the digital trust network around them. The other thing, going back into this consumption-based approach, is looking at a long history of energy supply chains as well. Production often has a vested interest in the sense of it's a product that I produce, and if I'm the consuming side, I want to be able to have the full transparency that I can incorporate that. Whereas I think on the production side, things get a little bit more murky. This relates to a history of, like, if we want to address supply of electricity, whoever are the suppliers, they tend to have a vested interest in the type of fuel, for example, that's being used. And this process, if we get it right, also relates to how we can deal with complex accounting as it relates to carbon markets. If we have a data asset about a project that created reductions, and I am going to buy it and I'm going to retire it, means that I take it off the market, the place in which it's being retired, ideally it's also the place where it gets accounted. So if I'm on a consumption side, the place where I consume it is the place where I retire it, right? And so the jurisdiction of the consumption point is very relevant. Now, all of these traces goes to understanding the data asset in all of these geospatial contexts. How it moves from place to place around the world, and the jurisdictions that are involved in the process. Now, these things can go into the rule making. We try to stay away of the rule making decision and say, independent to how we want to structure things, our system, our digital trust and digital climate data system needs to be able to cater to however each one wants to slice and dice the problem. But the final thing to point here is that we move a lot more towards the interface of climate action between public and private sector. So how that happens is key. And within that context, what's always been a dichotomy and a major problem is how do we have transparency alongside data privacy. So the private sector often is reticent to be able to disclose full data, particularly relates to climate, because they need some form of competitive business privacy. And at the same time, a key thing that we discuss here is the importance of radical transparency when it comes to climate. So historically, technology did not allow us to do both. Now it does through cryptography. And so these are some of the important things that in our research we found, and we found this particular case, to have a subnational government that would be not only very excited to test it, but they actually are fully focused on open source and open standards, which is also something I would love to see a lot more jurisdictions focusing on.
Thank you, Martin. So very interesting. So we can see through this experience that at least at the very first step, it is possible, what has been demonstrated here, along the supply chain, at the very first step of the supply chain, it is possible to ensure that the carbon footprint of product that are in transaction between a producer and a buyer can be, the carbon footprint can be securely protected, so that it is transferred from the producer to the buyer without any possibility of, let's say, manipulation.
Right.
Now, I think Mr. Kim has worked, so I work with him, so we have published one book together, and we did research on the topic. And what he will present is more now, how do you deploy this on the entire supply chain without any possibility of losing information? How can you put in place a framework that ensures that whatever happened at the first steps can continue along the supply chain without any possibility of losing information? So, Mr. Kim, you have the floor.
Maybe one last point to share around that is we saw the scan of a QR code. I think almost everyone in this room now has multiple applications around two-factor authentication, right? We all use two-factor authentication all the time now. 10 years we didn't. That is a digital trust between us and the application that we're using. What we saw is an application that does both, the digital trust between us and the application, and that with another one. So I think that's an important piece to highlight.
Thank you very much, Masamba, and also the previous speakers from the British Columbia, and Martin. At the city level, we will try how to accommodate the issues and the problems which they mentioned. For example, the inventory and supply chain, data asset, also digital technology asset, and transparency issues and geospatial context, and also interface between private and the public sectors. However, we'll try to some extent meet your expectations, but we don't know yet. I hope as my presentation moves on, it becomes clearer. That's my sincere wish. Having said that, good afternoon or good evening. Dr. Masamba Theory, who is the Executive Director of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, and Honorable Mr. Mayor, the Jürgen from the city of Goyang, Korea, and his staff, and my panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be here to discuss the several questions raised the previous speakers on behalf of the Dr. Masamba Theory and Dr. M.J. Park. My participation will be divided into three things. First one, I will talk about the pilot project, GHG pilot project in general, and then move on to pilot project. If you allow me, I will take off my mask for the convenience of the communication. And then within the general framework of the pilot project, I will focus on the Goyang City pilot project. And then I will move on to what kind of the limitations they face, cities face. And then finally, I would like to suggest 3 suggestions to solve the barrier or limitations. Having said that, let me move on to the general framework for the pilot GHG system. And we hope the cities who will participate in the pilot project will produce the report, questionnaire survey and analysis to identify need and demand of cities, and then also report for the pilot project using the proposed GHG system guide. We are hoping this guide will be developed in due course. And then here I have the potential participating cities will be selected by UNFCCC. Of course, Goyang City already chosen as the champion city. I will return back to shortly this point. Next one. Next one, please. And now I will talk about the Goyang Climate Action initiatives. The conceptual note or background of my presentation. To save time, I will make the summary of my presentation, so this material may not be in parallel with what I'm going to talk about. Let me start with a little bit of information about Goyang City. It is located in the capital region of Korea, and under the strong leadership of Honorable Mr. Mayor, this city truly moves toward a smart carbon neutral city capital with the initiatives which are contained in this slide. Next one, please. And here also the role of participating cities and UNFCCC Secretariat's role, but I will skip over to save time. Next one, please. The specific object of the pilot test project, I have here 4, but most important is to provide quality system for GHG accounting. And now, next one, please. Here, significance of innovation. According to C40 study, they said the result of their study is the much more emission they found than the total amount of the emissions by using GPC, Global Protocol for Community-Based Initiatives. This is, I think, very important we have to deal with. Next one, please. This is main features approach already Dr. Masamba COE covered, so I'll skip up. But here, important thing is life cycle assessment, starting from material production ended up with the assembly or demolition. Next one, please. Please, next one. I will back to this screen. Before I will talk about the three framework, I will introduce a little bit about Goyang City pilot project. Goyang City climate policy reform include firstly, to integrate climate policies, strategies, and actions with the urban planning and development. As mentioned, the Dr. Masamba Sioi, so-called the holistic approach to GHG accounting system. Goyang City is a high-tech-oriented city, which has a techno valley, video, and virtual reality, a digital complex, together with the enabling many digital mega event. City has been designated a smart city. Next one, please. Now I would like to talk about some problems facing cities. Even though Goyang City has achieved the achievement and ambitious goals, the feedback. This one actually, before I move feedback from stakeholders or consumers, as you can see, this kind of the input from basic need has not been streamlined in the GHG accounting system yet. Because the current GHG accounting system is still based heavily on production-based approach. Under the current guidelines and practices, it cannot be expected to deliver transformative solutions. The application of digital technologies for GHG accounting system is also limited at the city level. There are several GHG accounting systems that have been utilized at the city level, as I already mentioned, including GPC, G40 cities model, and the UK local partnership, the Excel model. The common features of these systems are basically sectoral top-down approach without the identifying stakeholders' need. Therefore, there is a need to expand the current GHG emissions by introducing a bottom-up approach that allows the combination of various data sources from digital identifiers at a different level, not adequately explained through current systems. Now I would like to talk about the core need. This is actually the Masamba, Dr. Masamba Sioi's model. He identified, assessed nutrition, health, after-cycle clothing, and shelter, so-called 5 basic needs of cities. But he said cities can identify differently. That is, I think, fair enough to say. And therefore, my first suggestion, next one, please. Here, next one. This one shows the 5 basic needs have identified, to which 6, one representing need that do not fall. Oh, I'm sorry. This one shows the blockchain DLT-aided software program development, which contains questionnaire survey and analysis, which can be used to identify need, challenges, and demand. In the as of step 2, so step 2 can be used to provide the feedback to the conventional or current the GHG accounting system. The objective of the feedback loop shown in step 2 should be focused on defining, firstly, climate issues and need, and secondly, the relations of potential climate solutions being addressed in the climate project activities, including challenges. I think a benefit of this feedback with the step 2, which is shown in this particular diagram, accrue when citizens are provided an opportunity to express their need. Citizens can provide useful information to decision makers, especially when some values or factors or supply chain cannot be easily quantified. Typical examples include urban planning, land and space planning, and nature-based solutions. Through citizens' need, the survey, additional areas of activity for the project for the step 1 and step 3 can be identified, and cities classify the basic need with the outcome of step 2. I think this approach will differentiate this particular approach with the current existing system, such as GPC, C40 model, and the UK participation model. Next one, please. I'm skipping over here. Next one, please. Here, I already talked about lifetime assessment of GHG accounting system, taking example material consumption value unit for rain gardens. It includes the earthwork, mulch, etc. Next one, please. Here, this is shows lifetime, life cycle of materials: production, transportation, construction and operation, maintenance, and disassembly. Each process contributes emission of the carbon monoxide. This is, I think, very, how to say, innovative approach to the carbon accounting system at the city level. Next one, please. I'll skip over. Next one, please. Here, I have another framework for GHG accounting system. This actually came from form developed by UNFCCC. It contains activity subsector and activity parameters, data source, consumption unit, and origin factor, and it ended up calculation of total amount of the emission of the all sectors in cities. I think British Columbia example, even though that particular example limited to mining sector, but we can find a similar process or innovative methodology have been used to GHG accounting system. So there are many lessons we can learn from British Columbia example. Next one. This is just, I tried to show you examples of how to apply that kind of methodology to city context. And this one is my third, related to my third suggestion, for the use of blockchain DLT. So what kind of the digital technology can be used for data identifiers and tools? Again, what kind of the digital tools can be used, the data connection and for data storage and data analysis, and then move on to blockchain. Here I took the Ethereum blockchain as an example, and then for intelligent decision making. So whole process, the digital technology can be used, and the end product can be used intelligent decision making, which include the carbon footprint, MRV, etc., which already have been emphasized by Dr. Masamba Siroi. And the next one, I here two features of the application of digital methodology, technology for cities. It's a twofold. First one, technical functionalities, including the data generation, blockchain DLT, operation and control, and application of a decision-making support system, value chain is can be used for targeting and strategies, and also the nature-based solutions to improve urban ecosystems for carbon sequestration, which means the carbon sink and carbon storage. Next one. I already talked about the next, please move on. And to identify need and demand of citizens, and also the climate, the solutions, we can use the questionnaire survey or other the citizen participation techniques. I think UNFCCC already developed draft form of questionnaire. So I tried to practicality, test the practicality and efficiency of the survey with my students, from which they come from the Asia, Central and South America, and Africa, and the Pacific Island countries. And frequency analysis are being undertaken. Next one, please. Here, I have the table which shows the enablers, meaning technology, finance, etc. Relative to 5 basic needs, which include nutrition, health, and shelter, etc. The following items were identified with the particular questionnaire survey. For example, the lack of capacity to assess and use smart digital technology, and the lack of capacity to promote local innovations. And for shelter, meaning the buildings, etc. We were able to several the problems or limitations, such as due to the lack of technical skills and expert, etc. Next one, please. And I think this table can be used to develop the GHG system at the city level, and we found the majority of the respondents considered the survey to be very beneficial. So next one, please. No, please, next one. This is, they are they are my students who responded the questionnaire survey. So my special thanks must go to them. And next one, please. In conclusion, my firm belief is that taking Goyang City and other champion cities as the pilot project would be unique initiative to showcase the new and advanced the accounting system for cities within the UNFCCC Global Innovative Hub. So I am sure that IH initiative will be a big success. To make it success, I have here 3 questions which will be subject to further research and development. Namely, first one, how can we combine problem-based approaches with consumption-based approaches? Some experts said consumption-based approach should be combined with the problem-based approaches. In terms of data collection, data processing, calculation of sectoral and total emissions, and maybe many other things. And how to characterize the relationship between GHG accounting system and the questionnaire and other the participation techniques. What aspects of GHG accounting system? So here, for example, identification of activity data parameters, or the setting of targets or pathways, or implementation pathways to the emission reductions, and etc. And finally, next one, please. How to apply digital technologies for GHG accounting system. For what kind of a framework? As an example, for sensing, sensors can be used. But for our innovative accounting system, we think human identifiers may be equally important together with the digital sensors. Then for connection or communication, IoT necessary. For storage, cloud computing services. For processing or integrated system, digital twin, etc. And for sharing and security, Ethereum, blockchain, and many other kind of blockchain can be used, and also hyperledger, etc. And finally, intelligent decision making, artificial intelligence algorithms, and programming. This is just a few examples of digital technologies can be used for GHG accounting system. However, I think that there's huge challenges how to use these techniques in a more efficient and innovative manner. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Can you display the slide with the before? So back. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, this one. Excellent. I just would like to elaborate on that one and what Professor Kim was saying, and to explain how the work that has been done by OEF and the work that we are doing are complementary, and how they can help address this issue of GHG accounting. What has been presented by Martin is actually how do you put in place a transaction, for example, between the producer of materials and the user of materials that will guarantee to the user of material what is the carbon footprint of the product that it is buying. So this is the work that has been done by OEF. It demonstrates that this is possible to, let's say, give to the buyer of the material assurance when it comes to the carbon content of the product that it is buying. So the additional thing that was done is to consider this commercial transaction as not being the only transaction. So we consider that you are buying a product, but when you are buying a product, you are also making another transaction that is a transfer of responsibility for emissions. So the idea is to say we start with the producer at this level, and all the emissions related to the production of its product will be under its responsibility. It will be put in its account. But if the products are sold to the consumer recognizes a transfer of responsibility, and when the transfer of responsibility is accepted, the GHG emissions that were here move into the account of this entity and are removed from the account of this entity. So this is like taking Bitcoin in a reverse order. So when you are making transaction with Bitcoin, the initial holder has to recognize that the new holder holds the value. So here, the buyer of the product should recognize that he got the responsibility now of the emission, and whatever was in this account in terms of emission gets here. So it means that if you do the balance of carbon here, you will say, okay, at this level, you have the flow of emission coming from here, and then you have the emissions happening here, and the total is what will be put on the product. So it means that at the next steps, they will have the emissions that were embedded already in the product, plus the emissions that appear here. And then the same problem, when they buy the product, they need to recognize the transfer of responsibility from this entity to them. And this is all the way down to the final consumer. And the interest of having this framework for GHG accounting is that any single ton of CO2 will be lost. You will have no single ton of CO2 lost, because either it is accepted by the buyer or it stays in the account of the seller, but it cannot disappear. So even if you have waste, it will not be lost. So even for unused product, their GHG emission will be taken into account, and somebody will be responsible for this emission. So I can say that the work that we had done at OEF is, let's say, how do you ensure the transfer at these steps, and what we have done is how do you deploy it in the entire supply chain using a coherent GHG accounting system. I hope it complements what was said by Professor Kim and by Martin, and can provide a framework. Maybe next steps, Catherine, you have seen all this initiative related to GHG accounting on supply chain. What this inspired to you, and what have you already, how it links to what you have already done?
Masamba, may I add just one more thing? For this particular process, I got ideas from environmental impact assessment. And in Korea, very recently, Korean government adopted the carbon neutral green growth basic law. And according to this law, Korean government will adopt carbon impact assessment for the construction works. So whole process of the construction and development should be taken into account. That another I would like to add. The other one I didn't mention about NBS, nature-based solutions, and due to time constraint, this one actually we have to consider the negative effect of the carbon emissions for the GHG accounting system. So plus the minus effect of the project activities should be considered in parallel. Thank you.
I can also speak louder. Is this working? Oh, perfect. Well, first of all, just thank you so much for blowing my mind at like kind of late in the day. I did not expect for, to be thinking that we were going to be talking about how to start doing this. Instead, you've shown us that you're already hard at work, and I think that just shows, I think, the potential of the Innovation Hub to be a place that we can really bring together the component parts, and because this is a very hairy and audacious goal, it's very complex, but we're starting to break it down, and I think just, Martine, congratulations, because I know we've been talking over the past year, and to see in real life the copper mine company beginning to do this. Just a few reactions that I have when I think about this, because I'm balancing this love for data, and I recognize that we're never going to create a market that properly incentivizes everyone if we don't have good data. And I think that the key with the Innovation Hub is how do we start to change the paradigm, because needs-based solutions require us to think about how everyone is rewarded on the chain. And I think you've talked about the Masamba. It's really important right now. We have, even if we get this right, and I've spent a lot of time both in politics and on research looking at data policy. And certainly if we look at our existing GHG emissions frameworks, we have work to do. So we're not implementing them, and primarily the problem is we're not mandating them. And I think that we're going to have these wonderful first adopters, and on that sort of, the parabola, you're going to have those folks that are going to do the right thing, and they're the ones that are going to create the systems to show that the proof of concept. But we are going to have policy that says, okay, we know how to do it. It's actually standardized, which is, we know that's a lot of the criticism right now, or sort of the reaction against efforts to mandate reporting, is that there's too many standards, there's no trust. So I think we've solved that problem. I think that is existing GHG frameworks. That's work that we still need to do on the policy side. But I do think that the next generation issue is really, we know even if polluters were on the blockchain and reduced their carbon footprint, we still would not have the range of actors engaged to actually stay within a 1.5 degree future. And so we're going to need technologists and financiers and the social sector to be bought into this framework. And I think I'm excited about taking this framework and thinking about, to your point, Masamba, how do you value the inputs of others along this? I mean, Martine, you worked to develop this technology. I think what we want to do is create an ecosystem where the Martines of the world are part, that they get a piece of the reward, right? We need to incentivize those folks, because right now we don't really have a way to say the technologists are part of the solution. We are not able to reward them sufficiently. And then really consumers, and we know that we're not going to create this ecosystem without players in sort of the social sector feeling like they're part of this. So I do think that is something we need to think about early on, and I think this is another opportunity for innovation with technology, is to create credits and tokens and ways of saying, when you're part of this solution, we're going to reward you for your actions. And avoided emissions is such a big piece of this as well. There's lots of folks that haven't been creating a carbon footprint, and they need to feel like they're part of this economy as well. So I am personally really interested in rolling up my sleeves and thinking about that, and I'd love to see one of these value chains brought together, creating a set of solutions to think about how do you actually create an accounting for the other actors. So I'm hats off to everything that's already happened. I personally feel like the work you're doing here is going to be transformative. I've been on the entrepreneurial side of this, trying to create reward systems for mobility, and I recognize that without an ecosystem to actually create the enabling environment, we're not going to have the range of solutions we need at cities. One last thing I'll say about cities, as an urban planning person and a lawyer, I really feel like cities, this is a great opportunity for cities to recommit to why they're cities and what their job is, which is we're not about sectors, we're about citizens in cities and their needs. And I think if we do this well, I think it actually is a force multiplier for a lot of benefits and a sort of reorientation of city life that I think is not just about carbon accounting, but also about how do we make people who are receiving benefits feel like they're in control of them and believe in public systems because they're responsive to them. So a few thoughts based on what I've heard so far.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this is you are absolutely right on many aspects. So the focus on cities, their citizens, and their needs rather than maybe too much focus at the sector level and at the production level. And then also the fact that if you want everybody to be part of the process and contribute in undertaking climate action, we should be able to incentivize action even at the individual level. And if you want to incentivize action at the individual level, we need to be able to measure the climate contribution of individuals, hence the importance of developing a framework to measure the carbon footprint of product and services. So Anna, I know that this topic also is of interest for you, measuring the climate contribution of supply chain, measurement of carbon footprint. So you have seen what the initiative of British Columbia and what was presented by Professor Kim and the explanation that I have added to that. What this inspired to you? Is it something that, let's say, goes in the direction of your research? Is it something that you could build on? Do you have the impression that some progress have been done in that area?
Thank you very much. That's a great question, and thank you very much for having me here today. I've been listening very carefully to all the presentations, and I'm really impressed by the work you've been doing. And I think it's really interesting to see how kind of what's happening in the public sector and the private sector, how that comes together, and how some of the work really can be connected and how you can learn from both sides. So my work really focuses more on the business lens, kind of taking the lens of kind of company supply chains and how companies can understand the emissions that sit in their supply chains better, and also help share those emissions. So some of the things which were, especially the example for British Columbia about kind of using technology to share emissions, for example, seems very relevant to kind of what I'm doing. And I think there are probably 2 points I'd like to come back to from everything that was said today. I think the first point is really around kind of collaboration and the importance of the ecosystem. I think, if the business world, the kind of public world, the standard setting bodies, reporting bodies, policymakers, I think if we want to really move towards decarbonization, everyone has to work together, and everyone has to try and connect the dots of the different initiatives which are ongoing, connect the dots of the different efforts that are ongoing, and try to learn from each other where the different initiatives and efforts are and try to understand who's solving what problem, and really go in the same direction if you're working on the same problem. So I think it's really something that I've learned throughout my work over the last year, and I really want to highlight the importance of. And I think, if you're talking about cities, you're talking about businesses, collaboration, I think is really key. And it's great to see this example that you're taking the city approach and you're looking at these issues in different cities to really see how you can also leverage those findings in the different spaces. I think the other thing which is really important is around technology and the power of technology. And this is probably where I see some overlap in terms of kind of the work that we're doing, in the sense that, and I think it was Nathan and Nathaniel who mentioned this earlier, about the importance of being able to connect lots of different technology solutions and being able to connect different players offering different things in the ecosystem. So one of the focus areas we have in WBCSD as part of our carbon transparency partnership is to really enable those connections to be made by working on the topic of interoperability, and really, providing the connecting points between tech platforms, tech solutions, regardless kind of the application. So that's kind of one area of focus. And I think the other area of focus that we are trying to drive, and I think it's kind of goes fundamentally to how the data is created that is then shared, or how the data that's kind of calculated is then passed along. We're really trying to help standardize some of the approaches around this. So in the business space, the GHG protocol, for which the WBCSD is a co-convener, is one of the key resources that companies go to calculate their emissions on as granular a level as possible. But I think the granularity and the accuracy of this data is not sufficient, and we've been working on trying to improve on that, and are actually going to be launching a methodology to help companies calculate even better data that then can be shared across the supply chain. So really kind of working on this, on the product life cycle level. And so I guess I think, that's kind of, once you have that consistency in how the data is calculated, no matter what the use is, essentially, I think this is a really fundamental thing to achieve.
Thank you, Anna. Great contribution. Now I would like to turn to the public. Is there any question from the public?
Hello, I'm Dusan Borevich. I'm professor of electrical engineering from Virginia Tech in the United States. I like the last comment. Thank you all very much on working on this, developing generalized accounting principles for the greenhouse gases like we have for money already for 50 years and using the newest technologies. I think that's a great thing. But I like what Anna just brought at the end. Can we trust the initial data? What about cheaters? Let's say I'm running that and Nathan, I'm running that mine. And now you're giving me a license, how much tons of carbon dioxide produced for a ton of copper. While you're doing there, all my copper mine is running at the carbon emissions minimization mode of operation. The moment you leave, and you gave me a certificate, which now will be used by everybody as a trusted one, I switch to profit maximization mode of operation, which is 3 times higher carbon or whatever. Think about green diesel cars made by Volkswagen. And this is easy software. That's very intelligent AI. My graduate students can do it in a week. How do we deal with that? Are there agencies that will work on measurements, standardization of measurements, then verification, validation, and monitoring, so the cheaters like me cannot keep doing it? Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a very important question, so I will try to address it. Martin, if you would like to intervene later on, you can add. So we did not put too much emphasis on that aspect because we consider that the production-based approach is quite well, let's say, known. So if you take one facility which is producing a specific good, you will not make a visit to say, okay, today this is their level of production, this is the level of emission, and then extrapolate on the basis of that. So the way it works is, so for example, if I'm a facility and I claim that during the month of October, this is the amount of product that I have manufactured, and this is the level of emission that relate to this amount of product, it's quite easy to verify whether this is correct or not. Because it's not that you will just trust their statement. You will look at how much fuel they have consumed. You will look at many other parameters to ensure that, all in all, everything is consistent. I can tell you there are methodologies that are well developed and standard, and also monitoring methodologies, because they have to monitor on a daily basis some parameters, and it is quite difficult to cheat in that context. So when it comes to the reporting of one individual facility, it's not a problem. So where there is a problem is if you are at the other end of the supply of the chain. So for example, this facility is at the beginning of the supply chain, and then you buy a product. So for example, let's say you have final product that is made out of copper, and you even sometimes do not know where the copper is coming from, where the material has been produced. This is where you have challenge, because you will not be able to track the history of the material and identify all the different facilities that have contributed to the production of the final product, and be able to attach to the final product a carbon footprint. This is where you have challenge. Now, by using the technique of this digital ledger technology, what it allows you to do is to track the product during its entire story and have consistently at each step the level of carbon attached to the final product, so that you can actually reconstitute the full story. You would like to add something?
I mean, I think that is a very important question. And one thing to point out, or a couple things to point out, is when we talk about decentralized identifiers and the wrap of a verifiable credential around a DID, we're talking about the digital trust of an agent in a digital network. That agent becomes a very important piece, because if we look back at some of the slides that Professor Kim shared, an agent in a copper mine would be an operator, a person that is trusted by the mine to operate on the mine's behalf, and the mine is an agent itself, and the government is an agent, and so already there you have a digital trust network. But then that person, you say, might be reporting the wrong thing, and then you have a sensor. The sensor is an agent, and these all have to follow the same logic. And that sensor might be broken. We've been doing a lot of work on the differentiation of renewable energy certificates. So your smart meter, you could cheat. You could go and hack your smart meter. Then there are other parameters to look into it, and in the blockchain space, this requires the role of oracles that will look into, if you say that you produce this amount, but I am actually seeing from a satellite that your furnace was on, I might be able to find out whether what you said was true or not. So now the satellite streaming signal is an agent as well within the digital trust network. The issue then is, well, all of that increases the level of complexity and cost, because suddenly now I have to have a sensor, a person that has to scan things, and a satellite. The key there is then, what's the incentive that I have to fully report well? So now it goes back to the point that Catherine made, that when we think about incentive design, there's a very fascinating tension for us to discuss, because a city that consumes a lot but produces little is less incentivized to the consumption-based approach. It's more incentivized to go through a production-based approach. A company that produces products that are in demand but they have high content, is not interested in this framework, right? So we can start looking at the constellation of actors that will be either incentivized on one approach or the other. I think that if we leave it, and if we think about, okay, someone will buy the low carbon copper from BC, that will pay a premium for that, and that part of the premium covers the cost of the digital trust, eventually that goes down. Where do we get the tipping point where we have more actors that are incentivized for the full transparency to those that are incentivized for the murkiness? And we were just in a panel an hour ago with the Global Battery Alliance talking about digital passports, and the same issue kind of popped up. I think that if we go for a regulator approach, that a state says this is what you need to do and take it or leave it, there's a lot of resistance. So I think that there's a tipping point that perhaps it's a hybrid between the private and the public sector, laying that logic that the government takes a stance and says, whilst you are disincentivized to do this process, you have to abide by it, because that's also where the world is going, and we've made a commitment on climate. That actually is a very important piece, and that has to also interface with a complex network of business partners that Anna, for example, deals with. So I would love to even ask the rest of the panels what they think about it, because how does this get adopted at a global scale is a very important question. And it's not very clear, the strategy for it. We have some thoughts, but everyone can chime in. So I didn't mean to be moderate.
You want to, Anna?
I think Martin, you made a very good point there also in terms of kind of, obviously the information is being passed on, and there are different actors in these systems who are relevant. And I think that part of it is also, especially on the business side, it's that if I receive the information, will hold you who gives me the information accountable, because I'm actually making decisions on the basis of the information I receive from you. So I think that's part of it. I mean, and I agree. I think trust and kind of trust of the data is a huge topic, and it's hugely important. And I think auditors, to some degree, maybe not necessarily in every context, but especially in the business context, auditing will also play a role in this. But I think the kind of policing each other in the system is probably the way that you can really make sure that good data comes in, because at the end of the day, I want good data to come in. And so I'll make sure that good data comes in by kind of pressurizing whoever gives me good data to make sure the data is good.
Yeah, just to add to that, it is an argument for a blanket approach, because you do want everybody to be under the same requirement, so that there's an ecosystem of regulation and investigation. I would say that while other technologies like sensor technology and AI are developing, I think right now we're going to need a combination that's going to include regulation. And I mean, think about the state of California, where I'm from. If we had this thing squared away and brought it to them, we would still need, public policymakers would still need some kind of third-party auditing. I mean, it might not have to be all the time and everyone, although in California we're okay with that, but we would need some of that, and especially as we get a more of a robust ecosystem of other data sources, I feel like then we could begin, to phase that out.
Maybe just to add one aspect, building on what was said by Anna. I think at the beginning of the supply chain, this issue of quality of data, because I think if I want to recharacterize what you are saying, this is garbage in, garbage out. If the data that are in, how to present, address this aspect. But I think at the beginning of the supply chain upstream, at the very first step, yes, you need to ensure that data is of good quality. But the interest of the system that we are proposing is that later on the entire supply chain, each member of the supply chain will have interest, will control the data, because you can only lose the responsibility of the emission if somebody else take the responsibility. So it means that, for example, if I'm a fuel buyer and the quantity of fuel that I'm consuming is used as a tracker of my emission, if I would like to cheat and say I bought less fuel than I really bought, so it means that I leave the responsibility to my seller. My seller will not accept it. It will say, no, 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 no. I did not sell you 8,000. I sold you 10,000, because he would like to get rid of the responsibility of this emission. So the fact that here you are transferring responsibility from one entity to another entity will address the issues that you have said, because each entity will control the others to ensure that the level of emission is correct. But I agree with you, at the very first step, you have to check that the data that is flowing in is the right data.
And maybe
yes,
Masamba, do you mind if I?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I think it is a very good question, and one that to scale this globally obviously needs to be wrestled with and probably will take some time. But to the specific question and why government in BC is comfortable issuing this credential, we do have a regulatory framework where there are penalties and third-party verifiers. So that's in law in BC, but knowing that doesn't exist everywhere, it hasn't solved the overall challenge that we're talking about. But to Catherine's point, that is where we started here, and that's why we're comfortable issuing this.
Thank you, Nat. I think we are. Yes, you want to add something? Yeah, go ahead.
We developed the several framework, if you like. We found several advantages of the framework and the methodology which we talked about this afternoon. First one would be to identify, you talked about social sector or social learning approach. So to identify the values and the factors, even data, the source data parameters, which cannot quantify. There are, if we work on subsystem, which are included the total system which we talked about, there may be additional values and factors and parameters which should be taken into account in innovative GHG accounting system. We don't know yet, but there maybe should be considered in the new accounting system. That's the one area which we found. The other one is even though we talked about the material production and the material flow, which include the production and the dismantle or assembly. This process, I think, should be not linear, should be cyclical process. Then we can get the better result out of this accounting system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. This is a very important point to highlight. Sometimes it's not linear supply chain. We are more and more talking about circle value. And this is important to be able to take this into account. So I would like you to join me in thanking my panelists for their great job. So thank you very much. And I hope you spend a good time with this interaction. Thank you and bye.